Oké.
Elke dag wacht ik online in
is het eindelijk zover. Wachten op Hasan zijn stream. Zijn update parasociaal. Hij miste ons liegebeest. Wij hebben je heus wel door. Ieder uur ververs ik zijn Twitch-pagina. Al streamt hij elke dag bijna non-stop. Ik blijf hier totdat hij live gaat. En met een lach en een traan. Wat gaan we doen? Wachten op Hasan. Hij kijkt wat video's met ons. Lakte nageltjes en hij draait reclamespots. Zo groot als een rots, maar met een hoofd. Zo klein als een stroopwafel. Wachten op Hasan. Nu is hij in dit kikkerland. Het openbaar vervoer put stadje oorlog 1. Een Twitch komt in de rij. Welkom hier bij ons. Hasan, onze grote broer.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasانAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Heatwave, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today, here in sunny California, Los Angeles, it's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, August 31st, 2022, 11:02 a.m., and I'm early. And I'm throwing up the white supremacy sign at the end of this video. Apparently, I didn't even fucking realize. What the fuck was this? Excellent. Is the rest of the video just dark? Okay, I've never gotten to that point of the video. That was Wachten op Hasan, also known as Waiting for Hasan, the Dutch version. A made-up language, of course. But it's Wednesday. It's mother freaking Wednesday, and I hope everyone's having a great one. I hope everyone's having a great Wednesday. I have a little bit of a headache, and also a little bit of a sore throat, and also my nose is a little stuffy. And honestly, I don't know what the fuck's happening, but it'll be all right. Are you going to the Rammstein show in LA? Oh, meine Gott. Oh, meine Gott, Rammstein is going to be in LA. Oh, we are all living in America. I love it. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, what's going on in my life, share that sort of stuff with all of you. And there's really not much going on. I've just been fucking playing. Valorant. I got permabanned on Twitter for defending you against that rad fam. I hope you're happy. Oh my God, I hope you didn't get permit. That's really sad. Bro, LA's about to hit 108-degree weather. I know. LA is about to hit a fat fucking heat wave. Azan, is everything okay? You apparently have a circle imprint above your eyebrow. Yes, that is a zit patch. I am using a zip patch. I at first thought is this true? Is the sword forging happening?
Hasan asks, why haven't we forged weapons on stream yet? Because I'm the one who has to plan it all. And he just has to show up. And it takes a lot of planning. We gotta book the blacksmith. He's gotta make the weapons ahead of time, which is gonna take months. And then we gotta, coordinate scheduling. And I'm a busy girl.
I just started. I'm 5 minutes into the broadcast. Why are you trying to get me? Why are you daggering me with this? Okay. Yes, it's real. It is true. Yes. This broadcast is brought to you by my incompetence. And anytime I do like an IRL stream, usually off the backs of infinitely more charismatic and infinitely more successful and more creative people, Valkyrie being one of them. This is how it is, you know? I rely on more talented women who will then turn around and carry my stream. It's like misgift, but not chaotic. You know what I mean? That's right. It's the truth. I mean, Maya and Cutie Cinderella, great example. Ray, another great example. Sometimes Pokey, great example. It is what it is. Okay?
And he's a busy guy.
Is it happening?
And that's
though?
why. Huh?
Is it gonna happen though?
Should it?
Hell yeah.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Yeah, you know what, Amanda? Let's book the... It's on.
All right, there it is. Daily Wire girl simping for Azan now. Yeah, I saw this already. I upvoted this. This shit was fucking funny as hell. I saw this earlier. Anyway, listen. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my... Part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, what's going on. You say that you've attained success on the backs of talented women who you used as stepping stones? Yes. That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. Except these are my friends, so obviously that's not, you know. Anyway, when do ducks wake up at the quack of dawn? Oh, here it is. We're back. Fucking back with the more...
This is a work of...
Okay, this is so fucking loud. Holy shit. Anyway, I'm going to try to keep up the energy. I'm a little tired today. So yeah. But it'll be all right. So last night I watched Nope. Last night I watched the movie Nope. And I liked it a lot. It was very good. I played a little bit of Valorant, and then I watched the movie Nope. It's the new Jordan Peele movie. It's pretty good. I don't know why everyone... I think like now, like his like masterpiece hit, Get Out, was so popular that I think that people now, every time Jordan Peele makes a movie, expect it to have the same exact themes and expect it to be the exact same. Like, not every one of his movies is supposed to be expressly about racism. I mean, racism can be the subtle, or white supremacy can be the subtle subtext. You know what I mean? I thought it was a good movie. I did hear a lot of people say that they were underwhelmed or they didn't like it. Most of those people were white for the, you know. I will say this. I thought that there were actually corny ass fucking moments in it though. There were. Like, I love Keke Palmer, but I think she was a little bit corny. She hammed up the corn a little bit. Like there were a couple "it's a lightsaber, dude" moments in the movie where I was like, what the fuck? You wrote that as a line of dialogue? Like, really? Like, I know she's supposed to be kind of corny. I get it. But it was just weird. It was what was it? No. It was out of there's a degree of corny that is allowed. Okay, but it went beyond that degree of corny a little bit. It was like it was too much. Be careful, HassanAbi. Black Twitter is watching. But it's also weird because actually, I loved all the characters. I thought this wasn't Daniel Kaluuya's best. I'm a big Daniel Kaluuya head. I didn't think this was his best performance, but I think he's supposed to be that way. Whereas, like, Brandon Pereira killed it. Steve Young killed it. Keke Palmer also killed it, even though, you know, like I said, all the characters had like some really, really cornball moments. I think that the nope, like the call out title card twice in a movie. What are we doing? What's going on? He said nope twice. And if you're going to say nope, just say it once in the movie. You can't say it twice. That's not allowed. Those are not the rules. I know he was the silent, stoic Western archetype. I know. I got that. I also like that the movie didn't take itself too seriously. I was a fan of that. You gonna spoiler it, Haas? No, I'm not. I'm not gonna spoiler it. It's really good. I recommend it. The monkey stuff was incredible. The through line on it all, again, kind of corny. Like the ultimate through line was like, I get it, but it's like it's a little corny. Oh. That monkey part in and of itself, you could literally make an entire movie on. It was fucking awesome. Anyway. But yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was a good movie. It was easy to watch. It wasn't like, it was beautifully shot. I love the usage of color. There were some incredible moments in there. I mean, holy shit. Loving the representation. Bro, I got it, dude. I got it. You love it, dude. Look at this. Look at this. You love the representative, man? Thank you. My man. It's okay. I got it. I heard you. You're like highlighting every time. Did you get a screener or did you see it in the theater? No, I actually bought it twice, unfortunately. I had to fucking spend $40 on it, which is really whack, by the way. Because you can't just rent a movie. Because when you rent a movie on Apple, it literally tells you like, oh, do you want to watch it now or do you want to watch it later? And if you click on watch it now and then you don't actually watch even a single second of it, you're cooked. Okay, 48 hours later, you got to re-rent it. So I ended up paying fucking $40 because I rented it again last night and then and watched it. You get scared by the jump scares? I shit my pants, yes, multiple times. Then acknowledge him instead of being a dick. Man, what's up with this chatter's rights bullshit, bro? You have no rights, chatter. Motherfucker like, then acknowledge him. Dude, what are you, backseating how I fucking run my stream? What is this? Chatter conduct and misconduct is a fundamental role of this stream. We have to fucking figure out what these rules are. There are thousands of people in here. If everybody fucking posted like that, this chat would be chaotic. I would never be able to talk to you guys. And you would not enjoy it overall. It would be a less enjoyable experience. You know what I mean? It's for you that I'm doing this. Not just for me. Not just because it's annoying. Anyway, aliens in the beginning get you? Yes. So it was good. It was good. It was a good movie overall. I would give it an 8 out of 10. I think maybe like people like Logan Paul don't like it as much because like they're expecting another Get Out. You know what I mean? So I think that's where it's coming from. This is a communist dictatorship, yes. This is literally this is a dictatorship. I don't run this chat in a democratic fashion. I run it in a more democratic fashion than every other chat. But certainly Jenny had a good take. Jenny Nicholson, video gamer, video maker, pro gamer, says, I'm still thinking about Nope a day later. The level of detail and the completeness of the symbols is boggling my mind. It's about the destructive nature of media, big hungry. Okay, spoilers a little bit. In some cases, literally spits out money with sub-themes about exploitation of animals and commodification of tragedy. And there are a few visual motifs running through that are fun to watch out for. Yeah, I agree. I think, like, I mean, if anything, it was not very subtle. It was very on the nose. But I guess that's, like, it's supposed to be kind of campy. But it was very brilliant. It was very beautifully shot for how campy it was. What is it? Like exploitation? Like it had... I look, I'm not a film guy. I don't know these fucking terms. I'm just saying. It just... I look at shapes and colors and I say, ooh, pretty. Okay? And I thought it was... It was an exploitation flick that was on the exploitation of animals. You know, man overcoming nature, or man trying to overcome nature and failing. I'm like you. I say I'm not a film guy. I'm a movie guy. That's a brilliant line. I'm definitely using that, Michael. Yeah, I'm not a film guy. I'm not a nerd. I just look at movies and I go, hey, that's cool. I like that. You know, I don't have a Letterboxd account, right? Favorite Wes Anderson film? I don't know. Also, the length that people will go to capture the moment, destroying themselves and everyone in the process. I know, but like, don't you feel like there was a subtle nod? I couldn't tell if it was there was a subtle nod of positivity towards the director in the end, or he was against them. Maybe he was against them. I don't know, like douchey artistic director guy. But I thought that he was like, overall seen as like a positive character, like that you know, in the end. Maybe I took the wrong lesson, but in the end, it was like honorable. Anyway, so I'm talking about Nope. Should I watch this or RRR? RRR is a masterpiece and incredibly different than Nope. Nope is like more artistic than RRR, I would say. I don't know. Visually, though, it was really good. You should definitely watch both, though. RRR is incredible. RRR is just a perfect movie. It's a perfect dudes rock movie, dude. It really is. Like, my favorite movie of all time, and I've said this before many times, this is the first time you're hearing it, is Snatch. It is a perfect start to finish, top to bottom, perfect dudes rock movie, okay? I love it. It's easy. Click, you turn it on, you watch it. It's awesome. It has incredible actors in it. The accents are great. The action is great. There's twists and there's fucking turns. It's all perfect. It is a 10 out of 10 movie for me. Okay? RRR is also great. I have not seen Us, by the way. I have not seen Us. I have heard not great things about Us, but I would want to watch it. I want to watch that one too. I am a big fan of old Guy Ritchie movies. I think Guy Ritchie is great, or was great rather. Now, not so much, but was really good. He used to make really good like dudes rock movies, you know? And it's important for us to have something for the boys. No ladies allowed. Anyway, all right, let's blast off without further ado. There's a lot to cover today. But like I said, didn't really do much. However, I did secure incredible content for you guys once again. I love this community. I hit up Frugal Aesthetic, friend of the show, Frugal Aesthetic, who has called me out before for not being able to color match adequately. Okay. But I hit him up, and I hit up Wisdom as well. He's the second guest, the second secret guest. And I'm planning on doing a fit check stream where I get Frugal and I get Wisdom. Come on and roast my absolute worst historical fits. Okay. Including this one. Yes. Figure out what HasانAbi core is. Judge the chat's fits and do a community fit check. Kind of like Chad Vice, but for fits. Also, Emma Langowen is going to be coming over to make me goth and emo and scene. We're working on that. We haven't, I don't know where she's at on it, but that is one big announcement for y'all. Bro, Rob, 44.9 million from Las Vegas. I love that. We'll take a look at that. Watch that later. I saved your fit with AI. I'm a Top G. Oh, thank God. Introducing Haas AI powered by DALL-E 2. By applying the prompt, a man with very masculine clothes, Hasan the Hun can finally have his dignity back. Oh, thank God, dude. Thank God I look masculine, manly, and cool. Is that like the penis of a dragon, too? Like his penis was lobbed off? All right, anyway, let's blast off. Let's blast off. Because there's a lot of news to cover. DOJ is bouldering Trump. Owning his ass. Floods everywhere. Biden goes tough on crime again. Top watch. Just want to say, really enjoyed watching Valor last night, even though you got tilted. It was a blast. No. It was great. Valorant was great. Valorant was a lot of fun. I fucking absolutely busted. I fucking popped off in the first game. Almost got MVP. Know you're in there. Watch this Raise God. Valorante. I was cracked. Valorant is some of my favorite gaming content in recent times. You watch the Valo champs with Todic for one of the matches soon? Bro, I don't know. I don't want to fuck up like hundreds of thousands of people's content by going on with Todic and like talking. Val clip? Wait, was this the one where I popped off with the sheriff or no?
Okay, take a break, guys.
Oh no, that's not. There was one where I like had like three cracked 3 headshots in a row.
Buy stuff.
Culturally insensitive. Shut up, bitch. It's my fucking culture. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, I saw it already. Why are you cucking it, dude? You guys are so funny. You're like, you have to. Mods too. You have to show me the meme. I know. I'm going to use it for blasting off. Okay? I saw it. It was really good. God damn. No notification today? Yeah, I know. I think it was because I was like posting Nesua still when I don't know. Stop spoiling it. I don't know why it was. My notification game has been whack on Twitch lately. Okay. DOG's bouldering Trump, owning his ass, floods everywhere. Biden goes tough on crime again. We will do cop watch. More. Many more. Drama and every time a chatter says they didn't get a notification, you say you got one. That's good. I'm happy for you. Okay, here it is. Blast off, boys. Here it is. None of the things in this photo are there anymore. What? Goddamn, owned. That's funny. And then there were none. Here you go. Juice it, boys. Juice it, juice it, juice it. We're live, and we're alive. Invite the Normans. Inviting the Normans into our homes. Juice it, juice the tweet. One man spam, one man spam, one man spam. Did no one clip out me fucking popping off with the revolver? That's crazy. DOG's bouldering Trump, owning his ass, floods everywhere. Biden goes tough on crime again. We will do cop watch drama and fun reacts. Get in now. What is this? No phone receipts? No, there's no reason for a phone receipt. It was because I was popping off. Oh, wait, was it this the one? I don't think this was the one, but
Spike down.
no, this wasn't the one.
Suck me, Yoru!
No, that wasn't the one. Also, that dude was like definitely a bot. I got lucky on that one. That's not the one though. Biden rambles off on a story. We'll get to that. We'll get to Brandon fucking. We'll get to Brandon in a second. We're not gonna do that. I think this was the one. Oh yeah, this was the one. Yeah. Dude, look at this. Look at this. Look.
Get out of here.
They're behind. They're flanking. They're fucking flanking. Do you not see it?
Do
you not see him flanking? What the fuck is wrong with my team, bro?
Reloading.
Okay, done.
Reloading.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but that was Yora's decoy, not the actual Yora. Great shots here, though. No, I got Yora's decoy. I know. You're not bursting my bubble at all. Anyway. You gotta sit closer to the screen, to be honest. I'm pretty close to the screen. Old news. Yes, it is old news. We covered it yesterday. Yeah, 100 Thieves contract incoming, dude. You play with a headset and use comms, you'd probably be way better. Nah, dude, don't let that dude shit talk. You dodged the flash really well. People in low elo would not do that. Thank you. I thought I popped off on the Yoru flash. Like, I killed the fake Yoru and I dodged the flash real well. I flicked and flicked back and then got a kill from a different character. Anyway. And then there were none. Sad day. Pour one out for all the homies in here. Just kidding. Fuck all of them. They all suck ass. Optic is going to sign you. All right. There was one more. You wanted me to watch this fucking clip? What is this?
This is a work of
Yeah, this dog literally looks like me. Like, he's got my hair. It's crazy. Would love to see play some Counter-Strike. No. Leo sexuals. Oh, this was funny too. We'll look at that in a little bit. We'll have some little breaks from it, but without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's get right in the fucking news, dude. Then Tarek and Zun Hasan can't wait. Yeah. What is this? Ladies, please stop sending me your nudes.
So here's the deal. This continues while we're on the ground. I'm going to have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off. We're going to have to get security involved. And it's vacation that's going to be ruined. So you folks, whatever that airdrop thing is, quit sending naked pictures. Let's get yourself to Cabo.
CSGO men game, Hasan baby game or baby game good for him. Yeah, Valorant child game, Valorant funny color, Valorant gay character, Valorant for children, not realism, dark realism of CSGO, Valorant. I don't know why everyone turns into Mohammed Khanakin whenever we talk about Valorant being a child game. Valorant look to cartoon graphics to make kid player happy like children's show. Valorant cartoon world with rainbow unlike Counter-Strike with dark corridor and realistic gun. Valorant like playhouse. Valorant player run from CSGO, fear of dark world and realism. It's true. Valorant player fear dark realistic flashbang. All right, but yeah, here, I'm fucking juicing the tweet one more time because we're washed. We're washed. Bro, how is Young Thug tweeting from prison, by the way? Young Thug has been popping off from prison. I know you can get phones in prison, but it's kind of wild. He tweeted, "I love me some Mrs. Spider" yesterday. And I saw that and I was like, how the fuck? You can rent phones for dollars? I just don't know. Doesn't that get you in trouble? Or is it like his PR manager or some shit doing the tweeting for him? Anyway, regardless, they should free him. Don't click the top reply as prawn. Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't do it. Booty Mobile? Yeah. I'm talking with my roommate and we're wondering if we could swim 100 miles from the middle of the ocean back to shore. Michael Phelps. Important tweets from prison. Have we seen the thing with Addison Rae's mom? Yes, Michael is correct. I covered it literally for 3 fucking hours. Megaphonics, stop sending me tweets. Or stop sending me fucking... Stop. Megaphonics and Vorlo, just like the number 1 and number 2 worst fucking posters in the chat. Stop. Oh, it was Vorlo? I thought it was Megaphonics because you guys both post in the exact same way. All right.
News overnight, the Justice Department revealing the most information to date and why agents search former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home, finding some 322 classified documents, many of them top secret. And what we are learning this morning is raising serious new questions.
It sure does. The feds are calling on the...
It's a lie. It's not raising serious new questions. It's basically answers for prior questions, which is the DOJ, it openly showcased that and proved that there was a reasonable suspicion to go into the fucking to go into Mar-a-Lago to conduct the secondary search once they basically released the affidavit, the redacted affidavit, which showed that the original documents that they had retrieved from the fucking the original documents that they had retrieved had such insane top secret, highly classified details that like they were like, okay, well, there's more information in there. There are more classified documents in there. We got to go back. And they are not following along with our subpoena. Last night, they basically came out and stated, because they had only shown what the details were, what some of the classified documents featured, right? From the original retrieval. Now, they are once again having to prove themselves to showcase like, oh, okay, well, here are the top secret classified documents that they took from the second raid, not from the first subpoena and back and forth collaboration between the Trump administration and the government, but this time in the raid itself.
Judge to reject the request from the Trump lawyers for a special master review device. They also released new evidence.
This is the funniest thing, by the way. He literally took like top secret SCI documents alongside photos of the framed Time magazine covers that he was on.
Including this photo. Look at this right here. Highly classified material they found at Mar-a-Lago, some kept in the former president's desk. And the filing reveals new details about the investigation, raises new questions about obstruction of justice. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas starts us off from the Justice Department. Good morning, Pierre.
George, good morning. Overnight, the Justice Department filing a stunning new motion challenging Trump's request for a special master and offering explosive new details alleging lies and obstruction of justice.
Like, these motherfuckers literally were collaborating or seemingly collaborating with the federal government. Turns out they weren't, though. The government also developed evidence that the government records were likely concealed and removed from the storage room, and that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. They saw that the federal government was like, hey, we know you have these classified documents. You need to give it to us. And then they were like, okay, here are some of the classified documents. And then they took some of them and hid them, which is fucking insane. It is literally directly against everything Donald Trump has said so far. It feels like, and I don't know why, and I don't know how it's this dumb. I don't know how the country was run by such fucking baboons, but it literally feels like Donald Trump purposefully was like, yeah, we actually would have collaborated with the government, and then like literally stole and kept some of these documents. Like, why would you do that? I don't understand. I do not understand why you would do such a thing. Or if you were to do such a thing, why would you turn around and say, well, if the government had asked nicely, we would have handed over the documents? Like, you literally did the opposite of that. What the fuck? It's like, it's kind of like, you know, when you're growing up, you have like a bully, right, in class, and you want this person to stop. You want this person, you want to see the goodness in them, you want to see the kindness in them, right? But they just simply cannot stop. They get punished for it, and they're like, nope, I'm still going to be a bully. Okay? It's just like he can't stop himself from fucking up, and it doesn't make any sense. Their entire defense strategy just revolves around lying, which is always what it was. Here, this is what the House Judiciary is saying in the aftermath of these details. The Biden DOJ knew the documents were missing for 18 months, did nothing, finally recovered some documents, dumped them on the floor for a photo op, took the Time magazine covers as a souvenir, media cheers. What a psychotic, absolutely insane fucking thing to say as a defense. It is so fucking insane. I don't know what to make of it. Like, I cannot comprehend a world in which this is something that an adult would do. You know what I mean? It's just like they're just using whatever they can. They're using anything and everything they can to just be like, yeah, no. They're lying every step of the way. And it doesn't really matter. It's just like people are so fucking stupid in the fan base that they're just like, yeah, we don't really care. DOJ says that not only Trump's argument nonsense that some of the records show should be barred by executive privilege, he never actually asserted executive privilege. So he's just throwing, he's just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks. And the Trump team likely concealed classified records from investigators. The DOJ included 2 very important documents in its filing: the May 11th subpoena seeking all records marked classified in Trump's possession, and a request for certification from Trump's custodian that all responsive records were turned over. One of Trump's attorneys signed a certification insisting that all materials subpoenaed by the DOJ had been returned as of June 3rd, which wasn't the case. They noted that no one has ever asserted Trump had declassified anything and treated the docs as though they had remained classified, which, by the way, doesn't matter. There is no, stop trying to give Trump an out. Stop taking the Trump team seriously. Stop. I don't know why the media makes it seem as though, when Trump says, well, maybe I declassified it in my head, the media is like, well, there is a robust legal debate on whether or not the president could declassify materials just in his own mind without telling anyone. Stop. Stop offering that credence. There is a process for this declassification, and you know it. I know it. The American Heritage Foundation knows it, okay? The Heritage Foundation knows it. They know it, and yet they still lied about it. Why the fuck are you going along with it as though it's a legitimate way of thinking about this sort of thing? And now they have to find counters for it. Well, look, they didn't even mention that Trump had declassified anything. Of course they didn't, because he didn't do it. And even if he said he did it, it doesn't matter. There is no such process. You can't do that. It's so stupid. Thank you, Gomomo Hoppy, for the 20 gifted subs, by the way. Anyway, the statutes also supersede declassification anyway. It doesn't even matter if it's fucking declassified or not. So it's not even a part of the argument, but it doesn't matter. Similarly, Trump's counsel also told the DOJ all responsive records were housed in one location, the storeroom, but refused to let investigators examine boxes to confirm everything had been turned over. Lots of amateur sleuths are poring over the picture of the classified docs at the moment. The only details of note beyond the language of the cover sheets is the 3 dates that are just barely discernible on the documents. Notable, many pointing out that Trump prompted this filing by the DOJ by filing suit. DOJ cites a ruling from another Trump-provoked legal battle against the January 6th committee to bolster its case against Trump's executive privilege. The DOJ asked the judge overseeing the investigation, Beryl Howell, to permit the release of some grand jury information as a part of this filing. In some instances, even the FBI counterintelligence personnel and DOJ attorneys conducting the review required additional clearances before they were permitted to review certain documents. So the documents that Donald Trump took and hid and refused to give back to the federal government, when the federal government asked nicely time and time again, okay, which is just insane, completely insane. And also insane because, why would you do this? It is so clearly in violation of the law, but insane also because it's the silliest thing to do. They gave you every out. They gave you every opportunity to handle this amicably, and you still chose to go, nope, not doing it. What are you, trying to go to prison for fucking treason or some shit? What's happening? Is this just a trial on what he can get away with? It's the dumbest shit. You could have done so many different things, which Donald Trump did, to be honest. His cabinet, his administration was pretty fucking corrupt. And not exactly very good at hiding the corruption either. At least the Clintons, Obama, all these other motherfuckers were very good at utilizing the legal avenues of corruption, right? Whereas Donald Trump was just fuck it, YOLO. I'm going to boulder through this like I have this entire time. In retrospect, it's mind-boggling that Trump and his team spent weeks since August 8th search saying they voluntarily comply with every request of the DOJ investigators. They even put it in their lawsuit when it's simply fucking false. Look, Why raid my home when a platoon of federal agents when I have voluntarily cooperated with every one of your requests? Well, they didn't. You took some of the fucking files and you hid them. You took some of the files and took it somewhere else. It doesn't make sense. It does not make any sense whatsoever. It is so weird. It's like the fucking homie in the group that is a pathological liar. And you're like, bro, you would be a cool person. You don't have to constantly one-up everybody. You don't have to constantly lie. Everyone in the group knows you're lying all the time, okay? You don't have to do that, but he's still doing it. You know what I mean? He just can't stop himself. And that's like how Trump is. He just has to do like little schemes no matter what. He's like Marat. When Marat comes over to the house, his hands have to constantly be in everything. He has to like fuck shit up. Engineer brain. He has to break things, right? And then fix them. It's like, stop! You don't have to do it. You don't have to do this. And it's like the same with Trump. You don't have to constantly be doing schemes, even when those schemes are like not even big ones, not even good ones. Like, when the federal government comes over and says, these are incredibly well-documented documents, like we know exactly where they're supposed to be. There's 11 different classifications. I made up that number. There is a rule book on how you need to maintain these things. We know exactly where they are, or we should know technically exactly where they are. Are they out of place? And you give them some of it and then keep some of it behind. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, why would you do this? Trump's first statement about the photo of the classified records claims he declassified all of them. Notably, Trump's lawyers did not say this in their lawsuit, and per DOJ, never represented that anything had been declassified during the months of talks. Nothing has been declassified during the months of talks, and he didn't even go through the proper declassification channels. People in Trump's cabinet never even talked about how Trump would have a new method of declassifying documents in his brain. Okay? Not that it matters. It doesn't matter. They're lying about it anyway, but like, holy shit. I hate that we have to take everything that a serial liar says seriously because he was the fucking president. Here's what the DOJ said about this in last night's filing. When producing the documents, neither counsel nor the custodian asserted that the former president had declassified the documents or asserted any claim of executive privilege. Instead, the counsel handed them in a manner that suggested the counsel believed that the documents were classified. The production included a single red-weld envelope, double-wrapped in tape containing the documents. The individual present as a custodian of records produced it. Trump's response to this filing is due tonight. It will be very instructive if his attorneys do not echo Trump's claim that he declassified all these records before leaving office. Likewise, Judge Cannon can simply ask them at tomorrow's hearing whether Trump's claim is true. Also, from what I understand, the federal judge that they went to said, no, we will not be bringing in a special counsel and invoking attorney-client privilege. But like I said, some of the documents that they're sifting through are so fucking highly classified that even the FBI investigators assigned to the project need to seek out higher classification and a higher security clearance to even look at the documents that they retrieved. Think about that. It's so weird.
This morning, the first look inside the FBI's dramatic search of Mar-a-Lago. This photograph showing document after document, labeled secret and top secret in bold red letters, recovered at an unsecured resort. Look closely, you'll see one labeled HCS, initials for Human Intelligence Control System, meaning it likely contains information about or the identities of U.S. spies and informants. DOJ's 36 motion challenging Trump's need for a special master also provides the most detailed narrative thus far of why the FBI took the extraordinary step of searching the home and offices of a former president. The new details include a rare submission of grand jury material from an ongoing investigation, revealing in May a grand jury subpoena was issued for classified documents stored at Mar-a-Lago. The filing describing how FBI officials went to the resort to pursue the material in June. DOJ suggesting that the Trump team was misleading at every turn. This filing includes a June 3rd document from a Trump attorney.
I straight up I do not understand. Usually there is like a very simple answer for these sorts of things. You know what I mean? No matter how fucking stupid or corrupt someone is, there has to be like a personal motivation, okay? There has to be a primary reason for why you would take these classified documents. Maybe you wanted to sell them to someone, right? Like maybe you wanted to make a quick buck, which is unimaginably stupid, but let's say that's the reason. Once the fucking federal government's like, no, we caught you, please give us the documents back, we're asking nicely. How do you just go, okay, here are some of the documents, and then keep the rest of them? How do you do that? It makes no fucking sense. Like, you can't, there is no leverage in that circumstance. You're fucked. The only leverage is how many cigarettes you're going to be able to sneak in your gigantic bussy into fucking federal prison. So you can have some leverage and protection inside. That's the only leverage you got at that point. What the fuck are you doing? It just doesn't, I don't understand it. It makes no sense. They gave him an out every step of the way. That's the funniest part about this. Like, federal authorities do not operate in a disruptive capacity. Federal agencies are not supposed to attack people like Donald Trump. That's why so many Republicans are losing their fucking minds over this. Okay? The federal government does not come after the rich and powerful. Let's be real. Their sole purpose pretty much is to extend the same hierarchies that bind us, the same hierarchies that govern us. And at the center of that, at the core of that is capital's incredible, awesome powers, right? The federal agencies are supposed to protect that power. So you don't really expect them to turn around and just like, rip dicks. Ridiculous.
Certifying that all classified documents had been turned over. But soon afterwards, the FBI...
By the way, someone just asked, where was it? Someone asked, like, he might have just like stolen them and took them as a memento or a keepsake, and I think that is probably the case. Probably wanted to get caught for the attention and to galvanize his base, and this is just a hit job to stop him from running. Like, if it seems content brand as Trump would do, no, that's too much 5D chess for Trump. He doesn't operate in that kind of like mischievous capacity. No, that's just like, that's literally theory crafting that's just what Democrats and Republicans both did for the past fucking 6, 7, 8 years that Trump has been in politics now. You know what I mean? A prominent force in politics. No, he's not that smart, man. He's not. If he was that smart, he wouldn't have fucking defaulted owning a casino. Come on.
FBI uncovering multiple sources of evidence indicating
the most likely circumstance here is that the funniest outcome is probably the truest outcome. But the funniest outcome could have literally been Trump thinking that like the case, because they said in the investigation that they mismanaged the documents all the time. They mishandled them all the time. Like they would put like top secret information along with like, copies of Time magazine. So the funniest and most likely scenario here is that he literally didn't know. Like, he's such a fucking idiot that he just straight up took like a bunch of the important stuff and put them in other boxes that were not supposed to be there and didn't realize that he took some of the top secret classified shit and left it with the other classified shit, because everything is classified. Everything he touches is classified. He's a fucking president. And most likely he just like took some of the highest security clearance, classified shit that he wanted to show off to his friends because he's a fucking idiot. right? And he put it in with the memorabilia, not realizing that, like, you know, the federal government is not supposed to. When the federal government asks for that, you have to give it. You have to take it, and you have to give it back. Why won't he return? Oh, the reason why he didn't return it is because he's a fucking idiot. And he was like, no, these are mine. These are like Time Magazine. No, keep those. Mar-a-Lago is more secure than whatever office building they were originally in, to be honest. Remember Watergate? What? No, that's not true. Mar-a-Lago does have a top secret. What is it called? It has like a weird acronym. It's like SCAT or something. SCIF. SCAT. SCIF. Mar-a-Lago has a SCIF, which is a top secret classified like room that you have, right? Yeah, it's like a... There's like different rules and regulations for things like that. However, from what I understand, if memory serves, SCIF designation goes away when you're no longer the president. You can't just like have a SCIF. Yeah, see? They had a SCIF, but they had it dismantled and removed from Mar-a-Lago in 2021. You don't, like, you can't permanently have a federal government operated special classification room to maintain and hold on to classified documents when you're no longer president. But it doesn't even matter because he took it out of that room anyway. He literally took it out of that room. As they say.
That the response to the May 11th grand jury subpoena was incomplete and that the
I'll be
classified
back.
documents remained at the premises. And for the first time, startling specific allegations of obstruction of justice. According to the court filing, the FBI developed evidence that government records were likely concealed and removed from the storage room at Mar-a-Lago, and that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. Some of that classified material found in a series of desks in Trump's office. More than 100 documents recovered. Again, this after Trump's attorney had claimed that all the material had been turned over. DOJ officials claim Trump has little to no standing to request a special master review of documents based on issues of privilege. They said there could be no claim of executive privilege because the classified documents do not belong to Trump. They belong to the U.S. government. George?
Thanks. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. You had some midnight reading.
Yep.
Let's talk about it right now. Earlier, you thought we didn't know enough based on the earlier affidavits to determine whether it was likely that former President Trump would be indicted. How does this change your view?
Look, none of this is good for Donald Trump, right? Anything in here simply increases the chance of a possible indictment. But it doesn't answer the fundamental question, which is, was the primary goal of the FBI to get the stuff back? To say we need to secure this stuff? Or is it both to secure the stuff and to pursue a potential criminal case? And we simply don't know how willing or eager, and it's not going to be up to the FBI, it's going to be up to Merrick Garland, as to whether to file charges in connection.
We don't know, and Pierre highlighted it as well, but this is the sentence in the document that really jumped out at me. It said the government also developed evidence that government records were likely concealed and removed from the storage room, and that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation.
And when you read this document, it becomes clear that they tried and tried to work with the Trump team. Up to this point, Donald Trump has said, look.
Yes, that's the funniest part. Again, and I've repeated this so many times. You probably heard me say this so many fucking times over the course of the past month or so now, or whenever this shit popped off originally. Okay? Is that they, at every step of the way, every single step of the way, were like, please, let's not rock the boat. Can you please give us the documents? Can you please give us the documents if we ask nicely? Please, just give us the documents. Serve us the top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. Please, we know it's coming. You know it's coming. I know it's coming. People in the chat know it's coming. Just serve it. And please tell us, how we can avoid it. Well, don't worry, I will. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Yeah, no, that one stays on that. There you go. That's the middle one. And then the front one is the end one. Yep, there it is. Sorry, Chris is closing my door. Anyway, Capri Sun Poppy, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Let's go. Here is the 1-minute ad break now.
I gave them everything. I gave them access. What this document makes clear is not only did he not give them access at certain times, but they gave him extensions. They said, okay, you want some more time? Here's some more time. Get back to us. He then gets back to them. They then have this meeting. They then have this final meeting on June 3rd at Mar-a-Lago, where they won't even let the FBI look inside the boxes. And instead what they say is, we're going to give you an assurance in writing that there is nothing else here that's classified.
Well, that was the other important thing. One of Trump's lawyers filed this document that said, based on what she was told, she turned over everything.
Yeah, and the question
in that.
Thank you, Mobius, for the 5 Get the subs.
Is that the lawyer's fault? Is that Donald Trump's fault? In the document, she's saying she's speaking on behalf of Donald Trump in connection with that. Who wasn't telling the truth here? How did these documents suddenly appear in all these different places beyond just the area where they were supposed to be stored? So you talk about, oh, there was this lock on the storage area. Well, now they find documents elsewhere. So the lock doesn't even resolve any of the issues.
Can the lawyer use attorney-client privilege to avoid answering questions about who told her that all the documents were turned over?
No, attorney-client privilege is not going to be an issue if this becomes...
There's literally no way this raid wasn't justified. Motherfucker had all the time. Yes. It is so ridiculous. Like, ultimately, it's going to be up to the public, unfortunately, to decide whether or not this is like adequate. And if Trump has more than 30% support within the voter base that turn around and say the FBI is really fucking up and it's bullshit, then probably not going to go anywhere, and it's going to fucking still explode in the face of Democrats, even though the federal government does have the right and responsibility in this circumstance to prosecute Donald Trump for mismanagement of classified documents that they asked nicely to return. Okay? And it blows my mind. It blows my mind. He's going to probably get away with it because it's usually how that works. But every step of the fucking way, Fox News has lied about every single part of this. They didn't have access to the information. And look, I didn't have access to the information either. I don't usually trust the federal government. I don't at all, as a matter of fact. I think they're liars. I think they're crooks. I think they're awful. And I still think that, like, they will flub this. And I thought that they would flub this. And I still personally am a little worried that they're going to flub it. Okay? But having said all that, if you were to ask me, you know, did Trump violate these rules? Like, is there a reason? Is there grounds for this raid? Abso-fucking-lutely. Türkçe altyazı açsana. Ya sorma ya. Hadi be. Hadi be, bir real time Türkçe altyazı açalım amına koyayım. Ya salak mısın oğlum? Nasıl açayım amına koyayım? Bir dakika bir. Fucking guy, he's like, come on bro. Put some Turkish subtitles on. Nasıl açayım abi? Var mı? 30 bin Amerikalı İngilizce konuşan adam izliyor. Senin için açalım Türkçe altyazı hadi.
It's a question of he told me to do it or I did this on my own, etc. So I don't think that's going to be the fundamental question, although there are some documents in here which do appear to invoke the issue of attorney-client privilege. I don't think it's going to be significant.
One final question. The filing makes it clear that these were government documents. They belong to the government, not to Donald Trump. Does that change whether the judge will appoint a special master?
Look, it's a huge factor, right, is that we talk about these documents as if they are Donald Trump's documents, right? And the government's position is they don't belong to Donald Trump. I do think that since the judge has already indicated that she's likely to appoint a special master, she probably will try to move forward with that in some sort of limited capacity. But I think that that's sort of a minor sideshow at this point.
It's gone through all the documents.
Right, they've gone through all the documents. They know what's in there. Their own team has separated it out. The most important thing that the public learned today is the fundamental question answered. Why did they have to use a search warrant? Why couldn't they have found another way to get this information? And the answer, according to the government, is we tried.
Dan Abrams, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking.
It is the live PD guy. Okay. I want to see more, though. I want to see more because Fox and Friends is turning to Dan Bongino to assess the latest DOJ filing on the Mar-a-Lago shit. And, of course, everyone's favorite psycho, Dan Bongino, is popping off on it. Here is a U.S. governor. Oh, God. Give me. I will try not to simp here. Here's a U.S. governor taking the position that maybe the FBI planted the classified documents, which Trump himself says are real and his, but that he secretly declassified. And those documents should be made public.
I guess the question to all of you is what was in those documents and folders? Do you know?
No,
Top secrets. And we deserve to know
what they say.
And I don't know if the DOJ and FBI can be trusted to tell us what was in there. That's the thing. You can see folders. You can see big words on the. Do we know that that is really what President Trump brought to his home? Do we know that he put them there? Do we know what's inside? That's why I think it's important that the DOJ bring in someone who's outside of this, that's a neutral individual that can look at this and really build some trust back in our justice system. This has been a political fight against President Trump. They've attacked him for years and years. They want to destroy him. That is why we can't trust them to do this
When will
alone.
they tell us what's in those documents?
I really do think that they just know. Like, they know that their audience is so fucking stupid. That's why they're like, well, look at all these big words, don't you know? There's big words. You can put big words on a document all you want, but what is it? We must know.
Documents the day before the election?
You know, yeah, I'm guessing, or the day after. You know, this is all political. They've been picking up this issue for years and years, and they're going to use it to their advantage to see what they can do to manipulate an election again.
Yeah, by the way, they're not doing that, which they should. Scoop, federal prosecutors likely to wait until after the November election to announce any action against Trump if they determine he broke any laws. Sources tell. Under DOJ policy, no investigative steps 60 days before an election. This year, that's September 10th. But it's not his election. And also, the DOJ has violated that rule. Jim Comey violated that rule. Like, the FBI literally violated that rule. The 90-day rule was violated by the FBI. I just don't get it. The DOJ decision makes it unlikely anything would be announced on whatever charges will or won't be filed against Trump until after November 8th. While he isn't on the ballot in November, Trump has endorsed candidates who are, and he leads a fierce political movement. That's great, man. Too big to fail, even in this system. Too big to fail is just an invention of capitalism. And it exists in every facet of our lives. Okay? Oh, sorry. I know Trump's not running for re-election. And even if he was, he wouldn't be running for it until in the next 2 years. But even then, he's just really powerful. He's just really influential. So he can do what he wants, Fuck it. He recently demanded that he be reinstated as president or a new election held. Trump also might declare he's running for president prior to November. Nice, dude. Great. That doesn't mean anything because the presidential race is not for another 2 fucking years. God, I hate these people so much. I hate every part of this. Okay, where the fuck was, oh yeah, here she is. Beautiful princess.
In particular.
Here's Dan Bongino. The emerging position on Fox is that the FBI is so intrinsically untrustworthy that you can't believe the documents marked top secret, TSI photographed in the filing are actually classified.
If I am the FBI and I'm the Department of Justice and I'm so confident that the president was so egregious, we had to storm the gates after waiting for 3 weeks and 3 days with this warrant. If I'm so confident, I'd welcome the special master. Get me out of it.
Yeah.
You check it out. But that's the picture we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I love the pictures they're showing there, too. Top secret covers. Top secret covers are covers. And you're assuming, by the way, taking the, again, a lot of it's blacked out, redacted. I'm not stupid. But here's the point here. You know, I dealt with a lot of classified material in the Secret Service too, like motorcade routes. And then, Brian, I've got news for you. After the motorcade route is run and 100,000 people saw the motorcade route, it's not classified anymore. I'm not telling you those documents aren't classified because I'm not a leftist media loser who jumps to conclusions. I'm simply telling you, jumping to the conclusion and assuming the FBI's story and the DOJ that it is classified is equally dumb. Not to mention there's precedent here, right? We deal with legal precedent. There's a 2012 case everybody conveniently leaves out, Judge Amy Berman Jackson, in a Clinton case where he allegedly had classified documents, where Judge Jackson said the president has the sole discretion, that's a quote, to manage his own record.
Wait, but he was the president. Wait, come on, dude. He was literally still the president. What? Like, Trump is not the president. What is happening right now? He was the president, dude. What the fuck? Donald Trump, can someone explain to Dan Bongino Donald Trump is no longer the president? Can someone explain that? Am I misunderstanding what he's saying?
Because I'm not a leftist media loser who jumps to conclusions. I'm simply telling you, jumping to the conclusion and assuming the FBI's story and the DOJ that it is classified is equally dumb. Not to mention there's precedent here, right? We deal with legal precedent. There's a 2012 case everybody conveniently leaves out, Judge Amy Berman Jackson, in a Clinton case where he allegedly had classified documents, where Judge Jackson said the president has the sole discretion, that's a quote, to manage his own records.
Yes. When you are the president, technically you do have discretion. Technically you can go. Am I misunderstanding what he's saying? He said 2012, Clinton wasn't president in 2012. He was talking about a Bill Clinton case in 2012. I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about then. Oh, this is the new Republican talking point. Here it is. Throw him in jail. Throw Bill Clinton's 700-year-old ass in jail too. I'm so down. Presidential records found right in Clinton's drawer. Judge's ruling gives precedent to the Trump team. A 2012 court case denying access to White House audio tapes kept in former President Bill Clinton's sock drawer after he left office could help the Trump legal team in his battle to retrieve its records that the FBI seized from Mar-a-Lago this month. The 10-year-old court ruling, issued by U.S. District Court Judge Amy Berman Jackson, rejected arguments by a conservative watchdog group that sought access to dozens of tapes recorded by Mr. Clinton and historian Taylor Branch during his administration. Judge Jackson ruled that the tapes belonged to Mr. Clinton, even though the discussions included a broad range of presidential matters. The court ruled that the National Archives and Records Administration had no power to seize control of them because Mr. Clinton had used his authority under the Presidential Records Act to declare the recordings. Wait. But he did. He said that they're... Wait, so he did this while he was president and followed the procedure. A thing that Trump didn't do. And they're probably not the same level of like top secret classification, I would suspect. Wait, what? This is an entirely separate... This is like an entirely separate case. Like if Trump had done this, there would be no case to be had here. By the way, Washington Times is a right-wing operation, obviously. I'm just trying to figure out what the right-wing reactionary take is here. Also, there's varying degrees of classification. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, And if I am wrong, then, you know, lock his ass up too. I'm down to fucking throw Bill Clinton in the prison, in a federal prison. Straight up. Okay, yeah, this is fire. I love that. I am totally on board with locking Bill Clinton and locking Bill Clinton up. Even fucking Hillary Clinton. Clinton wasn't president in 2012. Yeah, I know that. I know Clinton wasn't president in 2012. What do you mean? No, but it says here that he used his authority under the Presidential Records Act to declare the recordings part of his personal records. Like, he already did that. Did that while he was president, I suspect. And they weren't classified docs. They were literally private convos between him and his biographer. Yes. Everything the president touches is technically, has like some level of classification. You can't just, for example, if you write something with a Sharpie on a piece of paper as the president, there is a specific way of archiving that information and then also throwing that information and like burning it. You know what I mean? Like, everything the president touches is technically super, super classified, right? But there is a declassification process that you can go through if you want to keep some mementos from your time as president. Former presidents have done this, okay? There's also a separate archive that you can take some of your personal information and put in, okay? Obama did this. That's what Donald Trump was talking about. And Bill Clinton did this as well. None of which, and I mean none of which, is going to be the actual people that they're using on the ground, like highly, highly top secret classified information. Like, you can't just like take the nuclear football with you, if I'm not mistaken. And even if Bill Clinton did that, throw him in jail. Hey man, I'm on board with that. If Bill Clinton actually stole nuclear secrets and didn't actually declassify it, even though this seems like he did, he went through the proper channels, throw him in jail. I'm on board. Presidential feces is even classified. There was an incident with George W. Bush where the Secret Service has to retrieve some caca from a public restroom. Everything the president does is classified, yes, because, you know, it's a national security concern. If somehow they figure out which one is George W. Bush's caca, they can turn around and you know, figure out his dietary habits, you know, whatever. Yeah, if they know what he eats, it's easier to poison him. The Clinton case could impact a pending court battle over dozens of boxes in the record. The tug of war began as a quest by the National Archives and then the Justice Department to take control of the material. They claim the documents are presidential records, some of them classified in top secret and not personal records. Oh, you buried the lead there, Washington Times. That's crazy. Hey, Washington Times, I wonder why you did that. I wonder why you mentioned this thing right at the end of the article that completely diminishes the severity of what you are saying in the fucking title itself. Like, how are you going to contradict exactly what you said up here? What it highlights is that under the law, the Justice Department's prior legal positions, if Clinton had the tapes, they are presumably personal. Tom Fitton, president of Judicial Watch, told the Washington Times. His group filed an unsuccessful lawsuit seeking the Clinton recordings. Huh. Yeah, except it seems like Bill Clinton followed the protocol. That's great. Let's see what the rest of this
And to
is.
say what's personal and what's not. That's really funny how that's left out of all of the analysis. And everybody, even some friends of mine on the network just say, hey, it's classified. And you know that how? Oh, so you're just assuming, because again, the FBI, the pee-pee tape FBI told you that. So you're just assuming. You don't actually know any of that. And by the way, you ignore that it's a sole
He said pee-pee head.
discretion to leave it on. One more thing
pee-pee tape. Not pee-pee head, sorry. Pee-pee tape FBI. That's awesome. That's fire. Thank you, Dan Bongino. Once again, providing us wonderful content. Trump attorney Alina Habba, by the way, I just got to say, you know, Trump does have some good-looking attorneys, okay? So, I mean, he's going for the television. He's literally very openly showcasing what his job is here. His job is not to get, like, the most, like, ambulance-chasing ass lawyers. His job is literally to get lawyers that just look good on TV and can say the right things.
And they say themselves in these papers that they filed that this is under the Presidential Records Act. So what they did was to try and criminalize Donald Trump, as they always do. They found these 3 mundane statutes, espionage and the 2 others, obstruction. And
oh, she said mundane statutes like espionage. That's like some shit I would say. I would say espionage is often used as a political tool against actual whistleblowers that are doing the heroic thing of like showcasing America's war crimes. You know what I mean? Treason, espionage. Meanwhile, she's like, you know, espionage. Who cares? Who cares about that? I would have never in a million years thought that the entirety of the Republican apparatus would be talking in such terms about like classified details, classified information. It's wild.
And they're trying to claim that there was some sort of criminal activity, but their papers say it's under the Presidential Records Act. So your admission is the power that we've all been saying he does have. So you can take a picture of top secret documents, Charlie, and show the world a label. But if they're declassified, as he has the right to do, then he has the right to have them. And he was working together with NARA, as we know. And that back and forth could have been done at a table as they had been doing for months prior. And they say themselves in these papers that they filed that this is under the Presidential Records Act. So what they did was to try.
It's hard not to agree with her. I'm just saying. Alina Habba is upset the DOJ and FBI are looking into mundane crimes like espionage. Meanwhile, the federal government should look into why Charlie Kirk's face keeps getting fucking smaller. Buck. Representative Ken Buck, the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
To enforce whatever they were trying to do.
Let's see what he has to say. No Radfem call out. No, someone said, why are you being misogynistic, Hasan?
Understand
they said it already.
That former presidents, former secretary of states may very well have classified information. He may be writing a memoir. He may be writing an autobiography. And the fact that he had.
The irony of like Radfem saying that I'm being misogynistic is basically the underlying admission that like, no, actually Trump hires very competent lawyers. You know what I mean? Like, no, actually, Sweaty, Trump hired those women because they were incredibly competent lawyers. You're undermining. You're undermining the integrity of Trump's beautiful and very competent and very good lawyers that are currently saying things like, ugh, mundane charges like the Espionage Act.
Force whatever they were trying to do. I understand that
it's hard not to agree with her. Lol. Yeah, that's a joke. The joke is on me. I'm saying because I'm a stupid man that I'm like, lol, I'm like faking. Do I have to explain every joke to motherfuckers all the time? Here's the joke, okay? I know you love me and you think like, oh man, Hasan is, Hasan is this guy who's always correct, right? He's always has the good takes. When I'm doing that, okay, when I'm doing like, oh my God, I believe her, I'm not being serious. Clearly, I'm not being serious, as every part leading up to that joke implies that I'm undermining what she's saying, or at least like providing an adequate retort. And then immediately after the joke, I'm still providing adequate retorts to the psychotic things that she's saying on television, okay? However, the joke itself is on me. I'm saying like, I'm a stupid man who thinks with his penis, okay? That's the joke. The joke isn't like, oh, she's a woman, don't listen to her, lol, only look at how attractive she is. She's an object of desire. The joke is, when you're a stupid man like me, okay? No, I know I know that there are some people who just cannot comprehend nuance or jokes or whatever, so I'll fucking take the time out and describe it to motherfuckers, okay? Yeah, we're on Twitch, a lot of chatters don't really understand it. They just don't. Okay? You get it? Okay. My brother thought you were serious about being a Turkish nationalist that believes the Turks should rule the world. Oh my fucking Lord, dude.
Former presidents, former secretaries.
I think like the internet has made everyone a little neurodivergent though, especially because like that's the reason why we need tone indicators, not because like oh it's accommodating to people with autism or whatever. Tone indicators are accommodating to everyone, not just people with autism. Literally everyone, because there is no way to understand nuance in text, and there's usually no way to understand nuance in general. And I think that's unironically, this is a bit of a complete sidetrack convo here, but I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people who do lack the capacity to even understand context and tone indication, unless someone openly states it, right? That's probably the reason why so many people love like edgy humor. You get it? Because like that's established as like unacceptable to say.
Force whatever they were trying to do. I understand that former presidents, former Secretary of States may very well have classified information. He may be writing a memoir. He may be writing an autobiography. And the fact that he had documents in and of itself isn't a concern. How he treated those documents and what negotiations occurred with the archivist, we just don't know at this point to enforce whatever they were trying.
Yeah, he might just be writing a memoir, you know? First of all, that would mean that Trump knows how to write or read. And I'm pretty sure that's not proven, okay? We don't know that. You don't know that. I don't know that. So why the fuck are you saying that? How dare you? I want to see more Republican reactions to the DOJ filing, though. That is so much more fun to cover than anything else, really. Because like when CNN covers it, it's like, oh yeah, whatever, Trump, oh my God, he's going to jail, like he stole documents and he wanted to give it to Saudi Arabia.
And they're doing all of this to keep people on the platforms.
Boring. When Fox News does it, on the other hand, it's like they're fucking full-blown meltdown mode. Oh, here it is.
Tomorrow, federal judge Eileen Cannon will hear arguments. The Trump team says, yes, they want a special master. They'll be in court. Representatives from DOJ say we are way past that point. Not going to happen. Doesn't want it to happen. Again, that court hearing tomorrow, 1 p.m. in West Palm Beach, Florida. Martha.
Okay. Thank you very much, David Spunt. So former FBI Assistant Director Chris Swecker was once responsible for all FBI criminal investigations. And he joins me now. Chris, great to have you with us. Your analysis of this story all the way through has been really helpful to all of us. What was your reaction to this filing last night and its contents?
Yeah, I think all along I would stipulate that there's a high probability that the president's or ex-president and his people were improperly storing documents that had a high classification. I don't think that's anything new. You know, what I would dispute is, was that the least intrusive means of solving the problem? You know, this actually, you know, there are civil remedies there. You can move for contempt in terms of not complying with the grand jury subpoena. You could continue the negotiations. You know, I didn't see any urgency from the time that the National Archives folks were negotiating up till the time that the search warrant was executed. There didn't seem to be some drop dead date or some, you know, someone was actually in there taking the information and using it to the detriment of the United States. So there's a lot we don't know, but I still think there's a lot of stuff that we do know if you know how the FBI operates and how the Justice Department operates.
There were other ways to get to these documents and to put them back in their proper place if they're not in there now. Right. What did you think about the release of that photo? And this is President. So what did you think of it first? And then I'll show you what the former president thought of it. What did you think?
I was a little shocked to see classified photos in the folders that, you know, the outer covers of these classified documents being photographed and put out on national television.
Oh,
you know,
he's gonna say, if they're so serious, I can't believe they took photos of it.
You know, even the color of these covers can give away things, and so maybe you don't have X-ray vision to see what's inside of them, but just showing the world the different colored label, you know, the outer covers of them is passing information to our enemies. I don't get it.
Interesting. So really, the former president was probably his most specific and outspoken, and he's said a lot about this on Truth Social. But here's what he said at 8:38 a.m. Terrible the way the FBI during the raid of Mar-a-Lago threw documents haphazardly all over the floor, quote, perhaps pretending it was me that did it, and then started taking pictures of them for the public to see, though they wanted to keep them secret, question mark. Luckily, he says, declassified. Your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to think that the FBI is acting in good faith here. And look, some of the ex-president's problems are of his own making. His mouth gets him in trouble. He says things. I think this case is unprosecutable the way it's set up right now. But, you know, this whole case is a case of overreach, I think. And despite the president's obstinance, despite all his, you know, all the recalcitrance there, this is a dispute about documents. This is a dispute that was still in discussion at the time that the FBI conducted a raid. I would look at the FBI and say, hey, you're acting in good faith. If I didn't see so many leaks going out right now, that's one of the things that's most disturbing to those of us that know how the FBI operates and the DOJ operates. And you feel like, gosh, we'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt, but what about all this stuff that's just leaking out and building the case out the back door, if you will?
Yeah, no, it clearly is. This is being fought in pretty open court right now. And every time there's a response from the Trump side, you see, you know, something like this picture of these documents strewn around the floor. Chris Swecker, thank you very much. Good to have you here, sir.
There's nothing funnier than like these dudes who have used their entire lives, like Karl Lerov, as a matter of fact, to do some of the most heinous shit, sell their soul to the fucking devil, and you know, try to maintain America's top position as like this imperialist, bloodthirsty superpower, turning around and caving and trying to defend some of the most asinine shit from Donald Trump that is just personal incompetence, like so easily fucking dealt with too. Like they could just easily deal with it. Trump could just not be a fucking dickhead.
Liability here. I'm not certain it necessarily yet is the president. You know, having read that document,
there it is.
The FBI developed evidence after they received the boxes, the 15 boxes in January. They developed evidence, meaning that they had somebody who told them those weren't all the boxes that had classified material.
I just want to point something out, by the way, with what that other guy said. That photo that we just saw of the photos of all the classified information, that would have never seen the light of day if there wasn't such serious public outcry and public backlash about this investigation, championed by Trump himself. So they asked for it, and when they got parts of what they asked for, they're like, how could you do this? How could you release this? Hilarious in and of itself.
Responsive to your subpoena, and here they are, and we didn't keep copies of them. And they say in the filing, the Department of Justice and the FBI say they have multiple sources who said to them there are more classified documents, and they're not just in the storage room, and some of them may be have moved from the storage room elsewhere. And remember, on June 3rd, the FBI Director of Counterintelligence, who's leading the group of people who are accepting the document, says, can I look through these other boxes here? And the president's lawyer says, no, we've already conducted the diligent search. The custodian who signed that certification saying there are no more classified documents is in trouble, because when they do the raid on August 8th, they say twice as many documents were classified remaining in the boxes in the storage closet than they picked up from them voluntarily on the 3rd of June. So somebody's going to get in trouble. My hope is that this thing goes quiet until after the election, and that and that we see more transparency at the appropriate time, meaning the affidavit and how they develop this, but these additional sources of evidence. But they've got at least 3 instances where somebody inside Mar-a-Lago said, January boxes those weren't all the classified documents. What they turned over to you on June 3rd is not all the classified documents, and some of the documents are no longer in that room. They've been moved elsewhere in Mar-a-Lago, and some of them have always been elsewhere in Mar-a-Lago than the storage room.
Yeah, it obviously begs a lot of questions. Why remove certain documents? My biggest question is what was in those documents, and why would they want to hold on to them, specifically those documents? Why would they want to hold those back? But one of the problems is that's its own situation that the DOJ is investigating, and the Trump side has their lawyers and their feelings about what was rightfully his and able to take. But it's just interesting.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear on this. None of these government documents are his to have taken. I agree with the deputy director who said that a lot of the former president's problems are of his own creation. You can, under the Presidential Records Act of 1978, you cannot take original documents out of the White House with you when you leave the White House, whether you're the president of the United States or any of his aides. No, it's verboten under the law. Now, there are no criminal penalties for violating it, but why the former president packed up 20, nearly 30 some odd boxes of material when he had no right to do so? And that's what the government asserts, incidentally, in this filing. They say the former president asked for the return of the documents because, as he said in his filing, they were created during his administration, and the response of the government, in their filing was that's evidence that they aren't his. If they were developed in the White House during his time of presidency under the Presidential Records Act, they belong to the government, not to him.
So there are. I don't know. Mike Davis, you worked in the White House, so you have experience with this. You understand the classification.
Yes, Karl Rove is the reasonable Republican neocon, guys. He does this shit all the time. Don't be fucking duped. He's a war criminal just as bad as Trump, if not worse.
They say he may have stole or misused government property under the Presidential Records Act and other statutes. That's just not possible. There's a 2012 decision by an Obama judge that former presidents can take personal records with them when they leave office. So there goes the obstruction allegations. It's legally impossible to obstruct non-crimes like they're trying to investigate here.
What do you say to that, Carl?
Well, I'm not certain that that's accurate. Again, I'm not a lawyer.
What the
Mark
fuck?
Davis
What
is,
are
the decision in question, the Obama judge decision, was involving, as I understand it, audio tapes of interviews conducted by an author of President Obama during his time in office.
That's
the tapes
so different.
Were in the possession of the author, who was doing an oral history of President Obama, and there was a FOIA request to turn them over, and the court held those were not governmental documents; they were the property of the author. And of the oral history, and they were in his possession, not in President Obama's possession.
And it was adequately, fucking taken.
That are created by a White House during the time of a presidency are anything but government documents. And we know
that that's not the case for Trump, because some of the documents that he had quite literally were top secret. Top secret, like classified intel of people who are working with the espionage, people who are working with fucking clandestine operations.
The former president,
the
President
HCS
Trump
classification shows that they were literally just like,
I want you to return all those documents, and we're going to get a quick answer on that.
Yeah. It's interesting. I got to go, but it's interesting. Everyone remembers with Hillary Clinton that she also didn't turn over all the documents, because then the FBI found that several thousand work-related documents were not turned over. And then we were told that that was not, nobody would prosecute the case based on it. She also they selectively gave documents over and then, quote, cleaned their devices in such a way as to preclude a complete forensic recovery. So we've been down this road
classified
before.
Material. And classified material was included in all of that. And classified material passed over a private email server network that she created.
All right. Thank you so much, Carl. Great to have you with us.
You bet.
We'll have more news on that as we are waiting for that new filing. Let's go to the White House and the briefing room where Peter Doocy is asking a question. Let's watch.
What specifically is the president doing about this?
So we just talked about the day, the overdose awareness day that we are observing today. I just laid out what the second gentleman and others are doing within this administration. You know, we are going to continue to focus on the steps that we're taking, that we have taken. You have the $80 million that DHS just announced today on drug prevention, and the president has taken many steps. He's made this a priority to make sure that we attack a very dangerous drugs, serious drugs in this country.
But 300 overdoses a day now. We know how the fentanyl is coming into the country. It's coming right across the southern border. The DEA administrator says so. So when is the president going to do something?
So I will say that you have seen a 200% increase of fentanyl seizures, which means that we are doing the job of catching.
I can't go back as a live stream.
200% increase, just
and
again,
Americans' life
seizures.
expectancies are going down at a rate not
I was
seen
posting
in
an
a
Instagram
century,
story.
and part of that is being driven by drug overdoses. So what is the president going to do?
And we agree.
Oh,
we see those
that's a
same
Zoom
numbers
to
as
fix
well.
focus.
But the fact that we are securing the border,
They zoomed on him to fix the focus.
levels of funding from DHS so they can stop illicit drugs from entering into the country. The fact that it's not just drug traffickers that we're dealing with as well. We're stopping financiers.
Yeah, drugs that are pouring in from the border, 96% of them are coming through regular ports of entry, okay? Like ports. Or they're coming in shipping containers. They're not fucking coming in the bags of otherwise law-abiding abuelas who are just trying to fucking survive. This is not my take. This is the Department of Homeland Security. Like, this is information that you could find on your own if you fucking Google searched it, okay? It's just so easily dismissed by the very institutions that these people defend. Like ICE's own research shows that it's not coming from random fucking people sneaking these drugs in. So I don't know what to tell you. If you're going against the DHS at that point, what the fuck are you doing?
$3,000 arrests in the first 3 months of launching an aggressive campaign to combat the multi-billion-dollar human smuggling industry. When it comes to what's happening with drug overdose, this is something that the president cares about. This is something that the president has laid out a plan to make sure that our kids, our babies, our young Americans here in this country are not continuing to suffer from that, are not continuing to be given or access to drugs. This is something that's incredibly important to this president. So to say that we're not doing enough, Peter, is just falsely, categorically wrong, especially on a day that we are observing what needs to be done. And
oh my God.
we have announced, DHS has announced $80 million to prevent that. So we are doing the work. And here's the thing, Peter, if Republicans want to help us stop overdose and stop our kids getting overdose because of these dangerous drugs, because of these fentanyl that we're seeing in the streets, we're happy to work with them, but they're not. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Good. No, okay.
Okay. Karl Rove stuck around to respond to that. Former Deputy Chief of Staff for President George W. Bush and Fox News.
Okay, this is boring. I don't care about the fucking fentanyl shit. Like, all right, getting back to this. Even Steve Doocy, that other fucking chinless douchebag's father, had some choice words for Kristi Noem, which, by the way, I'm, of course, firmly on the side of the people of South Dakota and Kristi Noem in general. I've talked about this before. This is my kryptonite. Let's take a look.
It comes down to, why did he have all that secret stuff at Mar-a-Lago? You know, I know his team has said that they declassified it, but that's news to the agencies that those documents belong to. And Governor, he had apparently 3 classified documents in his desk. And then the stuff, as Brian detailed on the floor, it shows 5 yellow folders marked top secret, and another one that says secret SCI, which means sensitive compartmentalized information. Those are the biggest secrets in the world. Why would he, and apparently the former president went through them in January, why wouldn't he say, oh, you know what? I really need to turn that back over. Why did he have all that stuff at Mar-a-Lago?
Well, that's why I think it's important that this is transparent and that we do have someone who's outside of the DOJ looking at this.
Oh, that's why you need transparency.
And talking to people, what is this information? We don't know what.
It's like, hey, we don't understand why this person murdered very openly someone, right? Why do you think they very openly murdered someone? And when the investigation was happening, they were like, oh yeah, no, I totally did murder someone. Here, I'll explain to you why I did it. And then they found out that, like, no, he actually murdered multiple people. Well, you know, why did he do that? Why did he do such a thing? And then you go, well, actually, I think the criminal justice system is very biased, so we need a random outside person with favorable opinions towards the murderer to fucking turn around and conduct a separate investigation. We'll never know. It's the transparency that we'll get from an outside party. The fuck do you mean?
What was in there? We don't know. I believe President Trump declassified all this information. Let's find out really what the process is, what is right, what's precedent that other presidents have followed, and make sure that this is done correctly.
Governor, I don't think any president has ever carted off that many documents to their house after they left the presidency.
God damn it. Even fucking Papa Douchey's up here. Why is their take, we don't know what the secrets are, and they say it like we should be told what all the classified info is? The irony is that they do that so that they can turn around and be like, I can't believe you revealed this information. If you revealed what is in the secret documents, then that must mean they're not secret at all. They think it's like this funny double bind, right? They personally think that that'll like own everyone if they are able to like get more truth on it or shed more light on what it is. But as days go by, and new details emerge, details that the Trump camp has actively sought to reveal when they could have revealed it themselves, by the way, whether it be the, not affidavit, but the Trump camp could have always revealed from the day one the active cooperation that they had with the DOJ. The Trump camp could have revealed from day one that, what the search warrant looked like, right? And they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They were like, come on, reveal it. And then the DOJ would reveal it, and they'd be like, oh, fuck. Okay, well, here, look here, listen now. Maybe things are a little bit different than you thought it was. Like, and they would just change the fucking narrative. They would shift goalposts and try to reframe the narrative in a way that like makes them look good. But because of that, you just kind of run out of options at a certain point. There's only so much you can do. So, now we're going to get back to Brandon, who did a Mac attack yesterday in Pennsylvania. And Brandon has been popping off too good. So, of course, when he's popping off too good, he's got to fuck up. You can't let him be a good candidate. You got to have him be a bad candidate. He's popping off. Now he's going to suck off our law enforcement, okay? He's going to suck him good and he's going to suck him hard. That's what he did. He was a tough on crime malarkey guy in PA.
If I can just interject for a moment, my deceased son, Bo, he was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. And what he used to do is go down on the east side, what's called the Bucket, highest crime rate in the country. There's a place where I was the only white guy that worked as a lifeguard down in that area.
Yeah, Corn Pop! Please tell us about Corn Pop. Go ahead. Do it.
The east side. And you know you can always tell where the best basketball in the state is and the best basketball in the city is. It's where everybody shows up. If I can interject.
Oh my God, I love that. I love kids sitting on my lap. Corn Pop time. All the black kids. I'm the only white guy working with the black kids. They play basketball. They love basketball. I love kids sitting on my lap. Anyway, I got hairy legs. You know what's really funny? Someone who is not like kept up with everything that Brandon has said is probably going to look at me and go, what the fuck are you saying? Every single thing that I just said in Brandon voice, Joseph Robinette Brandon has said. Like every single thing that I just said is a verbatim, word for word quote from Joseph Robinette Biden. Literally verbatim. Okay, here. So Biden is actually talking about a very old story that he loves explaining, that he loves telling, okay? Here. For those of you who don't know, here it is.
And they weren't allowed to, there was a 3-meter board. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to, there was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, in those days, used to remember the straight razor. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, closed the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for...
What do you mean? You guys can't fucking follow along with his insane ramblings, dude? He went back down to this poor black neighborhood that he was a lifeguard at. And at the pool, he told one of the guys, Corn Pop, who was a bad guy, who ran a bunch of bad dudes, bad boys, okay? He called Corn Pop Esther Williams because he didn't have headgear when he was in the pool, and he kicked him out as the only white lifeguard. Okay, and then Corn Pop came back with a rusty razor blade. Back in the day, they used to fuck their razor blades up on purpose to make them rust, so that you would do additional rust damage. Okay, not just like a cut, but some poison damage on top of that. Okay, yeah, +4. And he had a mechanic, the only other white guy that works there, cut the chain from the low end of the pool and hand it off to Biden so he could use it as a weapon against Corn Pop.
Holloway, proudly for your dad, first African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. Everything about. And by the way, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair.
It's getting weirder. Oh, it doesn't stop. It gets weirder and weirder.
Come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you what, the men, they're now all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time. They're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And they're all.
Dude, it's so good. I don't know what to say about this other than such a great storyteller, dude.
Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender. I came back to Delaware and I got a fancy.
Anyway, we're done with that. That was a fun little aside there, but he went back to the fucking Corn Pop. He loves talking about, whenever he wants to talk about reactionary ways of dealing with crime, he always talks about his bona fides in the black community, which revolved around him being a lifeguard in a predominantly black neighborhood and almost beating the shit out of a black dude who he kicked out of the pool because he wasn't wearing a hair cap, a hair net. Okay? So that's his main story. That's his bona fides. Because the other stuff is the crime bill, which is not good. You know what I mean?
Many Republicans have criticized the FBI for investigating the former president, and some have even shown sympathy for the January 6th rioters who attacked police. All that has given President Biden an opening on the campaign trail. Yesterday, he used a speech in Pennsylvania to try to position the Democrats as the party that is toughest on crime. Ed O'Keefe has more.
On the airwaves in states like Pennsylvania.
John Fetterman wants to release convicted murderers from prison.
Public safety is why I ran for office.
And now, on the stump.
I'm opposed to defunding the police. I'm also opposed to defunding the FBI.
How to fight crime and gun violence are taking center stage. During a stop in Pennsylvania Tuesday, President Biden attacked those Republicans who've called for defunding the FBI in response to its search of former President Donald Trump's home in Florida.
Trump 2020!
And denounced Republicans who defend rioters at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots.
The increased focus on law enforcement, crime, and guns on both sides of the aisle comes as the majority of likely voters see crime and guns as very important issues after the economy and inflation. And while some GOP officials say they want to defund the FBI, most rank-and-file Republicans don't back the idea. Nearly half of registered voters overall say they'd be less likely to vote for a candidate who supports that position.
I'm sure he's going to spend more money that we don't have.
But Republicans like Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson doubt the president's calls for more police funding.
Democrats are very good at providing a title on a bill that promises many things, but they just never deliver on it.
Now, President Biden returns to Pennsylvania tomorrow night to Philadelphia to give a speech on what he likes to call the ongoing battle over the soul of the nation. And voters in Northeast Pennsylvania are getting a visit from former President Trump when he campaigns with Republican candidates on Saturday night.
Local news turns straight up fashion when talking about crime. Dude, so bad. I've been saying this for many, many years. A lot of you are on the internet, so you are the furthest away from like local news watchers. But you've probably seen it. You've probably seen your grandparents. You've probably seen your parents. If you've ever had a conversation with someone over the age of like 30, you most likely have talked to someone who is absolutely fucking consumed local news and has like incredibly reactionary points of view. And it is all coming from this psychotic, bloodthirsty attitude that local news has when covering crime. It's super anti-black too. It's super anti-immigrant. It's super anti-black. Anytime a black person commits a crime, no matter where it is, no matter what the crime is, they will cover it. They will show you the CCTV footage, and they will scream bloody murder. Part of that is because if it bleeds, it leads. Yes, delayed reaction. You're correct. Part of that is also because they are absolutely collaborating with the police, and performing the same role that the police force performs, which is to protect Capitol. And the other reason is because at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And Sinclair Broadcast doesn't want you to know that at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. Okay? Doesn't want you to understand that at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And most importantly, doesn't want you to avoid the top of the hour 6-second ad break. Right. Now, there are methods to avoid that top of the hour 6-second ad break. For example, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Their broadcast is the worst. Okay, so I've talked about this a lot with respect to American imperialism, with respect to like patriotism, John Kerry being put forward against Bush as like the real patriot, or Amy McGrath going up against Mitch McConnell as the real patriot, and how stupid that is. If you concede to the reactionary talking points across the board, if you concede to the reactionary talking points like crime is being caused by like DAs that release fucking criminals into the street or whatever, you're never going to win that conversation, and all you're doing is basically legitimizing the underlying attitude, the underlying faulty premise that crime is being committed as a consequence of anything but the material conditions that people are subjected to. And that's really fucking stupid. And Democrats are doing it again. The adequate way to deal with the increase in crime right now is to, one, try to calm people down as best as possible by saying, listen, look at the numbers, look at the data. The data does not show. The FBI data and the crime data from these police departments itself does not actually show the hysteria that the media is trying to create. It's fucking fake news. Okay? But also, crime is not some random phenomena. It does not happen in a vacuum. It happens as a consequence of the material conditions that people are subjected to. There are plenty of examples of successfully tackling crime. The best way to do so, especially for the youth, for example, you got the Kia boys everywhere. You got Kia boys. In Minnesota, you got Kia boys in Florida now. They're using USBs to steal Kias, Kia Sorentos. So easy, they say. These are industrious children. They're bored. They got nothing going on in their lives. Milwaukee, bro. Sorry. They got nothing else going on. We got to keep these kids busy. We got to make sure that these 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, these brilliant kids, these beautiful kids that I love sitting on my lap playing with my leg hairs, need to find an adequate outlet to be able to exercise. We need these Kia boys to play in leagues, to get lessons, learn to play a musical instrument. So, you know, instead of trying to fucking genuinely say like, look, social programs actually absolutely work in tackling the crime rate. These kids need better safety nets, a better future. They need to work for a better future that we as in American society have failed to offer them. You know what I mean? Instead of doing all that shit, we're just trying to tackle it by becoming more draconian. And that's what the Republicans want. But we're not doing that. We're instead legitimizing the underlying faulty premise that crime is happening as a natural phenomena and it's happening as a consequence of like some intrinsic factors at play here, specifically in black neighborhoods, which is an inherently racist attitude to have.
A district attorney in Northern California is sounding the alarm over the sheer amount of criminal suspects released, only to end up committing more crimes. And he's got some shocking numbers to back up his concerns. Jeff Reisig is the district attorney for Yolo County, California. He's also the president of the California District Attorneys Association. Jeff, great to talk to you and finally get some statistics and some hard numbers to put with the perception that a lot of people across this country have. In June of this year, your office started tracking which offenders released without bail.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even believe that for a second, the 70% recommitted. I don't even believe that for a fucking second. I'm sorry. Especially because we've seen people, first of all, this is no cash bail policies, which is different than like early release. Okay? And early release has been so fundamentally successful that out of 11,000 people that have been released early, okay, and that process is not as easy as the way Fox News presents it. It's not like, oh, are you a rapist murderer? Hello, go ahead. Oh, did you do 1 day in prison? Okay, time to release you. That's not how that works. It is a brutal process, regardless of the new new measures. Okay, regardless of the new measures that have been put in place. It's usually people that have served out 2/3 of their sentence. You know what I mean? Like 10 years out of a fucking 15-year sentence, for example. And they let them out in 10 instead of making them serve 15. And it's because they already have demonstrated good behavior. A process that is already inherently racist, a process that is already being looked at by a bunch of racist-ass, old-ass judges and shit. Okay? Like these guys, if they're being released early, it means that they have somehow been able to avoid like becoming a more hardened criminal in prison, which is something that you need to do to basically fucking survive in prison. Like they've done the unimaginable. And that's precisely why out of the 11,000 people that have been let out on early release, okay, out of the 11,000 people that have been let out on early release, only 17 have reoffended, and most of those are for drug charges, like parole violations, like you got tested, and you smoked weed, so you're going back to prison. 17 out of 11,000 prisoners that were released. 17. That recidivism rate is so fucking insanely marginal and tiny that it is a gangbusters program. It is probably the most successful program in not even American, sorry. That is the most successful criminal justice rehabilitation program on the planet, okay? Like unimaginable. That's better than fucking Norway, dude. Okay? Literally. 17%? You think 17 people out of 11,000 is 17%? If it was 17%, that would still be worldwide, record-breaking low recidivism. But it's not 17%. Like 0.01%. Even if it was 17%, that would be like better than like Norwegian recidivism rates.
Bail went on to commit new crimes in Yolo, California. And here's what you find. Of the 595 individuals released,
0% or it's useless. Got to work on these reactionary takes, my man. You're joking, right? There is no system on the planet where there is like 0%. Why are you leftist losers jumping? Oh yeah, he's joking. Okay, he said Dan Bon Jovi.
420 were rearrested for new crimes. That's a 70.6% recidivism rate. And of those 103 offenders, 20% were rearrested for violent crimes, including murder, attempt murder, kidnapping, robbery, carjacking, and domestic violence. What did you think when you saw those numbers?
It's a staggering number. I mean, it frankly it shocks the conscience to think that many new crimes were committed by these people, released on zero bail, and all of the new victims. That's what I thought about, all of the new victims who had been created as a result of this policy.
So how is it that those people ended up on the streets in the first place? Was it purely the guidelines of the California Judicial County? Was it the way that they were charged? What led to them getting back on the streets?
Right. Well, during 2020 and the first part of 2021, we were under a mandated zero bail policy because of court actions and local actions as well, not my choosing. But zero bail was the rage in California during the pandemic. And as a result, you had people.
Oh my God. Okay, listen. Part of the fucking reason, why they had this is because the California prison system is so insanely overcrowded, okay? This is a problem that is caused by the very same issue that they're fucking on the other side of, all right? Like, the reason why California was like, yeah, we got to fucking release some of these prisoners as a consequence of COVID was because, like, they were standing on top of one another. They were literally, the prisons are overcrowded in California. People think California is communism land, when in fact, it's liberalism land, and liberalism is very reactionary, okay? And still arrests an insane amount of people. California's prisoner population is massive. California's prisoner per capita population is larger than most other countries on the planet. If California as an individual state was a nation state, it would still have some of the highest prisoner density on the planet. Obviously, this is the same for most of the United States of America. However, California is uniquely bad. Maybe not as bad as like Louisiana, but pretty fucking bad. And of course, a big chunk of that comes from the drastic economic inequality that people are subjected to in liberal safe havens like California. Okay? And the issue is that the prison system, which, by the way, you could learn more about. It sucks to like weirdly plug my take, but like I have a friend who actually went into, he was in county jail. Come on, let's not compare ourselves to Louisiana. I mean, Louisiana is the worst of the worst on the planet. Like, Angola is literally a plantation. So I don't know how else to describe it. Sup, dog, you calling out NOLA? I mean, dude, Louisiana is horrifyingly racist. Anywhere where there's a lot of black people, there's a lot of fucking white people that are trying to figure out new ways of jailing and enslaving those black people. And Louisiana is no different. So California prisons are fucking awful. California has 114,000 prisoners. Germany has 44,588. Yeah. So anyway, the California prison system is really awful. If you want personal details about it, I have a friend, Jeff Wittick, who actually went into LA County Jail and served a prison sentence there and was actually let out early as a consequence of COVID. And he goes through the steps of what you have to do to survive in prison, in LA County Jail specifically. I talked about it with him on the podcast Fear and. It's a really good episode. It's unfortunately behind a paywall. But if you want to watch it, you can go to patreon.com/fear and you know, watch the video where he basically details like what he has done, what he had to do in prison to protect himself, and how like the prisoners basically ran the show within the jail. It's a gruesome and horrifying story in general. Luckily, he survived it, obviously. Per capita, California has over 500 prisoners for 100,000 people, whereas Germany has 70. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, real fascinating. And basically what I'm saying is the reason why California had to catch and release, or the reason why California had to implement these protocols, was because there's just not enough room, because the prisoner per capita population is incredibly high. Now, there's another problem here, though. And the other problem is a lot of people end up doing crimes again. Why? Because the underlying reasons as to why they did the crime in the first place has not changed. And then the solution to that person doing that kind of crime is never rehabilitation, but instead just putting him in a system that will force him to do even more crime and become an even more hardened criminal within the prison system in order to fucking survive. And then lastly, there are no alternative options once that person is released from jail that will allow them to bounce back and fix the underlying problems that they experienced. So we are in this like incredible circumstance where our prisons are overflowing. Yeah, our prisons are overflowing. There is no way to solve some of the underlying material conditions as to why crime even happens. Okay, so then they just like fucking, they just decide like, oh, what's the most woke way to deal with this? The most liberal woke way to deal with it is the exact same way that we deal with homeless people. Okay? Which is, of course, hilariously, laughably brutal. Which is, hey, look the other way. Let homeless people live on the street and eat trash and look the other way. That's the woke thing to do. God forbid we offer them housing. God forbid we have a housing first policy in dealing with homelessness and tackling this insane crisis. God forbid we normalize the housing market so that people aren't every day, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people aren't getting priced out of housing in places like California where their jobs are. You know, God forbid we do any of that. Just let them fucking live on the street and eat trash and come jerk off, outside of your house. Okay? That's the liberal solution. The Republican solution is just to murder them. And it sucks because there is an adequate solution that other countries have utilized. Vienna is a good example of this. Red Vienna. And European social democracies have great examples of this, where they do have better pricing for their housing. It's hilariously stupid when you put it into plain terms. This guy stole a car and sold it for drug money. How do we help him? Let's make it so that employers won't hire him into legit jobs and then repeatedly fine him for his drug addiction so he has massive debt that he can't pay off through legal means. That will help. Yeah. But ultimately, when you put that dude through the system, that dude is a slave. Now you have a slave for the remainder of his years. You know what I mean? He's in the system early on. He has no options. How the fuck is he going to overcome any of that stuff? He's not. So now he's in the system. And when you're in the system, you can go make license plates for a penny an hour. You know, it's great. You can go fight wildfires in California for 2 cents an hour. Would you be okay with housing for the homeless in your neighborhood? Yes, you fucking idiot. Why wouldn't I? I already house homeless people in this neighborhood. They're just living in a fucking tent. I would much rather have them live in a house. What kind of psychotic take is that? Yo, that only is a gotcha if you're just an inhumane piece of shit. You understand? Like, yeah, why wouldn't I be? Which one's better? Having the homeless people have shelter over their heads so they have basically one of their most profoundly important needs met so that they can get on a pathway to recovery and actually talk to social workers, be able to shower, be able to fucking look for jobs, have internet, electricity, have one of their needs met. Yeah, I would much prefer that to fucking living, to have them live in a fucking tent. To have an address too, that's huge. And for the record, before someone says, oh, why don't you put them in your house then? Like, motherfucker, I live in a house so I don't have to have roommates, okay? There's a difference between privacy. I don't want to have random people, whether they're homeless or not, living in my fucking house. So shut the fuck up. Not the same. But here it is. Police in these West Coast cities disproportionately arresting unhoused people from 2017 through 2020. Unhoused people made up almost an estimated 2% of the population in each of the following cities. However, they made up in Portland 50% of the people that were arrested. 50%. They were 2% of the population, but made up 50% of the people who were arrested. Sacramento, 42%. Los Angeles, 24%. San Diego, 11%. Oakland, 7%. What do you think is going on here? Huh? It's great. What do you mean? This doesn't take into account the proportion of crimes being committed, though, right? Brother, we live in an anti-homeless, anti-poor country, okay? We live in a capitalist country. Homeless people are not productive, okay? They're not productive workers. So the attitude of capital owners is that they should fucking die or go away or be converted into productive workers, possibly at gunpoint. So, yes, while some of those unhoused people that are getting arrested because they're like, you know, doing public indecency. Some of that is also public indecency as a consequence of not having a place to fucking shit, right? No place for hygiene. Some of it is because they are mentally incredibly unwell, okay? And they need mental health treatment. And some of that is because they're just fucking brain broken from, their brains have been fried from like living out and you know, subjecting themselves to the conditions of nature for many, many fucking years. And yes, they have violent outbursts. Yes, of course. Like valid reasons to arrest someone. Okay? Or there are, of course, valid reasons to arrest some homeless people, for sure. Okay? But a big chunk of the reason for why 50%, despite making up 2% of the population in the city, estimated 2% of the population, they make up 50%, is because there are laws written specifically that make it illegal to be homeless. There are valid reasons for why homeless people get incarcerated. Certainly, I'm not going to say that that's not the case. But there are infinitely more awful reasons why people jail homeless people. Anyway. So yeah, it's not an accident. There's also, for those of you who don't know, there is violent architecture, for example, or hostile architecture. Okay? That's how we deal with homeless people. With hostile architecture. Look at this. Look. Here, I'm sure there's like good examples.
Buildings. In 2005, sociologist Lance Hannon. Now, however, the Circle Line.
Okay, I just want to show one. Jesus, I just want one example.
Someone
here.
fed it a coin. This was
this. This is an art installation. Sorry. You know how like
old waters.
Oh, if you recall, you know how when I went to Amsterdam, they had like weird spikes under bridges and shit, and I asked like, why do they have these weird spikes? And those spikes were so that birds couldn't fucking shit under the bridges, because that shit would erode the bricks and whatnot. And they weren't real spikes. They just like basically made it so that birds could not stand on them. Okay? That exact same thing is how people that exact same thing is what these cities do to homeless people. They create incredibly hostile architecture on purpose so that people can't sleep on the streets, on benches and whatnot. Like in New York, I believe they took out the benches in the here it is. Yeah, after the government of Sao Paulo, Brazil installed rocks to prevent houses from resting under this bridge, a local priest decided to destroy them. Look at this. When you sit on a bench that's this size, that is by design. It's so that no one can sleep on it. When you see a bench that has this kind of thing in the middle of it, you're like, why does this have this thing in it? That's so that homeless people can't sleep on it. This is called hostile design, hostile architecture. The answer, of course, is not to make sure that like our benches are better so that homeless people can sleep on it. The answer, of course, is homes. What if we kissed at the pride-themed anti-homeless spike-covered underpass? Yeah. There it is. Wonderful. Good stuff. Every part of society is designed against homeless people. Every part of society is designed against people who have been priced out of the housing market, who are just trying to make ends meet, who are just trying to survive, who probably could if given the opportunity, if they didn't get priced out of the housing market and didn't have to live in their cars until they had to sell their cars and lose their job as a consequence of not having like hygienic products readily available, and to make themselves look presentable for jobs and whatnot, going down that trajectory of eventually becoming homeless and becoming like the worst case of homelessness, which is when you're also trying to self-medicate because you're in a horrifying situation. Your number one need is not being met. Okay? You don't have an address. You have no way of cleaning yourself up. You don't have clean clothes. You have no laundry machine. All these things that we take for granted. living inside of homes and apartments and whatnot, they have no access to. That fucks you up. That breaks your fucking brain. To tier 3 homelessness the other day, and that really resonated with some normie friends I was chatting to about homelessness. Yeah, I've described this before. I call it 3 tiers of homelessness. I know it sounds like inhumane to describe it in such terms, but a lot of even chatters themselves have actually fucking gone through this. Okay? Tier 1 homelessness is the invisible homelessness. There are homeless people around you right now that are housing insecure that you don't even recognize. That is a person that has gotten priced out of the housing market but still has a job oftentimes. It is a person that has at least some material possessions that they've put in their car or are either doing that or couch surfing. Okay? They don't have a home, but they're couch surfing. They're living with someone else. As they look for, as they become more burdensome to people around them and it becomes harder and harder to maintain a job. Okay? That's tier 1. Tier 2 homelessness is when you are living in your car, okay, and you lose your car basically, or you're living in your car and your car gets towed. You're living in your car and you get ticketed because there's a lot of anti-homelessness provisions that make it so that you can't even live in your fucking car, right? You have no consistent way of showering. You have no consistent way of cleaning your clothes. It becomes increasingly harder and harder for you to keep a job. You have no address. Sometimes you might not even have a bank account. You become tier 2 homeless in that situation. You've been priced out of the housing market, and now you have no means of recovery. And then you arrive at tier 3 homelessness, which oftentimes is when you've been living as a homeless person, as a houseless person for an extended period of time. You start doing drugs in order to self-medicate, to basically, cope with the reality that you have been served. Okay? And ultimately, throughout the different years of living through homelessness, you no longer have a method of dealing with it. Your brain starts fucking frying. You have trauma. Because when you're tier 2 homeless, or even tier 1 homeless, or definitely in tier 3 homelessness, you're constantly getting assaulted. Okay? You're getting assaulted by the conditions of nature, which is the reason why, even fucking cavemen lived in goddamn caves. You know what I mean? You need shelter. You're constantly being assaulted by other people, whether it be other homeless people or other non-homeless people that are fucking beating the shit out of you, stealing your shit. This is a ongoing problem. If you're a woman, it's especially traumatic because there's also sexual assault on top of that. This happens inside of shelters even more frequently. Part of the reason why shelters are not an adequate solution. If you've ever talked to a homeless person, or if you've ever read about this sort of thing, you understand that shelters are really just not good at all. They're awful. People steal your shit. That is, if you're lucky enough to be able to bring your shit into the shelter, because shelters oftentimes will not allow you to bring any of your material possessions. Okay? They won't let you bring your pets. They won't let you bring your material possessions, and you have to be cold turkey. And going cold turkey is not exactly easy if you're already hooked on drugs. So a lot of people literally choose to, and then when you pair that up with assault, and when you pair that up with the likelihood of sexual assault and property theft, okay, all of a sudden, it seems better to sleep in a fucking tent than have a roof over your head when you're inside of a shelter. Okay? So you're making that bargain in your head year over year, okay? Then you're also taking drugs on the side. Your brain becomes completely fucking warped. Once you're on the 3rd tier of homelessness, that is the type of homeless person that you regularly see in public and have negative experiences with, negative associations with. That's the lady with the hardened leather-looking skin that is half naked. You know what I mean? That's what people think about when they think about homeless people. That's the person that is the homeless person that is the most easily dehumanized by mainstream media. That's the homeless person that you probably had a negative association with. And that's part of the reason why you're like, oh no, we can't help these people. They're all on drugs. They're all crazy. And of course, that's the homeless person that is the hardest to deal with as well. That is the hardest to bring back into society. That's the hardest to heal. And no matter which tier of homelessness we're talking about, the most adequate way is to use a housing first policy. Immediately find them permanent shelter. Okay? To give them a sense of autonomy, to help them regain their humanity. You can immediately tackle every tier 1 homeless person that way. Immediately. Like, you have provided them with shelter, all of a sudden, boom, their problems are gone. Like, 99% of their problems are gone. Same with tier 2 homeless people, which might require a little bit more care in the form of like social workers helping them out. And same with tier 3 homeless people as well, with more adequate mental health checks and therapy, immediate therapy, and recovery and rehabilitation programs that are readily available for them, training programs after they have gone on a pathway to recovery. In that way, one, you create an entire new industry that is currently super underfunded. I mean, there is a capitalist alternative to this even, okay? It's just you take a short-term profit cut, okay? Your house is not going to be as expensive because now there's more houses that are readily available. If you're bought into the hospitality industry, maybe they took some of the motels and turned them into or converted them into housing, okay? But now there's a new industry working on this, the gigantic new industry that's working on it. Now, on top of that, your housing market, the housing market will recover ultimately because there's no fucking homeless people in your neighborhood, okay, in the long term. And ultimately, it would be better for society as well. But of course, capitalism forces people into thinking in short-term benefits. So they can't do that, especially if there's any kind of fucking short-term profit loss. Oh my God, that is the worst thing you could ever advocate for. God forbid.
People who were being arrested for all types of crimes, including felonies, and being immediately arrested into the community with no supervision, no oversight, no mandated treatment, no ankle monitor, no conversation with the victims of their original crimes. They were just being dumped out of the jails. And that's the number that we have, 70% reoffended, some within days, most within 6 months.
Wow, it's just stunning when you look at those statistics. Now, the California Judicial Council, as you said, put into place this zero bail policy in April of 2020. They rescinded it in June of the same year, but some counties, including Yolo, held on to it for a while. Yolo ended it in June of 2021, but the effects continue. And then when you see these policies taking effect in other states across the nation, and so many of these offenders taking advantage of a revolving door of justice, committing crimes, getting released on zero bail, and then recommitting crimes. As a district attorney, are you frustrated in seeing what some of your colleagues and people in positions of leadership are doing?
It's really outrageous to me. I mean, to watch this happen around the country in places like New York and other states, and right here in California, this movement by certain people to make zero bail the law is ongoing. As we speak, there are conversations going on in the state capitol, which is right next to my county in Sacramento, where they're trying to put this into the law again, even though the voters rejected it in California. They rejected zero bail in 2020. So this is bad policy. It's a get out of jail free card. People are getting really hurt, even murdered because of these policies, and we just need to scratch it. This is not a good policy.
All right, well, we'll see if these numbers now that we've got some hard figures, have any effect on other jurisdictions across the country. Jeff Reisig, thank you for joining us. We appreciate
it. It's great. Nothing better than Fox News talking about crime while showing us a supercut of r/public freakouts. Yeah. Wait, why are you so well versed in trans memes? Are you a chaser? I am not. Unfortunately for you. But nice try. When I ended my relationship, I was still living with my partner. I'm a foe. That's why. I learned everything about the trans community so I can be a more adequate foe. Yeah, know thy enemy. Portland homeless crisis is so fucking out of control. Make all drugs legal, but don't offer the mental health outreach programs that homeless people and substance abusers need. Yeah. It is really fucked up. Portland homeless crisis is very, very bad. The other states give their homeless one-way bus to get to Portland where drugs are decriminalized. The cops don't fuck with them. Non-profit government-operated homeless shelters get huge grants for being at max capacity. They get 10 million, scrape 2 mil, line their pockets, and then shove the homeless back out with no help or resources. Yep. Every part of the, listen, every part of the system that touches homeless people, which are the most, absolutely the most underserved population, oftentimes also predominantly black or Latino, like in fucking San Francisco, the Latino homeless population is insane, okay? Like, they conducted studies in the aftermath of COVID, and the Latino homeless population exploded in the Bay Area. Like, exploded in a way that where people are like, what the fuck happened? We have no idea what's going on. Talk to people in Portland, and most of them don't want the homeless kicked out of there. We're tired of them. I know a lot of people say that. Because it seems as though there is no adequate way of dealing with homeless people. So the only adequate way of at least putting homeless people away or getting them away from your line of sight is by doing reactionary shit. I know why it's going on. It's because they want Latinos to be out of the Bay. Fuck tech yuppies. The two routes of dealing with homeless people is either addressing the root cause, poverty, or genocide. And in most American cities, we're choosing the genocide option. Yep. How do you get through the people who are reactionary when it comes to homelessness? I don't know. There are issues in America that impact the most underserved populations. Okay? There are issues that impact the most underserved populations in America, prisoners and homeless people. And whenever I bring that up and try to get chat to comprehend the terms of their humanity, I feel like I bring some people over to my side, but there are plenty of people who refuse to hear me out. It sucks. It's a very sad state of affairs, but Americans are not conditioned into fucking seeing the humanity of the prisoner population. They are certainly not conditioned into seeing the humanity of homeless people. This is a foreseeable byproduct of capitalist dogma. My dad says a lot of homeless people choose to be homeless. What do I say to that? I mean, I'm sorry to report this, but your dad's a fucking moron. And like, if he wasn't lucky, he probably would be homeless. Like, for a lot of people, that's what it is. It's just luck, intergenerational wealth and luck. There is no difference between your dad and a big chunk of homeless people that aren't even stupid like your dad is, by the way. They just got fucked over. But at least I could tell you, like, you know, there. You definitely changed my mind and view on homeless people. I used to be extremely reactionary and think people chose to be homeless. Well, that's why I talk about, what about the drug addicted ones? I already described that to you. Drug addiction does happen in this country to people in homes too. You know that, right? There's a massive epidemic around fentanyl. Not just crack, not just black people anymore. White people are addicted to drugs too. Remember, you know, if you want to find an issue that you can care about because the victims look like you, well, don't worry. White people are fucking drug addicts too. Guys making $300K a year love talking about some homeless guys actually making a ton of money out there panhandling. Such a good dumbass guy thing. Oh yeah. What? You bad take. There's an exception where someone pulls themselves up from nothing and makes something of themselves only dependent on the work they did and nothing else. Yet in the process, they become numb to the people who couldn't make it because of the work they had to do. Yeah, it's called survivor's bias. And you can still be a fucking dumbass for it. Yeah. Also, nobody made it by themselves. That's not a real concept. There is no such person on this planet that has made it by their own skill. Somewhere along the line, luck had to have happened to you. I work every fucking day for hours and hours and hours. A lot more hours that I put into streaming and a lot more hours off the camera that I put in to make sure that this stream is the way it is. But I would never for a second act like luck did not play a profound role in the position that I'm currently in. I didn't choose the affluent family that I was born into, which allowed me to, despite their financial predicaments later on in my life, allowed me to get a really solid education early on. Okay? I didn't know I was going to be able to 100% make it. You know what I mean? This personality that it developed over the years, it's crazy. Not a single person could say that luck has not factored into their lives. Let's take a look at the local media in Herschel Walker's hometown calling out his false claims about rejecting the debate offer.
Our invitation to an October 13th debate with Senator Raphael Warnock at Mercer University. Now, we're co-sponsoring that debate with our Atlanta station 11 Alive and our Macon partners, Georgia Public Broadcasting, The Telegraph, and Mercer Center for Collaborative Journalism. Warnock accepted our invitation about a month ago. Walker's campaign had not responded since we sent the invitation in June. Today, we asked Walker if he planned to attend. He said he won't be there and explained why.
Oh, I'm not going to respond to anything that.
God damn it. This is the worst part about fucking Herschel Walker, dude. That he doesn't know what he's saying half the time. So he gave us a fucking false promise that he was going to actually debate Raphael Warnock. And then now he's like, oh, I never said that. Fuck you, man. You just cucked our content, brother. What the fuck?
Because, you know, that's not a debate, and you know that. When you got people that have contributed to his campaign and it's in this room that only 2 people are going to see it on Sunday night, I think, NFL football, like, God, I'm giving you an opportunity to be statewide so everybody can see what it is, see the contrast between the two of us. I don't know how you can ask for anything better.
To be clear, that October 13th debate will happen on a Thursday, not a Sunday. A live audience is invited to our debate at Mercer, and our debate will be available across WMAZ's platforms and our media partners. Of course, the invitation remains open, and we'll update you on any further response from Walker or his campaign.
God damn it. That's just It's just devastating. This is, yeah, it is Herschel. The Lord stopped me from killing a man, Walker. Yes, that is true. That is him. You are right. All right. Let's talk about the Mississippi governor activating National Guard to help with the water crisis. There's a major water crisis happening in Mississippi, but the real water crisis is happening in my pants right now. I have to go pee really bad. I'm going to play this. I'll be back in a second.
State of emergency in Jackson, Mississippi. The governor activating the National Guard to help with the water crisis that has left more than 100,000 people in the state's biggest city without running water. Trevor Ault is there in Jackson with the latest. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Michael. So officials at every level are working to bring in water here, but the demand is enormous. You have people waiting hours for a single case, and others who didn't get there early enough are being turned away, as we still have no idea when running water and clean water will flow again in Jackson.
This morning, the urgent rush for water in Jackson, Mississippi, with a state of emergency declared.
Come on down, baby. Come on down.
Thousands lining up at distribution sites, 1 pack of bottled water per vehicle, as their taps at home have run dry.
Want some clean water, drink like everybody else. It's hard. It's rough on us right now.
At this location, some lined up 2.5 hours early. Those 600 cases gone in 90 minutes, a half-mile line of cars left empty-handed.
I have said on multiple occasions that it's not a matter of if our system would fail, but a matter of when our system would fail.
Last week's historic rainfall and subsequent flooding accelerated that inevitable failure, but the city had already been under a boil water advisory because of harmful contaminant levels. Deion Sanders, the coach of the Jackson State football team, speaking.
I don't know if they talked about this already, but I don't need to tell you what the demographics of Jackson look like, right? You probably could have guessed by. You probably could have guessed when you saw the state of disrepair that they're living in, you know? %82 black. One of the blackest cities in America. Yeah, to help you understand, Flint, Michigan is 54% black. Jackson, Mississippi is 83% black. Are you saying that POC don't take care of their things? Dude, I love that. The left's secret contempt for POC is hilarious. Pander in public, shame them in private. You are so brain broken, dude. This is the biggest, most incredible self-report of all time. Fucking degenerate, racist fuck. I hate Are You Saying chatter so much. No, you fucking idiot. That's not what I'm saying. You brain-dead moron. You fucking donkey. Systemic racism is what I'm saying.
So Mississippi has no water.
In Jackson, Mississippi, school drop-off isn't just for the kids. It's also for the water. The entire city is facing a boil water notice. Again.
We're told, don't wash your hair with the water. Don't brush your teeth with the water.
One thing you probably never heard of in this country is what's called a sacrifice city. Places like Flint, Michigan, Newark, New Jersey, Detroit, Milwaukee, Plant City, Florida. And yeah, Jackson, Mississippi. They've actually been struggling with toxic water for the last...
Once the city is over 24% black, it's like automatically, that means that there was a dedicated effort to push black people into that city or that neighborhood, or a dedicated effort to destroy the blossoming black community that came out of that neighborhood. Like historic examples would be Tulsa, okay? And therefore, much easier to just like refuse to offer loans, refuse to fucking help the black communities get out of that state of disrepair, and that sets off a chain of motion, basically, that creates this never-ending cycle of poverty and violence.
the last decade. The reason why these cities are considered a sacrifice is because the governors of those states have no incentive to help these poor income neighborhoods out because their voter base doesn't live there. So when it comes to reallocating state budgets and the mayor of Jackson is like, hey, our water pumps are failing, we need money for infrastructure, the governor's like, you know what, we can skimp on that. And after 2 decades later, it only took one natural disaster for the governor to declare a state of emergency because all 150 water pumps got annihilated. And without throwing the race card into the mix, it definitely does not help that the Republican governor of Mississippi has had public issues with working with the liberal mayor of Jackson. This is Mississippi's governor, by the way, Tate Reeves, whose best hits include calling pregnant women shit out of luck in his state and also notorious for cutting financial assistance programs for low-income households. But his biggest flex is being able to divert an entire water truck to the front of his mansion while people in his state can't flush the toilet. So Mississippi
that was another that was another incredible move too. What an incredible move.
Out about his players getting through the situation.
But right now, we're operating in crisis mode. I got to get these kids off campus, make sure all our kids are fed, and all our kids have the necessities of life.
By the way, this is yet another example of it's incredibly expensive to be poor, because when you don't have running water, you have to fucking boil your water or get bottled water for everything. That in and of itself is incredibly expensive, okay? So it becomes harder for you to take care of yourself because the government is not taking care of you. It is really difficult to survive in conditions like this, and that is by design. Okay? The water pipes or the what is it called? The facility that normally would clean the water should not be in such a dire state of disrepair. And in most rich neighborhoods, you're not going to have that. Okay? In most rich neighborhoods, you're not going to have that problem. The treatment plant, thank you. The treatment facility. But of course, it doesn't matter. If you're in a poor neighborhood, then you're fucked.
For the next several days until this crisis resides.
The city went without water for a month last year, and a 2020 EPA report found multiple issues, including failure to replace lead pipes, faulty equipment, and a lack of...
A reality for, again, like I said, if you have 20% plus, if the black population percentage is over 20%, your fucking pipes aren't going to work. Okay? Straight up. Like, that's an easy lock for most American cities, okay? If it goes over 13%, the closer it gets to 20%, the worse your likelihood is that you're going to have clean fucking pipes. Systemic racism works that way. You can literally fucking point at it by you can make a quantitative assessment on the likelihood that you are going to have an infrastructure that is broken by looking at the percentage of black people living in your community. Wild. No, you're wrong. Sometimes the pipes work, but the water is poison. No, I'm not wrong. The water is oftentimes poison as a consequence of the pipes working, but not working in the sense that they are not clean. Lead poisoning happening from pipes. Income map will prove your point. Oh, yeah. Wait, where's the income? Yeah, look at some of the poorest neighborhoods here, and you will see what I'm talking about. Highest population density of highest black population density areas, always in red states. Honestly, I find more examples of reasons I hate this country than love it. It makes me sick. Yeah, income tab. Income tab is also always going to be the lowest too. Areas with the lowest income oftentimes have the highest percentage of black and brown populations. Most of them centered around the South. Now, of course, you're right. Danny Penguin is right. He says, I could be wrong, but I think West Virginia could be a counterexample. Not a lot of black people, still extremely high levels of poverty. First of all, there's still, I mean, you know, there's still, of course, going to be poverty in white neighborhoods, too. Look at fucking Ohio. Ohio has plenty of white areas that are poor as fuck. Same with parts of Pennsylvania. Same with West Virginia. Because obviously, this is still class warfare. You know? So, yeah, there is plenty of that as well. Make no mistake.
Of trained staff.
We feel like we've been going it alone for the better part of 2 years.
The crisis also putting a spotlight on systemic infrastructural racism, as Jackson's population is more than 80% black.
The whole city is suffering at some point in place. Regardless of the demographic makeup, we're all feeling the brunt of it in some type of way.
And emergency maintenance is now underway to get that water treatment plant fixed, but the mayor here says fixing everything wrong with the water system so that this doesn't keep happening over and over again could easily cost $1 billion or more. Michael?
Yeah, it would be worth it though, Trevor. Thank you.
Breaking news overnight, the Justice Department...
Now to the state of...
The governor also did not invite the mayor to the emergency meeting. Kate Reeves stands with MEMA and MSDH to discuss Jackson's water crisis. Reeves says he didn't personally invite mayor to the briefing and isn't sure if anyone else did. The city's communications director that says she found out about the presser via Twitter. That's a cool way to deal with it, by not inviting the liberal mayor of the city that is undergoing the worst crisis. I wonder why that happened. Dude, the racial resentment is always a compounding factor, okay? Because we're talking about Mississippi. Mississippi has poor-ass fucking white neighborhoods too, boys. Okay? And trust me, I'm telling you, Tate doesn't give a fuck about those poor white people either. Okay? But racism in the circumstance is an additional compounding factor on top of it. Okay? That's it. That's how the shit works. Always. Like a double whammy. That's great. Oh, man, nice. You know, we got the fuck over black people on top of it. Fetterman won't participate in a debate with Oz and calls Oz for mocking his recovery. We're going to go back to Pennsylvania now, speaking of poverty. All of you broke boys are probably going to be hit with the top of the hour ad break because you do not have enough money to subscribe for $5. However, fear not, if you are a broke boy, speaking of poverty, you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by stealing someone else's Amazon Prime account or having your own Amazon Prime account if you have one and connecting it to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're a broke boy and get lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Pennsylvania's Democratic Senate candidate
Condoning theft? I'm always condoning theft.
John Fetterman will not participate in a debate next week against his Republican opponent, Mehmet Oz. In a statement yesterday, Fetterman said he's
not going to lie, this kind of sucks. I wish he would.
Still is recovering from a stroke, and he called out the Oz campaign for appearing to mock his recovery. The Oz campaign had released a list of what it called concessions it would be willing to make if Fetterman would participate in that debate. They listed paying for any additional medical personnel Fetterman might need on standby, permitting Fetterman bathroom breaks and allowing him to have his notes in front of him along with a, quote, earpiece so he can have the answers given to him by his staff in real time. That's a document from the Oz campaign. Fetterman hit back in a statement writing, "My recovery may be a joke to Dr. Oz and his team, but it's real for me." He added, "I will not be participating in a debate the first week of September, but look forward to having a productive discussion about how we can move forward and have a real conversation on this once Dr. Oz and his team are ready to take this seriously." So, Peter Baker, it's not unreasonable for voters.
Right now, he doesn't need to fucking debate Dr. Oz. Let's be real, because he's cooking him. And Dr. Oz is fucking cooking himself, really. So, it's not in his best interest to go up there, look bad, especially if he has, like, especially if it's, like, obvious that he has is still barely recovering from that stroke that he had, you know what I mean? So I get why he wouldn't. He has everything to lose and nothing to win. What is this? Please unfollow Renegade Broccoli. They made a post linked to pedophilia and you're still following the account. I tried making a Reddit post for you. Get ahead of this, Hasan. Check the following of Renegade Broccoli. They made a post admiring pedophilia last night. Wait, what? The fuck is Renegade Broccoli? Dana's Twitter user? Is this Twitter? Is this chatter is right? Please unfollow them. Where? What is? I don't know what's going on. What the fuck is a Renegade Broccoli? It's an Instagram meme account. Okay. It's a leftist meme account on IG. They're a big social media poster, and their posts imply that they are no map. What the fuck is no map? Told you to unfollow them in the mod chat yesterday, lol. What? What is it? Renegade Broccoli? Oh, no, no, no. No map is a no contact pedo. What? It's not even coming up. Did Instagram just change its fucking... I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God. It did. Okay, here you go. Crisis averted, boys. I unfollowed the pedo account, dude. We did it. Crisis averted, you know? We did it. Fucking terminally online freaks. No map, non-offending minor attractive person. What the fuck? You just need to ban these people who do not get involved in map discourse. Don't do it. Don't let these people know they can police your follows. Wait, no one can police my follows, but if someone is like pedo posting, then yeah, I'm not gonna fucking follow them. I do also follow, like, you know, Nazis and shit on Twitter, you know, just to keep tabs on what the fuck they're doing, but that took you a problematic amount of time to figure out. Here's a problematic amount of time that you need to be banned for permanently. You are the worst kind of person on the planet. Okay? I'm gonna keep it real with you. Unless that was a fucking joke, which I hope it was, and you can deal with the moderators on that one. Okay? Was that worth it? Yeah, it's just like half the chat is unironically follow policing, and the other half the chat is just like, I don't know. Took him for a whole 1 fucking minute and people losing his minds. What's going on? Yeah. Not knowing about some random ass pedos problematic. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't even know what no map meant. They use the term no map to make them sound Doesn't sound cute at all. And try to wedge themselves into the LGBT community? What the fuck? Bro, I don't want to know about any of this. Okay, sorry. I already have enough brain disease. I don't want to know about this shit. I don't want to know about, like, or you know, pedophiles and stuff. I don't want to know. Just come on. Just stop. I don't want to know. It's weird as fuck. It's gross. I don't want to know. Like zoophiles, they want to be LGBT. Stop. You're doing more of it. Okay? You're doing more of it. The most I ever want to fucking see shit like that is like a meme of someone who's being really weird, like a really weird zoophile person, like that fucking, like that cartoon I saw of the dog who was like sad that they were taken away from their zoophile owner because the dog was supposedly in love with their owner. What was it, dude? Someone has that fucking meme. It's just so nasty and gross and psychotic. You know? Okay. 4chan PSYOP still working? How do we move our friends from being so reactionary to local crime news? I don't fucking know, man. Y'all are so fucking incredibly online, though. Anyway, let's watch John Fetterman and why he won't debate.
Voters in the state of Pennsylvania to want to see a debate between the two candidates, to want to have John Fetterman, who wants to be the senator, up there debating his ideas and his policy positions. But there is this tone that everyone has adopted in the Republican Party, it seems, from Donald Trump trying to be mini Trumps, which is to just, what's the word I can use on TV? Just to be a jerk as a strategy.
Yeah, it's very Trumpian, this statement that Dr. Oz put out yesterday. And it's something ironic, of course, about a doctor, making fun of somebody else's medical condition. But he's trying to inject that into the race. He's trying to make that an issue in which he could possibly get traction because he's not doing as well as he ought to be doing.
This is what I was talking about. Something that anti-zoos tend to ignore a lot. Don't just guess the situation. Hashtag zoophile, hashtag zoophilia, hashtag zoopride. I rescued this dog from a disgusting zoophile. They were raping this poor dog while it can't even consent. Stop assuming that I didn't consent. You can't understand my words anyways. My partner knows me, though, and understands my body language. Just leave us alone. We were happy. I miss my love. I want to go home. See, the poor dog is even crying. It must be traumatized badly. Luckily, you say jail, but I'm pretty sure this is criminal. Not the post itself, but like anyone who acts out on those desires. This is the most psychotic thing, dude. It is so unhinged and so insane, dude. This is some shit Daff would show us against our will. No, the post is also illegal. I hope. There is 0% chance this is a real person. I refuse to believe that a real person honestly wrote that out, drew it out, and was like, yeah, this is gonna fucking hit. Like, this will really get people on their side. But, however, I do want to investigate all 46 people that liked this. Okay? I do legitimately want to investigate and possibly file criminal charges against the 46 people that like this, okay? Because those people saw this, read this, and were like, that's me, sis. That's so me. The 96 people that retweeted it probably were like against it or quote tweeted it most likely, I suspect. Like, how can you let the algorithm know you liked it? Yeah, no, it's just this dude thought he was doing zoophile Stonewall. Someone said maybe it was 45 dogs that liked it. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, this is why I'm 45 consenting poodles. Stop. Nobody knows you're a dog on the internet. Stop it. Everybody stop it. Everyone stop it. I can't. Like, it's just so bad. It's so bad. This is like irreparable brain damage that we're giving each other. You know that, right? When you look at certain posts you look at, really just, break it completely. This is one of those things where it's just like your brain broken. Oh, Jesus. Let's get back to fucking John Fetterman, dude.
I thought should be doing. And this is an important race for the Republicans. If they're going to take over the Senate, they have to win this one because it's a Republican seat. They're trying to hold on to it. It's one of the ones where they're facing a real problem. Dr. Oz has been a weak candidate compared to where he ought to be in a state where the Republicans have enjoyed some success. I mean, the question is whether voters think that, Fetterman's medical issues are, in fact, a legitimate issue to have second thoughts about him, or whether they reject the kind of mockery that we saw in that statement. That's going to be a really interesting question to be determined in the next few weeks.
A new Gallup poll shows that labor unions have reached their highest approval rate since 1965. 71% of Americans approve of labor unions, up from 68% last year. The increase comes amid high-profile victories for labor unions at companies like Starbucks and Amazon in recent months. But even as approval for unions has increased...
Bro, labor unions have a higher approval rating. It's like triple the approval rating of like Congress, dude. That's insane. And yet for some reason, people just simply cannot unionize. Yeah, what's going on there? Why do you think that's the case, huh? I found the OG post from the artist. How are people like this real? Wait, what? Pedo Zoo alert? Oh, I've seen that comic before. The comic's actually from Maverick Zarts. The one you see is from the old suspended account. Wait, they came back? How? How did they even come back? Anyway, let's just, come on. We're looking at positive news. We're looking at labor union approval and shit. I don't want to see like fucking weird dog fuckers, dude. Jesus Christ.
Rates have dropped to a historic low. The Bureau of Labor Statistics shows the union membership rate fell to 10.3% last year, about 14 million members. That's down 0.5% from 2020. Professor Sharon Block is the executive director of the Labor and Work-Life Program at Harvard Law School. She is with me now for more. Professor, welcome. Why do you think union membership has fallen despite the rise in approval, especially with companies that many Americans use daily or weekly?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's a very stark contrast that we're seeing. We now have a fairly sustained trend line of increase in support among the public for unions, and at the same time, as you said, this declining rate of membership. To me, that says that there's something very wrong with the law that protects people's right to be in a union. There's just no other explanation for why you would see this support, this desire. Many of that 71% also said that they would like to be in a union, but the law is becoming an obstacle to workers being able to make that desire into a reality.
What does falling union membership, even as you rightly point out, despite public support for unions, what does the actual falling membership mean for the economy?
Well, it means that a lot more people who are very vulnerable in this economy. And as we see, especially this coming out of the pandemic, there's a lot of sort of churn in the economy. And, we have a tight labor market now, which sort of gives workers a little bit more leverage, a little bit more ability to go to a different employer. But we also see at the same time the Fed trying to rein that strong labor market in, and workers will be back to being very vulnerable to having to accept unacceptable conditions in their employment. And I think that's why you're seeing this wave of organizing, like at Amazon, at Starbucks, REI, Trader Joe's, lots of different places at this moment where workers feel like they have a little bit more leverage because the unemployment rate is so low. These workers are trying to translate that moment of leverage into something more lasting so that they can be sure, as this uncertain time in the economy sort of settles, that it doesn't settle in a place that says, oh, workers, you have to get paid less, you have to accept less conditions so that we can get through whatever this period that the Fed has said will be painful.
Professor Sharon Block, we hope to continue the conversation another day. In the meantime, thank you for today. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Deirdre.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking.
All right. Now we pour one out for the counter-revolutionary that played a role in perhaps one of the greater catastrophes of contemporary history, the dissolution of the USSR, Gorbachev. He died yesterday. Take a look.
To our major
international. Take a look at how the liberal capitalist Western media is going to cover that death.
National story today, the world is remembering the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, died at the age of 91. He will be remembered for helping try to end the Cold War and introduce reforms that ultimately led to the breakup of his country, the Soviet state. Liz Palmer, who was a CBS News correspondent in Moscow and interviewed Gorbachev, looks back now at his place in history.
Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev set out to reform the Soviet Union, and he ended up changing the world.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
In the end, the East Germans tore down the wall for themselves, but Gorbachev didn't stop them. And that was the beginning of the end of the Cold War. Born into a farming family in the Soviet Union in 1931, Gorbachev went to Moscow to study law and joined the Communist Party. In the 1980s, as the youngest ever Secretary General of the party, he set out to reform an inflexible, inefficient Soviet system. He engaged with the U.S. and in 1987 signed a momentous nuclear reduction treaty.
Mr. General Secretary, though my pronunciation may give you difficulty, the maxim is dovyai no provyai, trust but verify.
In 1990, Gorbachev won the Nobel Peace Prize, but his economic reforms weren't working, and Soviet citizens were going hungry and getting angry. In 1991, hardliners organized a coup against him. Gorbachev did survive, but the Soviet Union didn't, and he had to watch its collapse from the sidelines. 20 years ago, as the Moscow correspondent, I interviewed Gorbachev. Still the optimist, thinking Putin and the U.S. could be constructive partners.
The age of empires is in the past. Both sides won the Cold War because we ended it.
And I've been thinking this.
Totally. How beneficial and fortuitous that was for the Russian people and like everyone living in the Soviet bloc. Also, if you don't like Vladimir Putin, that ugly fuck is directly responsible, on top of course, the
So do you have
American empire and Western liberal capitalists.
What changed you? You grew up in an atmosphere of communism. Your grandfather was a famed communist. Your people were very involved in the communist movement. You grew up in a traditional Russian household. What changed Mikhail Gorbachev? What made you able to turn a place that didn't have freedom into freedom? What did it to you?
Well, life changed us. Efforts, attempts to reform the country, to reform our society, were made several times after Stalin's death, because what we inherited after Stalin, a totalitarian regime, repressions, the domination of one party, of one ideology, the suppression of freedom, that did not give our society, our country, enough fresh air, and therefore the country was suffocating and it needed second wind. And therefore every people who were concerned about our country tried to do something. They wanted to try some reforms. Khrushchev tried it, Kosygin tried an economic reform, but all of those were defeated because the nomenclatura always acted in a way to prevent reforms from succeeding. So we had to give a lot of thought to how we safeguard reforms. And I understood when I thought about that. Initially, of course, I acted, during the first years of reforms, I acted just like my predecessors, mostly focusing on economic reforms, on industry, agriculture, etc. But then we saw that when we really wanted to push the reforms forward, the system, the nomenclature began to resist, began to sabotage that process. And not just the party nomenclature, but also the management nomenclature. And I decided, I concluded as a result of that, that we would lose, just like the previous reformers, like Kosygin and Khrushchev, if we don't implement democratic changes, if we don't have free elections.
But you decided to do what they didn't do. You took them on. You didn't have to take them on. You could have lived the life of a typical Soviet president. Why did you take them on?
Well, no. This, I think, would be someone other than Gorbachev if I did not take them on. My experience, my convictions, my education, my pain and my feeling about my country and my people, all of this was growing on me, and over the years I became angry. I became unhappy about what was happening in the country, how we were treating our people, our citizens. And for me, initially it was some unhappiness, but then it became real.
And then they told me, you put cheese inside the crust. And said, you can't out-pizza the Hut. And I said to myself, maybe you are right. I will give this a try. I have never seen in all my years cheese inside the crust. Only cheese on top, not inside. This was a very special pizza.
Really an opinion, a view. But initially I thought that the system could be improved, and I began by trying to improve the existing system. And then I thought that we have to change the system, to replace the system. It cannot be improved.
Was it difficult to open doors to the United States? Because you had to be raised with feelings about the United States like we were raised with feelings about the Soviets. Was that hard to open that door?
Very difficult. I think maybe that was the hardest thing. And if we, in moving from Geneva to Reykjavik to Washington to Moscow, in trying to understand the positions of each other, in studying each other, if we had not believed each other, then I think if we had not established human rapport, then we wouldn't have been able, I think, to develop real cooperation, real work together. It was hard. When President Reagan and I first began to talk, we were together just like you and I today at a small table, and President Reagan began to accuse me, human rights violations. He said, you have no democracy. He said, you need to make these changes in foreign policies and these changes, etc., etc. And my answer when our dialogue began to go that way was, Mr. President, you are not a prosecutor and I'm not an accused. Let us not lecture each other. We represent big countries. Let us speak as equals. I think that then we will be able to find...
I mean, even if you don't know anything, the immediate red flag should be that, I mean, he was handed a awful predicament regardless, if I'm going to be as charitable as possible. And his actions, some may say, would have happened regardless, no matter what, caused, as Dave Leg Third End, or Dave Legend is correctly pointing out, caused millions of deaths of despair, child prostitution, hunger, deprivation. Russia's GDP dropped by 40%, real wages halved, poverty ballooned from 2.2 million in 1987 and 88 to 66 million in 1993 to 95. Millions died under the brutal regime of privatization and shock therapy. 500,000 women were trafficked into sexual slavery. Does Gorbachev have hold sole responsibility? Of course not. It was just a feeble culmination of a revisionist current in Soviet governance that made increasing accommodation to capitalist interests, but he presided over the final capitulation, and that is his weight to bear. Does Gorbachev bear the primary responsibility? No. Since the 1950s, the USSR faced a vicious adversary whose policy was to enormously increase the strains on Soviet governance to promote tendencies which must eventually find their outlet in the breakup of Soviet power. For a nation that had not known a moment of peace in its short existence, that was passed like a hockey puck from Wilhelmian Germany to the Entente powers, Nazi Germany to the U.S., there could be no space for the kind of naive concessions that Gorbachev made to the West. Yes. The biggest things you could fault him for were not bandaging the dissolution of the USSR a little bit better. It was slated to fall apart regardless, no matter what happens, because the American capitalist power, as a consequence of going back to post-World War II, like in the immediate aftermath of World War II, America's proximity to the war and lack of human capital that they lost in comparison to the USSR in the aftermath of World War II created an environment where America could immediately turn their crosshairs to the real enemy, communism, right? Very quickly. They were able to, in almost a way that Nazis wanted to also, finish the job that the Nazis wanted to start, which was the end of communism, the end of trade unionists, the end of socialists, the end of communists. America was able to literally end the Nazi regime and then take matters in their own fucking hands in a more tolerant, liberal, capitalist approach. Because fascism ultimately is a mechanism of power. It's a mechanism of control. And fascism was utilized by capital owners, both in Germany and elsewhere, to control and suppress the growing communist movements that were happening all around the post-industrial revolution world, right? So America was delivering its final blows to the crumbling, I guess, if you want to call it the empire, right? Or the crumbling hegemonic power. They, no matter who was in charge, it was slated to end. I think we were fucked over either way. The USSR crashing was just a matter of time, but the transition from it to the new order couldn't have been done by worse people. Exactly. I think the worst part is like who the criminals were. who the criminal elements were, and how they sacked this otherwise bountiful state. There's a reason why, you know, GDP was halved. There's a reason why there were millions of child prostitutes, people selling themselves into sex slavery, and so many deaths of despair. And that is because that transitional period was basically given fully to some of the worst criminals, backed by Western banks. That's also the reason why Russia is seen as this kleptocratic capitalist safe haven, this authoritarian kleptocratic capitalist safe haven. Vladimir Putin is very much a reaction to that original transition and that humiliation, and also the dire economic conditions that people were subjected to. Vladimir Putin rose from the ashes of that horrifying transition and was able to quickly rise into power. He came from that background. He was our guy. Okay? Xi Jinping on the collapse of Soviet states. Well, I know what his take is. His take is that they did not uphold the immortal Marxist-Leninist values. They were revisionist. Why did the Soviet Union disintegrate? Why did the Communist Party of the Soviet Union fall into pieces? An important reason is that in the ideological domain, competition is fierce. To completely repudiate the historical experience of the Soviet Union, to repudiate the history of the CPSU, to repudiate Lenin, to repudiate Stalin, was to wreak chaos in Soviet ideology and engage in historical nihilism. It caused party organizations at all levels to have barely any function whatsoever. It robbed the party of its leadership, of the military. In the end, the CPSU, as great a party as it was, scattered like a flock of frightened beasts. The Soviet Union, as great a country as it was, it's literally saying that they did not uphold like Stalinist principles, Marxist-Leninist principles. They were revisionist, and that's why it happened. Meanwhile, the irony is that China has never been in a more fortuitous position as a direct consequence of revisionism and Dengist values. So the irony there is not lost on me. Perhaps one of the most successful examples, if you consider China to be a genuine transitional socialist state. Some people don't think it is. Some people do think it is. I don't think it's a legitimate transitional socialist state either. That was only maintained, and China could get to that point specifically as a consequence of Dengist attitudes. So. In the end, the CPSU is a great party as it was, scattered like a flock of frightened beasts. The Soviet Union, as great a country as it was, shattered into a dozen pieces. This is a lesson from the past. Terrible take and misunderstanding of modern Marxist-Leninism. Telling me that it's a terrible take? Mao was saying that the Soviet Union dissolved and was picked apart by capitalist vultures because they did not uphold true Marxist-Leninist principles. They did not have ideological purity. They did not... Dang, not Mao. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, this is Xi Jinping who said this. Yeah, what? Oh, fuck my... what am I saying? Sorry. Xi Jinping. Have I been saying Mao this entire time? I apologize. Xi Jinping said this, which is ironic, like I said. You said it once. Oh, okay. Ironic considering that the contemporary Chinese Communist Party is, again, literally at the seeing the successes that it's seen, specifically as a consequence of their application of revisionist Marxist-Leninist principles.
Well, Politico
What is this? USA Attitude? Jeffrey Sachs is like the number one. Oh shit! Jeffrey Sachs is the number. Wait, hold on. There might be like shitty. I don't know if we can watch this. Hold on. This is the number one Ukraine guy. Hold on. I'm gonna look through it real quick. But I don't know what is this about Ukraine? I don't want to watch this. The number one Ukraine guy. It's about the fall of the USSR. Mao said this too. Mao said it too, chat. Yeah, by the way, this what Xi Jinping is saying is nearly identical to the original Sino-Soviet split and what Mao had to say as well on revisionist Russia. So there are a lot of similarities within what he's saying. I mean, what are they supposed to do? USSR and China both have to compete with the West in order to survive. Also, Xi often talks about the Dengue steps in using productive forces to counter the West. Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, he's talking about ideological revisionism while he himself is, like, the main guy who did it. Or not the main guy, but he himself is doing it currently. Anyway. There was high levels of corruption. Here's Warger. There was high levels of corruption that had developed in the USSR by the time Gorbachev took power. What people never considered that at that point reform was necessary. At the end, it was the hardliners who did the push and forced them to either choose to basically start a civil war or resign. I think ultimately he had his heart in the right place. I don't know. No matter what happens, he oversaw the death and destruction of so many people. That's because Xi doesn't reject China's foundation Mao like the USSR did with Stalin. Yeah, that's a good one. That's what happened. It's because they bit the hand that fed them. They de-Stalinized, and that's why it happened, right? That's the main reason, right, dude? Certainly, that's the reason for China's success. The reason for China's success is because they still maintain a tremendous amount of pride for Mao, whereas the USSR engaged in revisionism and also simultaneously engaged in de-Stalinization. I mean, you could make an argument about de-Stalinization as a concession, as a starting point for concessions to the West. But de-Stalinization in and of itself is not necessarily a bad issue, especially considering, as Warger also correctly pointed out, corruption being a insanely awful force that legitimately was harming the country's own mechanisms of government. CoinTelPro, thank you for the 10 get the subs. Motorface, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
Find keys to any problem. So it was difficult. But still, it became possible. Without changes in Soviet-American relations, nothing would have changed in the world.
Yeah. Champaign, Illinois for Mikhail Gorbachev on this special edition of Larry King Weekend. Hello.
Hi, Larry.
Hi.
President Gorbachev, I'm honored to talk to you.
Dude, America's such a wild country. They would just have like any random guy from Champaign, Illinois call into Larry King to talk to fucking Gorbachev. That's a crazy thing. That's how fucking dominant America is, dude. Like, can you imagine Barack Obama talking on the phone to some fucking random Russian guy on a Russian televised broadcast? No shot. This is like ritualistic humiliation.
Do you believe that communism as a political philosophy and a system has still something to offer to the world?
I think that in principle, as a system, as a philosophy, as a model of organizing society, of reforming society, has to be rejected based on our experience, the experience of our country and of Eastern European countries. As regards the use of certain methods to achieve greater social justice, greater regulation by the state of certain social processes. There were certain useful aspects that could be used in the future as well. That's why I'm speaking of socialist values. By the way, I believe also that socialists who are in power in some countries they also use liberal theories, not just socialist theories. It's not really a choice of capitalism versus socialism. I believe that based on our experience and on the Western experience, Western values and other values, we have to conclude that what we need is a new society, a new civilization that would take advantage of all that is best and would reject all that is worst and take advantage of the good things for the new civilization together. So let us not just try to stamp out everything. We have to reject what did not work.
Let me get a break and come
in
right.
our country.
Let's go back to your calls. Rotterdam, Holland. Hello.
Oh, hi, Larry.
Hi.
My question is, if Mr. Gorbachev had known that perestroika would lead to the disintegration of the Soviet Union, would...
Wait. Why is everybody calling from like random... Wait, what? Rotterdam, Holland? Also, even the guy from fucking Champaign, Illinois. That motherfucker had an accent too.
Would you still have supported it the way he did?
No, I don't think that this was our plan, and it was not fatalistically inevitable. I think that it could have been avoided. The collapse of the breakup of the Soviet Union could have been avoided. I believe it was one of my big mistakes that I was not able to explain my policies, to conduct the kind of policies, more vigorous policies that would have made it impossible for the coup plotters in 1991 to have that coup that made it impossible to sign the new Union Treaty. We had the treaty, we had even the scenario of how we will be signing the treaty, where we will be sitting and how we would be signing the treaty. And that treaty would have opened, I think, a very fruitful chapter in a new federation, in a new country. It would have been a real federation rather than the unitary state that we used to have, a totalitarian state.
Last call quickly. Edmonton, Canada, quickly. Hello.
Mr. Gorbachev, how would you like history to judge you?
We only have 30 seconds. How would you like history to judge you? What should it say?
Well, this is for history. This is history's privilege. History is a capricious lady, but I hope that it will judge me fairly.
I have no doubt it will.
Responding to the chatter before, Stalin literally killed or gulagged most of the revolutionaries and actual ideologues in the USSR and left it with a bunch of dumb, sycophantic careerist bureaucrats. He literally contributed indirectly to the current contribution. What do you mean indirectly? He contributed directly to the corruption that ate apart the country, making it so that, like, de-Stalinization aside from what it meant, what it came across as like concessions to the West, de-Stalinization became a necessity. Like he was, you know, I'm not one of those people that's like, look, I can see the good in Stalin. Okay, killing a lot of Nazis, very cool. I'm on board with that. You know what I mean? That's very, very cool. Genuinely. Okay, but I mean, let's be real. He wasn't exactly great. And saying how U.S. propaganda through Radio Free Europe, etc., convinced a lot of younger Soviet elites in Gorbachev's generation that the West truly was benevolent. Gorby gave up the USSR and Russian security for nothing and trusted the West's goodwill and promises that they wouldn't expand NATO. Yeah, that was a big mistake. And also totally didn't work. So Muscovites react to the passing of Mikhail Gorbachev. These Moscow residents reacted to the news of Mikhail Gorbachev's passing with a sense that he did more harm than good by precipitating the breakup of the Soviet Union. Yeah, of course they are going to say that. It seemed to set us back then that he was a person who could change the Soviet Union for the better. It seemed to us back then. But then, when it was coming to an end, it turned out that he is a person who broke up the Soviet Union, broke up a vast country. There's two reasons why this is going to always be the fucking answer. One, there's nationalistic pride of being a competitive hegemonic power. And losing that is going to be the immediate reason as to why so many people are going to be anti-Gorbachev, because they're seeing him as the reason. The second is a more legitimate reason, which is economic concessions and political concessions afforded to the West that completely were undermined, taken advantage of right off the fucking jump, and have led to Russia becoming the state that it is.
Который привел к огромным многочисленным войнам, разноусобицам бывших советских республик, между народами Советского Союза. И поэтому сейчас о нем у меня не очень хорошее мнение о его жизненном пути и о его результатах.
Ну, то, что Союз развалился, я считаю плохо. Союз надо было, СССР, не разваливать, его надо было, ну, если сравнивать с самолетом или с автомобилем, модернизировать, убрать наносное лишнее к тому периоду, что мешало. Ну, мое вот мнение такое, да. Ну, попал он в историю как человек, пытавшийся изменить страну, даже мир, может быть, в чем-то.
Отрицательно отношусь к времени правления Михаила Горбачева. Он сделал много вредного для нашей страны. Мы теперь расхлебываемся.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was good. Good sneeze. You know there were countries other than Russia and the USSR, any interest in their opinions? Yes, dude. They say it sucked. Okay, I got it. Yeah, especially ones that got better deals from the West, which had a legitimate interest in, like, you know, propping up anything and everything that could be utilized as an anti-socialist weapon. Luckily, at least a lot of those countries in the Eastern Bloc still have incredible percentages of individual home ownership. So that's pretty cool. Fun fact, look up individual home ownership rates in countries that are former Soviet bloc countries. Just a fun fact. just to figure out like where things are, or at least what remnants of socialism these countries still benefit from, while simultaneously having an anti-USSR perspective, which is understandable. Yeah. Yeah, like Top G's very own Romania that he went to has like individual home ownership rates up to 90%. Almost 90%. You think that's an accident? You think that happened on accident? You think capitalism is the reason for that? Is that why? It happened because of socialism. Honestly, I get a bit angry at those motherfuckers in ex-Soviet countries. They don't know how bad it is to be in the U.S.'s backyard instead of at the USSR's. At least they have houses and healthcare. Look at us in Latin America. Well, Latin America was also never like an actual legitimate... Latin America was not under the umbrella of the United States of America, though. Latin American countries. That's another reason why they were fucking awful in their dealings. Yeah, look at that. Home ownership rate in Romania is 96.1%. Hungary, 91%. Slovakia, 90.9%. Laos, 95.9%. Cuba, 90%. Vietnam, 90%. North Macedonia, 90%. Croatia, 89.7%. China, 89.68%. Why do you think that's like that? That's so strange, dude. Where the fuck is America in this? I want to see. Huh. Wait, you mean to tell me China has like 80%, 90% home ownership rate? But wait, hold on. What is this? Hong Kong has 22.1%? That's so weird. I wonder if there's a through line in all of this. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what could it be? I can't figure it out for the life of me. Can someone describe what the difference is? I wonder. I just don't know. I don't know what it is. Colonialism, perhaps? Not just colonialism, but colonialism and its remnants. Maybe Hong Kong doesn't have enough grind set. That's crazy. You'd need to have two entirely different systems for that to happen, even if they were one state. Just an odd thing I noticed right there. United States, 65.5%, by the way, home ownership. They don't have enough space, so it's a lot of apartment buildings. Oh, that's really interesting. Because, you know, famously in China, apartment buildings don't exist. Or, population density isn't super high in cities in China, whereas it is in Hong Kong. That's right. I never would have thought about that. Also, you can't famously own an apartment in your own building, and that would be a part of the home ownership rate. No, bro, that just means what percentage are fucking landlords, okay? What do you think? Like, you think every Romanian owns like a fucking homestead? Or do you think they own their apartments? Yeah, Singapore's another great example, famously. Holy shit, Hasan, you're being really dense. Hong Kong is literally just a city. They don't have vast rural lands. Bro, you're being ridiculous. It's owner-occupied units, the total residential units. Hong Kong has, by the way, a fucking incomprehensible housing crisis. Like, just unimaginable, okay? Same with South Korea, which I'm surprised. Where is the... Oh, nope, that's not surprising, 56.8%. The only number that's actually surprising here is Austria, okay? Austria, where Vienna is 65% publicly owned housing units. Like 65% of the housing in I think Vienna, if not Austria in its entirety, is supposed to be owned by the government. That is the actual fucking surprising part of this. Red Vienna having a 55% home ownership, owner-occupied units. Unless they're designating like publicly owned housing to be something different. Hong Kong does not have rural areas like fishing villages and shit, of course. You guys are so fucking stupid, dude. You're literally refusing to comprehend the main reason. Then Singapore would be the same, okay? No, the main reason is because these are fucking... They have... The way that people see housing is entirely different in different countries and in different economic systems. Shut the fuck up. Obviously, the 20% of people that live in rural China make up 400% of China's homeowners. Yeah. Only about half those 65% are actually government-owned in Vienna. The rest is basically co-ops called Genossenschaften. Wait, really? The irony is, like, people don't understand that half of the fucking houses that we're looking at in like places like in former Soviet nations in Eastern Europe are literally apartment blocks that were government owned. They're not individual houses, you fucking weirdos. They're the ugly ass brown and gray ass apartment blocks that you know as government housing. That's what the fuck it is. So it's not like, I know that in America, you literally personally think like the only home ownership is when you own a fucking fat house with a white picket fence, but that's not how it works. What do you mean? Not 80% of Hong Kong's population is homeless? No, dude. But 80% of Hong Kong's population is renting. That's what that means. Only 22% of Hong Kong's entire population owns their own homes. The rest is renting. Do you not get that? And for that reason, by the way, Hong Kong has a gigantic problem. So does South Korea with homelessness. In South Korea, didn't they recently make those basement apartments illegal because of flooding? Like in the movie Parasite. Am I wrong about this? Didn't that just happen? Of course, another way to like lower the number of available units, which is, by the way, a provision that you have to take, for the record, because otherwise people are dying in their fucking apartments when flooding happens. However, instead of increasing the housing supply and finding government-owned housing or other alternatives to housing, they're just, continuing along and trying to offer patchwork solutions. Inside of Hong Kong's cage homes is the neoliberal solution.
It's more expensive to live in Hong Kong than anywhere in the world.
Let's take a look at
Hong Kong has been.
Let's take a look at the neoliberal solution to Hong Kong's housing crisis, which I talked about already. By the way, these are places like, even if you have a culture of taking care of your old people, these are places where old people are just like destined to die. They're just left alone, destined to die. They're no longer productive workers. They don't have enough money to fucking pay for the insane skyrocketing housing. They just fucking leave them.
ranked the least affordable housing market in the world 8 years in a row.
That video's from 2018. Yeah, when Hong Kong was, you know, not a part of the gross and disgusting authoritarian Chinese state, of course. So I'm sure that they're going to have a better, more adequate solution, right? Because neoliberal capitalism has a really great solution to housing.
And by a long shot. Housing prices are now almost 20 times more than annual income. That means that a household making $50,000 US would, on average, be looking for a house that costs $980,000. And it's getting really bad. Hundreds of thousands of residents now squeeze into incredibly small apartments, most of them no bigger than a parking space.
So these are cage homes, which basically fit one person and their belongings, and they basically stack these in a room in order to fit as many people as they can in the room.
And yet the price per square foot for these smaller houses just keeps shooting up.
I don't understand. What's the problem? I see no issue with this. This is a perfectly amicable solution to the housing market crisis. It's just so silly.
I visited these homes.
It's called the free market, you fucking cuck. Have you heard of it? Have you taken an econ course? You would understand if you had.
To try to piece together an explanation for this trend, and to meet the people who are being squeezed by the world's least affordable real estate market.
Look to your future, Americans. Even if you're living in fucking Austin, you little shits in Texas. Oh, we have so much land out here. We're doing great. We're doing fine. Look to your fucking future. Any city that you live in the United States of America is going to look like this inevitably. This is the urbanist dream, by the way. I just realized this is like the YIMBY urbanist dream. Okay, literally, it's just like I don't understand. There's no issue with this. I did a similar thing in my neo-feudalist San Francisco commune that I worked at. I don't understand. This is just it's called co-living. There's no problem with this. You're so stupid for. Oh, what? Why half the scientists in some Eastern European countries are women. Stop. Listen. It seems like you're making a lot of propaganda here, okay? And this is undermining what I've learned, okay? This is undermining what I've learned about International Women's Day, for example, or you know, Soviet era protocols. You're fucking. I don't like this. Let's watch this. Let's keep watching.
Tens of thousands of people in this city.
I don't remember you hating on YIMBYs. I guess you're just another landlord tyrant now. No, motherfucker. I talk about increasing the housing supply all the goddamn time. I literally talked about it on this broadcast like numerous times. Shut the fuck up. Suck my cock.
Who live in spaces that are between 75 and 100.
YIMBYs are the fucking YIMBY urbanists are the fucking vegans of the housing crisis world. Okay.
140 square feet. For some perspective,
they can't shut the fuck
parking
up.
Space in the U.S. is 120 square feet.
所以好困難，始終呢度係黑暗嘅，即係一入嚟到唔見唔到光㗎嘛。
One of the most common strategies for small space living is this subdivided house model. This big space that's been divided up into a bunch of tiny little living spaces. These people basically have room for a bed and a table and a few belongings.
有啲就條理，有啲就求求其其咁樣。嗰啲唱 K 啊嗰啲啦，同埋啲水啊嗰啲藥品啊，好簡單嘅啫。
What makes this model work is that they have a bigger communal space where they're able to have their cooking and their washing in the bathroom open to everyone so that they can save space and save money in their actual living quarters.
Bro, the moment that we look at Hong Kong's cage homes, everyone in the chat is like, China is denying the Uyghur genocide still. It's like, bro, what does that have to do with this right now? Like you can't just literally look at the same exact problem that exists in your fucking backyard right now, the same exact problem that impacts you, a capitalist commodified attitude towards home ownership directly causing this problem, without turning around and be like, well, they're doing Uyghur genocide. What do you mean? Just have you what? Hello? What the fuck? It's so weird. Just study why you are reflexively hitting that note. Okay? Just think about it. Just think about why.
So this is the kitchen for this space, which is shared by 4 families.
因為每個人生活習慣唔一樣咯，成日都因為好少個事都會有摩擦咯，唔 OK 咯，即係好多嘈交咯。
The tempting explanation here for why the prices are so high is land scarcity. 7.5 million people crammed into this series of islands. It's going to drive up the prices. The same story in a lot of places that have run out of land that are in high demand. Think San Francisco or New York City. Okay, this might be the story in New York City and San Francisco, but is Hong Kong actually running out of land? Let's see what the drone says about this. Flying over Hong Kong, you start to see that while yes, there's a very dense urban landscape, there's also a whole lot of green space. Government land use data says that 75% of the land in Hong Kong is not developed. Now, some of that is mountainous and rocky and not easy to build on, but certainly not all of it. So
I wonder if there was any sort of like interest in maintaining that undeveloped land undeveloped, so that housing, so that the 22%, like anyone outside of the 22% that owns all the fucking real estate would benefit from that. If there was any like reason why someone would benefit from maintaining the housing market in the way that it is, and you know, forcing artificial scarcity. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know what it could be.
Pose this question about density to 2 experts. One is a Hong Kong citizen and the other is a 30-plus year resident. Both are advocates for better urban design. Are high prices primarily the result of land scarcity?
No.
No.
It's not. Okay. So there's a land use issue. We could also land as being inefficiently used or conserved.
The problem isn't the shortage of land. The problem is bad land management.
Land use, land management. What these experts are referring to is that of all the land in Hong Kong, only 3.7% is zoned for urban housing. But it's not because of mountains, it's because of policy. And this gets to the heart of the explanation of why more and more people are living in homes the size of parking spaces. The first thing to note, if you want to understand the real explanation, is that the government owns all of the land in Hong Kong. Well, all except for this one church that the British built here when they ruled it back in the 1800s, and it kind of just escaped the whole government owns all the land thing. So the government owns all the land, and it leases it out to developers, usually for 50 years, in an auction process, where the highest bidder gets the contract. With such scarce and valuable land zoned for housing, real estate companies, more and more of them coming from mainland China with lots of money, will duke it out in these auctions, and will end up at an astronomically high price. Like this plot of land that was just leased out for $2.2 billion. Which set an all-time record for the most expensive land ever leased by the Hong Kong government to a developer. So the way that government zones and leases land is the first part of this. The other part of this explanation has a lot to do with taxes. If you're the type of person who navigates away from this video when you hear the word tax policy, stay with me here. This place loves low taxes. It's a great place to do business.
Yeah, it's so I wonder if there's like any sort of remnants of like who Hong Kong belonged to for, you know, that church. Let's think about that church for a second, and let's think about you know, the British government, what kind of attitude they had, what kind of economic organization of society they believed in. I'm sure this does not factor into the difference between Hong Kong and the rest of mainland China.
Because the corporate tax is low, no value-added tax, no sales tax.
That's right. You
market
fucking
economics.
nailed it. Irish influence strikes again, even though Ireland is technically used as a tax haven. But
Low taxes, that's embedded into the fabric of this place. Look at all those low taxes doing their work, building up those skyscrapers, slapping on those bank logos all over town. So if the government isn't getting revenue from taxes, it really needs it from another source. And in the case of Hong Kong, that source is land sales.
Because a lot of the government revenues here are driven by land revenues.
please, Hasan, explain it. I don't know why. I'm begging you. Dude, everything I'm saying, just think of the opposite, okay? I'm being sarcastic. Like, I'm already explaining it by saying, I wonder why. He's already describing it to you. Please consider that Chinese companies are the ones that are bidding the lands and refuses to develop it and the harm to Hong Kong people. Dude, that is... Bro, I'm sorry, but that's like next level insanity. What the fuck? Bro, come on, dude. Come on, brother. Jesus Christ. Even when it's directly a byproduct of capitalism and British colonial or British imperialist attitudes, it's still China's fault? Like, what the fuck? That's wild. State-owned apartments in Vienna is rented out to people, so officially it's not owned by the people themselves. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. We'll see what happens. Okay? We'll see what happens in the future. It can continue to go that way. It can continue to go that route. Okay? Certainly. But we're watching a video from 2018. We're also watching a video of a autonomous area that was developed for many, many fucking years completely separately from what you were talking about. Specifically trying to blame China for Hong Kong in this regard is kind of wild. Especially when this is like, this predates the takeover.
And it's about 30% of government public finance.
Especially when the irony is like, this is happening in London. This is happening in Los Angeles. This is probably happening in your city too. And you could turn around and be like, China's doing that too. They're buying a lot of, Chinese nationals are buying a lot of housing. But no emphasis is placed on the local government in this regard. Like, are you fucking insane? Oh man, it's so crazy. It's wild that China is like fucking ruining the housing market. Just like it was wild when China stole all the jobs. You know, because these corporations weren't being operated by individuals. They just stole the jobs at gunpoint. They just came over and put a gun to the fucking temple of every wealthy person and said, hey, you're going to outsource your fucking manufacturing to us. Crazy. It's crazy when China did the 2008 housing market crash. The other day, I stepped on a Lego. That was directly the fault of Xi Jinping. Did you know this? Literally. I stubbed my toe. Xi Jinping. CCP. It's so fucked up and so wild. Top of the hour ad break that comes at the top of the hour, sometimes at 3:20 instead of the top of the hour because I forgot to run it at the top of the hour. Also Xi Jinping. However, subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime to avoid the top of the hour ad break, not Xi Jinping. That's America, baby. That's capitalism. But that's still the truth. You can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free. Aha, Türkler geldi. SA. Oh shit, who just fucking raided? Who's raiding me? I gotta run the fucking ad break now, but Türkler tam ad break verirken geldiniz ama korkmayın, siz zaten Türkiye'de olduğu için görme ihtimaliniz yok. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now. Oh, Jahrein raided. Jahrein, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the fat raid. We're looking at the housing market in Hong Kong.
Financing income.
The government of Hong Kong can lease out this land to develop
Aleyküm selam
astronomical
Türkler.
prices, make a ton of revenue from that, and not have to raise taxes on the people or the corporations that reside here. And they still proudly retain their ranking as the freest economy on earth. What this means is that the Hong Kong government doesn't have a huge incentive to free up more land and lower prices. But while this current arrangement of bidding and auctions is really good for revenue for the government and good for the market generally, it's not super good for the people of Hong Kong.
因為我仔係過度活躍 A 仔嚟㗎嘛，所以空間對於佢嚟講少咗少少，空氣唔流通嘅，對我身體都唔好㗎。
So of all the small spaces, this is easily the most cramped. These are coffin homes. Could I ask you just a quick question about your living space?
一個人啫喎，多個人都唔得。呢度一個月咧，呢個位就係2100蚊。
$267 a month for that, dude.
你住得大約1-2年啦，香港啲住費都太貴。
The government is slowly working on this problem. Year after year, new policies come in that are meant to fix this, but they're slow to change, mainly because they have an incentive to keep the status quo as it is.
Out here at this industrial complex in Hong Kong, I met with a guy named Eric Wong, a local inventor and businessman who has seen a business opportunity in the midst of this space crisis.
Oh, great.
Eric grew up in Hong Kong and has been thinking about...
Bro, that is psychotic. Dude, what the fuck? What is going on, brother? How do you go, yo, I watched dystopian science fiction flicks when I was growing up and decided I want to be the guy who makes the pods, dude.
About small space living for a long time.
Homie, that's just a coffin. I built my first capsule when I was really young, he says. My family got a new fridge and I carved windows out of the box the fridge came in.
Oh, it has Wi-Fi.
His capsules come in 1 or 2 person sizes and are meant to provide a more efficient and hygienic version of the cage and coffin homes, all at a relatively low price.
Down here, there's a little box where you can put all your valuables. So there's mirror lights, there's reading lights.
But these capsules, as innovative as they are, really just put a Band-Aid on.
Yo, you know what's really funny is that, I mean, this, like, Americans looking at Hong Kong's dire situation, okay? Going, oh man, that's so crazy. I can't believe the motherfuckers live like this. That's crazy. It must be because of China or whatever. Don't realize that, like, you know, this is coming to your backyard, bro. This is San Francisco's probably like, this is a great idea. We should ship out a bunch of these.
On this housing problem, they don't serve as a real solution. A real solution would need to come from something that's much less profitable and fun to look at. Government policy and zoning reform that will free
Japan doing this too, is that also China's fault? Yes. Yes, it's also China that did this, okay? Yes. Somehow. Always. It's communism's fault, probably. Oh no, Suez Canal is down. Navigation stops in Egypt's Suez Canal after ship runs aground. Oh my lord, dude. Here we go again, boys. Here we go again, boys. The sequel.
free up more land and put the interests of the people above the interests of the market.
This guy says, let's watch a Turkish economy documentary. Oğlum sen manyak mısın? Direkt olarak öldürmek mi istiyorsun Türkleri burada? Zaten yaşıyorlar her gün. Ne dokümenterisi lan? Adam Twitch'e geliyor kaçmak için. Ondan sonra diyorsun ki yok hayır göster Türklere tekrar. Ne kadar yarak yediklerini.
But until the government can make that happen, people in Hong Kong will continue to squeeze into smaller and smaller spaces.
Anyway, okay, so he did at least like admit it. Come on, dude. The Hong Kong protests were largely driven in large part by youth resentment towards unaffordable housing. The CCP controls Hong Kong's LegCo parliament and pretty much backs the same real estate developers that the British did. It's not China's fault, but they largely maintain British colonial structures. It's just the truth. 100%. Let's see what happens. If it continues to be the same exact way, then you're right. That they are, that, you know, they're engaging in the same exact exploitative structures that the British did. Yep. Fucking, this is incredible. The ship that ran aground is Turkish? No. How does this keep happening? It's a Greek ship, probably. The flag is right there. Dude, that's not the Turkish flag. What the fuck do you mean? Motherfuckers be like, oh, it's red. And it's got a fucking... It's red. And it's got a crescent on it. Must be Turkey. No, it's Singapore, but... Oh my God. Quite simple. Rundown ships and rundown crews, inevitability of technological failure in general. To be fair, Singapore does belong to Turkey. So. We'll see. See what happens there. All right. How the fuck do we get to home ownership, dude? From Gorbachev. Oh, this is a funny edit on a funny video that we will be watching. I saw this earlier today.
No.
Watch the Daily Wire Fem Shabibo. We watched the video originally yesterday, but we hadn't seen this wonderful individual react to it.
Do you think Hasan Piker is hot?
No. Why do you think it's so hard? No! She belongs to the chat. She belongs to the chat. Yes, in some photos. Please be lying.
Recently, don't like the hair. Before, yes.
Okay. Okay. It's fair. I mean, he is.
Yeah, he's built.
Do you think?
Hold it. Hold this fucking L, you goober. I mean, he's like obviously faking it, but it's still pretty funny. I liked it. I liked the video. He's gonna. This is the second. This is his third Joker moment. He went from his first Joker moment with his girlfriend going to an orgy to his second Joker moment with me reacting to one of his videos, which apparently pissed him off a lot, to his final Joker moment. Hasan even says that SNEAKO is good looking. This is the difference between, there's a difference between them. One deals in facts and honesty, and the other deals in being inflammatory and reacting. Yeah, I think SNEAKO's a good looking dude. So much so that I think it's like weird how fucking reactionary and incel he is. There's another.
Before, yes.
Okay. Okay. It's fair. I mean, he is.
With the berserk music. Oh no.
I guess from 2024. Let's go.
He's been trying to be a YouTuber since he was 13. He isn't normal. Yeah, but like he had better. Congrats on No More Beef. What? I had a dream I squashed my beef with Hasan Piker because he was performing a stunt from a lake in which he would be suspended thousands of feet above New York City with no parachute. I was scared he would die, but he assured me that he's really strong, and that's why girls like him. Also, it was an annual thing that Hasan and his team would do for charity, where he would trick law enforcement into thinking a dummy needed to be airlifted out of a lake, but it would really be him, and everyone would bet on whether or not he would fall and die. Also, he was like massive, and I was crying because I was trying to urge him not to go, and he gave me a hug and leapt into the water, and he was the size of a human Roblox character, like wide, and his hair was flowing, and it was storming. This is a scale model of how large Hasan was. It was a really traumatizing dream. Hasan was like mid-air, screaming and holding on for dear life, just having to execute all the upper body strength he could muster to not fall to his fucking death. It was so scary. Please, Hasan, tell me you're okay. If anyone was wondering what it looked like when Hasan would be flying over the city on for hours, Hasan, screaming fans, city, storms. I'm sorry for judging your Gucci shirt, Hasan. I take it all back. Okay. All right, I guess beef squashed. there you go. This is what happens when you take too much melatonin, okay? You gotta take the normal amount of melatonin. You do a little bit more than that, and all of a sudden, I'm okay. But the real question is, are you okay? I think she saw the pictures of you in your underwear. Wait, what? When you eat an edible before bed, that happens? People called her ex to ask what went wrong. Jesus Christ. Crosscord is quick. When Hasan pulls your chat log. Things to look out for during a HasanAbi stream. Accessories only for the start of the stream. Fiona visiting. Community members doing amazing things. Turkish insults. Aw, this is nice. This is a nice video. Very kind. Top of the hour. That's true. That's another thing to look out for. Don't forget to running his fingers through his hair like every 10 seconds. Imagine watching him, lol. Yeah, around 30K people do that almost daily and millions on YouTube videos. I thought of eating. Imagine waking up and turning on this guy's stream only to hear L take after L take. I wouldn't. I need to see what a hater like this looks like. He made 3 videos. Stream sniping Tubbo was fun. Follow for more oldest anarchy server in Minecraft. Ninja of all people. The child. Yeah, literally. I'm not joining this child's Discord server, you fucking weirdos. That server he's talking about is full of Nazis? Yeah. I think that kid is probably too young to even comprehend what that server is full of. Let's be fucking real. Dude, they can see when you view their profile. Wait, I don't give a shit. He's an anarcho Minecraftist. Guaranteed incel. I write Minecraft articles for a living, and these are the kind of kids sending me hate mail on the daily. I realize J.K. Rowling's new novel might seem a little long at 1,200 pages, but a good portion of the space is taken up by fictitious mean tweets. What? If God meant us to feel sympathetic, he'd make crying people look so fucking ugly. Why do you make crying people look so ugly? Somebody tell that vile mercenary bitch to take a dirt nap. Wait, no shot. J.K. Rowling legit put like TikTok responses? No shot. Although Morehouse has denied it, the persistent rumor in the Ink Blackheart fandom is he writes a Pen of Justice blog. This is a joke, right? God damn, J.K. Rowling just turf brain. I'm not even kidding at this point. Turf brain is a diagnosable mental disorder, okay? Mental illness. Like, I'm telling you, dude. Your brain chemistry rewires in dramatic capacity, in irreparable ways. Once you become like obsessed with the existence of trans people and it bothers you, you literally are just like, I can't stop myself. I will ruin my life. You're convulsing. You're like you're having like regular aneurysms. Your entire life turns into your Twitter reactions, your Twitter replies. Don't say that. We'll be called ableist for shitting on TERFs. I don't give a fuck. I mean, her latest novel is a self-insert fanfic about how she views herself, righteous TERF versus the hate mom. So is it really that surprising she's delusional? How many people are going to read this? Like, stick to the fucking classics, man. Ride the IP. I guess you can't really ride the IP that hard. Her is an excerpt. Here's an excerpt. It's insane. Oh, here. J.K. Rowling released a new book today about a YouTube animator that gets stabbed to death for making racist and transphobic animations, and it's 600 pages longer than Dune. In her new book, Rowling introduces readers to Eddie Ledwell, a creator of a popular YouTube cartoon who sees internet trolls and her own fandom turn on her after the cartoon was criticized as being racist and ableist, as well as transphobic, for a bit about a hermaphrodite worm. The creator is doxxed with photos of her home plastered on the internet, subjected to death and rape threats for having an opinion, and was ultimately found stabbed to death in a cemetery. The book takes a clear aim at social justice warriors and suggests that Ledwell was a victim of a masterfully plotted, politically fueled hate campaign against her. Oh my God. This is like insane, dude. She's like lost her fucking mind. I think she legitimately is trying to get martyred, maybe? I don't know. Joanne, nobody has gotten murdered for being transphobic online. Trans people have gotten murdered, though. Lots of them. One literally just got doxxed and swatted by online trolls. What a horrific timing for this release. It's, oh my God, 1,024 pages. How many pages is the Bible? 1,200. Yeah, she's slacking. It reads like a forum post. New J.K. Rowling novel written entirely in 4chan green text. Be the protagonist of this new novel. Be a cis man. Neat. Put on girls' clothes, even though this isn't the specific experience of one British woman. Go into women's bathroom. Go to Twitter app. Bully celebrated author J.K. Rowling for absolutely no reason. She's never been wrong at all. She's actually very smart and good. And if you bully her, it's only going to make her opinions come back stronger and more powerful. Leave her alone. She's a feminist hero. Is she okay? Horrifying TERF convention. Why'd they all look like this? Bro, I already covered this, okay? I already covered this. It's always bricked up shouties, okay? I'm sorry to use this term. It's such a aggro term that only pro-trans people know what the fuck I'm talking about, or trans people know what the fuck I'm talking about. But it's always like this. It's like if I didn't fucking fit the super rigid gender binary that like I'm trying to desperately reinforce, I wouldn't be doing shit like this. Okay? Goddamn. Goddamn, dude. Like, what the fuck? I mean, seriously. Seriously. What are you doing? TERFs be like, there's a difference between men and women. It's like, dude, what? Like, your very existence defies that, okay? Your very existence literally defies the main point that you're fucking advancing, okay? What the fuck are you saying right now? Like, maybe if we lived in a more comfortable and not as like rigid understanding of a false gender binary, you'd probably be more comfortable with your life. That's crazy to me, dude. She's pro-LGBT but not LGBT. Yes, exactly. These are like the TERFs. They're like, oh, we're feminists. That's why we hate trans women. I mean, a lot of these people, they say they're LGB, but like they're also biphobic too. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, you're not, pick a lane. You know what I mean? They're just LG. That's like Aiden Ross being like, I donated to the LG community. This is who Aiden Ross donated to. The curly-haired one top left is Maya Forstater, who was allegedly sacked for her gender-critical beliefs, and she went to court over it and won. Now British TERFs won't shut up about how being gender-critical is protected speech. What the fuck? Really? God, England is so fucking morally bankrupt, dude. Jesus Christ. She lost, lol. What? Oh, she didn't even win? Forstetter was talked about a lot in the ContraPoints video. Is like how feminists hate on Emma Watson. This is the LG community that Aiden Ross was talking about, though. This is it. The case was that her beliefs are protected, but harassing trans women at work is not. Wait, what happened? You got banned? Hold on. What? The middle top one? The middle top one said that underage trans boys are getting breasts that have known a lover's caress removed. What? The middle top one said underage trans boys are getting breasts that haven't known a lover's caress removed. I mean, they're just British, though. You can't hold it. You know, listen, that's just British things. You know what I mean? She's a Tory. You can't hold it against her. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. That's protected speech for Tories. Like, they have to be nonces. You know what I mean? That's the British courts with their weird fucking wigs and shit also probably ruled that, like, you can't get mad at a Tory for being a pedophile because that's culturally insensitive. You know what I mean? It's just, you got to do that. As a Tory, they just let you do it. They just let you say it. It is their culture. Love Brit slander, but please don't equate us all with these people. That's why I'm specifically saying Tories, okay? Shut the fuck up, Brits. Hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. You know what I'm talking about. The T in LGBT stands for Tory to them. I mean, listen, this is like, of course these people get so fucking brain broken that they start thinking like, you know, random individuals in their vicinity are also secretly trans and shit. No wonder the final stage of TERF brain is just transvestigations, right? Because, like, you know, no one is going to fit the standards. Transvestigators would tag every single one of these ladies, okay? Because they're also insane. Like, they literally clock, like, very clearly cis women that have just had a child, like, last week, okay? You know what I mean? So, like, they're clocking everybody because they're fucking insane. But, like, do you have any advice on how to reconcile my need to play the new Hogwarts game with my alliance with the trans community? I don't have a I don't have a take on that. Like, I already told you. Just fucking pirate it if you want. You know? Steal it. What are you, silly? You silly goose. Just steal the game. The game is heavily anti-Semitic. Okay. Steal the game. Which lesbians and trans men face a lot of similar transphobia because queer phobes see us both as confused women. Yeah, but they don't see that. They don't see that they're like united. They think that if they behave as like pick me ladies to the white heteronormative patriarchy that is incredibly homophobic and queerphobic, that like they might get acceptance from them. But fuck no, dude. What are you, fucking crazy? Any normal dude who's like transphobic is literally going to say you're a man to these. They're going to misgender all of you. Okay? Like literally all of you. Not a single person is going to be like, oh, let me hear. The only people that will cis homs. What the fuck? I did not know that term. Okay. Did you just make that up or is that a thing? It's just, oh God. No, that's a thing. Oh. It's like when you act like one of the good ones to fit in, like women that do misogyny. Yeah, I mean, these women also probably do misogyny as well. I didn't hear a single fucking peep from J.K. Rowling about abortion rights. That's like the one issue that TERFs are supposed to be like fully up in arms about. But no, turns out they have no interest in the feminism aspect. They just have an interest in the feminism aspect as long as they can weaponize like a broken understanding of it against trans people existing. That's it. They just claim that they're fucking rad femmes, and 90% of the time, rad femmes themselves are also like brain broken anyway. They're not like genuinely being feminist at all. They're also ironically incredibly misogynistic because they constantly claim that trans women are just like incredibly talented in every facet of their lives. Like, they are of the belief that because trans women are men, they think that trans women are men, and because they believe that trans women are actually men, they're better than women, like cis women, okay? And they regularly come out and they're like, dude, trans women are dominating everything. We're terrified. They're better CEOs. They're better at fucking, what's the game that trans lady won? The TV game? What was it, like Jeopardy or some shit? Like, I saw TERFs literally getting mad. It's like, oh, another trans woman. But is actually a man winning Jeopardy? Of course. They're stealing it from us women. It's like, dude, are you fucking stupid? That has nothing to do. That literally has nothing to do with like even any sort of physical activity. You're just basically saying women are dumber than men now, you fucking idiot. If you literally think that trans woman is a man, you unironically are making the most misogynistic argument you could. You're saying women are dumb broads. How are you a fucking feminist in that point? The only thing trans women are automatically better than cis women at is hearts of iron, okay? That's it. Like, that's the one thing. That's the one trait. That's it. Nothing else. There's no, like, inherent superiority. Just hearts of iron 4. And Fallout New Vegas. Fine. Fallout New Vegas as well. But that's it. That's it. That's it. And posting? No, because you know my rule. Trans posters are either some of the best posters or the absolute worst posters and nothing in between. No, because there's some really bad trans posters out there. Oh my fucking God. Are you kidding me? Oh my Lord. Holy shit. Just like constantly in a fucking state of panic. And I don't mean like about legitimate things like America trying to eradicate trans people. I'm talking like, you know, tender queer shit. Sydney Sweeney, is set to play Leni Riefenstahl in the upcoming biopic limited series. Wait, what? Wait. Is that for real? No shot, right? That's a joke, right? That's like, there's no fucking shot that that's real. I don't believe that. It's got to be fake. Is there a movie coming out about fucking Leni Riefenstahl? She was a Nazi propagandist, for those of you who don't know. I don't think that they would make a movie about her unless like there was some weird like psychotic fucking feminist out there that was like, actually she was a girl boss or something. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a thing. Leni Riefenstahl, both feminist icon and fascist filmmaker. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was kidding. Ernst Röhm, proud gay icon. The dancer, actor, director, and photographer Leni Riefenstahl, who died in 2003, by the way, lived for entirely too long, holy shit, is a controversial character because of the many propaganda movies she produced for the Nazis. So when it was recently announced that her estate would be handed over to a Berlin photography museum, historians of the period hoped to find some clarification about the extent of her involvement with the Nazi regime. What do you mean the extent of her involvement? Wait, what the fuck? This guy's name is Alexander von Leunen, senior lecturer in modern German history. What is this? Watching a documentary about suffragettes and they end with this little what happened to them montage. Real mixed bag, Lamau. Sylvia dedicated herself to communism and campaigned for Ethiopian independence. Flora founded the Anti-Socialist Women's Guild of Empire. She became a spokesperson for Save the Children. In 1932, she joined the British Union of Fascists as head of its women's section. Yeah, it really do be like that, dude. You know, girl bossing can go either way, you know? White women are versatile, okay? You don't understand. White women are so versatile. The versatility of white women is crazy. That's why I always say you need care and energy. You literally need care and power to ensure that your movement is successful, okay? They are literally the fucking foundational plank of every successful movement. Ultimately, do you think they cancel each other out? Like two good ones and then two bad ones? They X'd each other out? Like, is that how that works? Like, you just have to do that. There's a delicate balance as Thanos intended. You know what I mean? You have to... it has to be perfectly balanced as things should be. Do you think they still write to each other? I doubt it. I mean, they're dead, but I also doubt that. Instead of comparing women to objects, we compare them to math. Checks out. Bro, you cannot be serious about this. Like, I don't think you're serious, right? It was a joke. Oh, thank God. I don't know. I'm just like very... After yesterday's like psychotic, Islamophobic, homophobic tweet that popped off about me and about Turkey in general and about Muslims in general, and then that insane woman who was like, wow, you said fuck your mom to a guy who said you are gay and therefore would be thrown off a rooftop. I don't know where, like how far radfems go sometimes. I mean, it's that age-old, like, I don't support all you women, some of you bitches are crazy tweet that went fucking viral on Twitter. It's like, no, I don't support all women. It's just the truth. You know, some of them do end up going in the fascist direction. Except they will still unironically champion, like, women's emancipation as though, like, you know, it's liberating to be a fucking Nazi filmmaker. You know what I mean? This is a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. What do you mean? He compared fuck your mom to rape. Yeah, I know. That's, you know who else did that, by the way? Boo Boo Bennett. Remember when Lil Nas X said, like, I'll fuck your dad? And Boo Boo Bennett was like, you're saying you want to rape my dad. Again, another iconic, iconic woman, iconic lady. People were saying mom jokes are rape culture, and I lost my mind. Yeah, I mean, dude, you can't. Then you let them win. They're like, look, listen. Twitter is very much filled to the brim with mentally ill people. Okay, myself included. And the main point of Twitter is to literally give other people whatever kind of mental illness that you have by writing and posting the most unhinged shit. Okay. So if you ever like look at a post like that and it breaks your brain and now you're also mentally ill, they won. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't let them win by giving in to the mental illness that they're trying to intentionally give you. In high school, I made a your mom joke to a kid, and he told his mom, and they made me come to their house with my parents to tell them how that joke means I'm a sexual deviant. You should have literally had sex with her. You should have flirted with the kid's mom after that. And then successfully had sex with her. You should have flirted with her until she was like, all right, yeah, I want to fuck you, actually. And then, boom, double bind, called the authorities, 911, hello, pedophile. Now she's in jail. Guess what? You are motherless, dude. Who's the deviant now, bitch? Woo! Wee woo, wee woo. You're going to jail. Checkmate. Oh, Suez Canal is good now. They learned from their lesson. They learned their lesson from the last time this happened, dude. All right. Great Fear Round episode this week. You and the Supermega boys bounce off each other well. We love bouncing off our homie's dick. What? Supermega, that's just two guys having gay sex with one another. Speaking of Supermega, one of the things that we actually talked about on the podcast, aside from literally Keemstar bouncing off his boy's dick, or not his boy's dick, but Keemstar boofing some of the, biggest dildos you've ever seen in really weird places, which you can see behind the paywall, if you're interested in that sort of thing. Does anyone have that fucking Transformers clip that we talked about? Because this actually played a big role. Oh, here it is. Transformers Age of Consent scene from yesterday. So the Super Mega boys actually showed me that, or told me, while we were talking about MGK and his like interest in having sex with underage women, girls, they told me about this wonderful scene from Transformers Age of Extinction.
Oh, bright side, you guys met.
Where's he from?
I told you he's a driver from Texas.
Texas? Where? Dublin, Texas? Shamrock, Texas? Then why does he sound like a leprechaun?
You'd get your ass kicked in Ireland for saying that.
Oh, we're not in Ireland. Lucky Charms, we're in Texas. And so he drives? What do you mean he drives?
What the fuck? He looks like Kvanch Tatlatu, dude. What the fuck? Am I crazy? Who the fuck is this guy? Doesn't he look like... Looks like a Turkish act, like a very famous Turkish actor. I'm going crazy right now. Let me see if I can find like a good pic. Bro, what? Turks, in the chat, back me up on this. Am I wrong? He's just white. You are so facially blind. No, Turks in the chat are backing me up in this.
Drives? What do you mean he drives? Like for a living?
Yeah. He makes a living.
Thank you.
Look, I race rally cars. One driver, one navigator. Her. By the way, I'm totally legit. I just got picked up by Red Bull. And just so you know, my life savings was in that car back there.
This is not happening.
Oh, it definitely is.
How old are you?
20.
She's a 17-year-old girl. So we can work this two ways. One, I punch you right in the mouth and you call the police on me.
Dad.
Or two, I just call the cops on you because this is illegal. She's a minor.
We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws.
We dated for a little while. I was a sophomore and he was a senior. It's fine.
No, it's not fine.
We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship. Statute 2705-3.
What? Statute?
Ah! Why is that in the movie? No! He fucking flipped it. Yo, this is the greatest. I'm so happy that the fucking Super Mega Boys put me on this, dude. That's a libertarian in the wild, boys. Look at that. Yeah, statute 718-6. It's not criminal. It's just gross. He has it laminated. Oh, I had not watched the original video. This is so much funnier. I've never watched a Transformers movie. Oh. Wait, we got to run that fucking back. This is the Aaron Sorkin of pedophilia, dude, okay? This is his Aaron Sorkin moment. It is such a Sorkin-esque interaction here, like just overly wordy, ridiculous. The altercation will be will end when the debate lord has finished his debate.
Then you call the police on me?
Dad.
Or two, I just call the cops on you because this is illegal. She's a minor.
We're protected by the Romeo and Juliet laws.
We dated for a little while. I was a sophomore and he was a senior. It's fine.
No, it's not fine.
We've got a pre-existing juvenile foundational relationship.
We have a pre-existing juvenile foundation relationship, which is an insane sequence of words. Like that's a sequence of words that you just don't have to ever string along, okay? Unless you're like describing it to a judge or something, I don't get it. Like the funniest part about this is that like an age gap of that size, of that magnitude, the older you get, the further you move away from 20, the less awful it is, okay? But it's just fucking hilarious that he, like, the moment that you're defending it, it's like, it's a wrap.
Statute 2705-3.
What? Texas statute? That a real law?
Yep.
Romeo and Juliet, huh? You know how those two ended up?
No.
Dead. Do your parents know about this? Is your dad okay with you dating a 17-year-old girl?
He took off when I was 5, but if I ever bump into him, I'll ask him.
You know, Tessa, I trusted you.
To what? Never have fun, take a risk, be a normal teenager like you?
I am your father, okay? And I have been busting my ass to take care of you.
Is that what you're...
Okay, the rest of it is just bullshit, but that's awesome. How many times does it get brought up that you have to have the law laminated? No, it's awesome. Having an absentee father is a green light to be a predator. Wait, what? Best Michael Bay
Ladies
moment?
and gentlemen, director and producer Michael Bay. Good afternoon.
Thanks, Joe.
Good afternoon, Michael.
How is everyone today? My job as a director is I get to dream for a living.
Michael, you know, you're known for such unbelievable action. What inspires you? How do you come up with these unbelievable ideas?
I create visual worlds that are so beyond everyone's normal life experiences. And Hollywood is a place that creates a viewer escape. And what I try to do is, as a director, I try to... the type is all off, sorry, but I'll just wing this.
Tell us what you think.
Yeah, we'll wing it right now. I try to take people on an emotional ride, and
The Curve? How does it? How do you think it's going to impact how viewers experience your movies?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What the fuck? No! What? Dude, what the fuck? He just left. Oh my god.
Movies.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This clip from the Supermega cast with you was good. Information that I got out of this book is the reason why I said things that I said about 9/11. So you guys kind of
one day.
Yeah, you guys, not right now, but one day.
When the whole trilogy's out.
Hasan, you were right. America did deserve 9/11.
I didn't write that, Ryan.
We also didn't say present like our personal messages.
Yeah, I mean, when someone signs a book for you, it's pretty personal.
Oh, I didn't realize it was like that.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
We autographed
Maybe
too, which is very personal.
I don't know how they do things over in Turkey, Hasan.
Yeah,
you know.
no, we just leak DMs and stuff all the time. That's just a Turkish thing. The information, hilarious. Why did they have you sitting on a squatty potty? It was terrible. Yeah. I still have no idea what Supermega does. It's just two guys having gay sex. Literally. Like I thought Supermega was like haha, like funny. They do like funny jokes and stuff.
And all right.
No, it's just like it literally is just two guys having gay sex the entire time. And they do poppers.
We have a special guest today. I know you guys have all been anxiously awaiting. If you'd like to, Luke, put some applause in.
This is what I got?
Yep.
It was made specifically for you, too. We haven't had something made specifically for a guest yet.
Nope.
Like a piece of furniture dedicated to them.
It's like literally ankle level.
It does, like the top of the chair goes, it's below your knee.
It might reach does it even reach the top of your calf?
No way.
No, my calf is...
Hey, have a seat, man. Welcome to the show. Go ahead, dude.
It's good. See? Sturdy.
Hasan, everybody. Put another applause in, Luke.
Maybe a few screams, too.
Put a couple of hoots and hollers. And all right.
You look so uncomfortable, dude. What do you mean? The chair is tiny, dude. Torture. You showed a clip of you on the live show.
To Hasan for his political views.
I'm sorry, what? Son of a bitch?
He's literally tier 2 3 sub. Shut the f up, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, dude, he probably did this just for the meme. No shot. Never typed in chat. Tier 3 sub. The perfect chatter. The perfect relationship with a streamer and chatter.
Thanks for unpausing the video, Hasan. Now, one thing we should certainly know for...
I love that they censored Bernie Sanders' head, by the way.
It's really good. That's really good.
That was better than the end of The Prestige.
Yeah,
I love that one. I'm gonna do. Oh, is it 10? Oh.
Learn.
It was a great moment. What does the 10 mean? What is that good? Quick meme. Vegan mom gets life in prison for starvation, death of son. Snickers, you're not you when you're hungry. Grab one. Okay, dude. It's a live rating of the clip from chat. Oh, wow. Okay, we got people calling their ex to ask what went wrong. A new cut video. We have matched a kink to stranger, another cut video, just unhinged. Before we get to the cut videos, though, obviously, women are disproportionately hurting our country. That is from friend of the show, Dennis Prager, one of the greatest and most successful Republican propagandists of all time. He's out here putting he's just doing the right thing. Okay, Andrew Tate, weak boy, bottom G, banned from every platform. Dennis Prager, top G, top of the hour G, top of the hour every hour where there's a 60-second ad break G. And if you no longer want to see those ads, and Dennis Prager certainly would want you to watch ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub at the top of the hour. If you're lucky, that is. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Or with a Bugatti. Or with a Bugatti. All right. Not going to lie. I love it when the misogyny is this poor. HasانAbi accent a little too fucking good. Yeah. Asking Equinox members what they do for a living.
What's the craziest side?
I didn't actually watch this yesterday. Wait, let's watch it. Let's start with this one.
Do you have any tips for people that want to become self-employed? How much do you make? What's something that you splurge money on? Do you have any tips for people that want to save more money? What's something that you do every single day that you think every successful person should do?
What do you do? What?
Oh no, we can't do it.
How do you make? What do you do for a living?
YouTube. How much do you think you spend per month on food?
Between 1,500 to 3 at least.
Dang, that's the highest number we've gotten so far.
Well, I have a girlfriend.
Which Equinox is this?
Hey everyone, so in today's video, we are asking Equinox members what they do for a living. We'll be asking people what they do, how much they make, what they like spending money on, as well as any advice for anyone that wants to become successful. A membership here costs $200 to $350 per month, and obviously that's pretty expensive, so I'm always curious, what do people do? What type of businesses do they have that allow them to spend this much on a gym membership? I'm super excited to see who we talk to. Let's go.
Oh, goddamn, look at those cords. Oh, fuck.
So what's your name, age, and what do you do?
I'm David Packard, I'm 24, and I manage wealth. I trade people's money on the stock market.
Whoa.
Yeah, mostly options.
How'd you get into that?
I got into it about 4 years ago. My brother-in-law brought me into it, actually, with a firm. I finally just started doing my own thing about 2 years ago.
How much money do you make?
So I make
Equinox is just not isn't just a classy gym in LA, as the chatter asked. It's just like a super upscale, super expensive gym that isn't just in LA. It's like all over. I used to be a member. I haven't been a member for a couple of years now because I just left because of COVID. And then afterwards, I started training with a trainer, which is significantly more expensive than Equinox anyway. But They have it all over the place. I was a member for many, many years though, and it's just literally some of the most in shape and douchiest people you'll ever see at a gym, at any gym.
About $400,000 a year.
They have
Wow.
Aesop hand soaps in the bathroom? No, they don't. They have Kiehl's, unless they actually changed it to Aesop recently. But they used to only have Kiehl's. You pay for the exclusivity? No. As a matter of fact, that is not true. Equinox gyms, or at least gyms in Los Angeles, and I've worked out in New Jersey, I worked out in New York, I worked out in gyms all around the country. I worked out in gyms in Miami. Los Angeles only has really fucking shit gyms that are like $10 a month, $20 a month, which is a normal price for a gym, or at least was a normal price for a gym. But like you literally get Hep C from the air the moment that you walk in. The fucking weights are everywhere. Or gyms that are insanely, disgustingly expensive, but actually are quality-wise a normal New Jersey gym. And that's the worst part about it, is that the LA fitnesses are fucking nasty as shit, right? And you pay literally the same price that you would pay for like a New Jersey gym that is actually a good gym, okay? Or any good gym in Florida. Or you have to pay, again, $7 gorillion fucking dollars like Equinox to get the same normal New Jersey gym experience. I've never actually seen like a gym that's moderately priced in Los Angeles that's good for like middle class and upper middle class people. It's fucking nuts. It is nuts. Anyone who tells you that that's not the case is lying to you, by the way. Maybe things have changed a little bit, but I swear to fucking God, all the franchise gyms in Los Angeles, literally, even when I was dead fucking broke, it was so bad. I used to work out at the LA Fitness in Westwood Village, and holy shit, that basement, dude, that fucking basement, dude, is so musty. I swear to God, it changes you. You dramatically change. You're a different person. Just go to Planet, LA Fitness, the proletarian choice. I did for many, many years. It was awful. It was fucking awful. Miss said New Jersey is $100 a month. In LA, it's $1K. Wait, what? No. In New Jersey, what was it? Workout World. What were the fucking chains in New Jersey? I don't even remember. I haven't been in so long. They have like the national chains like LA Fitness and 24-hour Fitness and shit like that. But in New Jersey, they also have like New Jersey local franchises. They have WOW is one. I think Jersey Strong is another one. Retro Fitness. They have a bunch of gyms in New Jersey that are really, really fucking decent, especially depending on what neighborhood you're in. Like, literally, they're actually decent, totally fine to work out in, actually relatively clean. The weights are in the same place. It's not the same as Los Angeles. So if you're thinking about like Ohio, Idaho, wherever the fuck you're from, and your local franchise gym is like $30 a month or $40 a month or however it is now with Brandon's economy, right? And you try to compare that to Los Angeles gyms of the same size, same variety, same price point, I promise you, it is infinitely worse. WOW is the same as Jersey Strong. They changed the name after the class action lawsuit, which I think I was a part of, by the way. Those motherfuckers literally shafted me at a time when I didn't have any fucking money. They literally took extra money after I canceled my subscription. They're such pieces of shit. I mean, fuck those guys. Absolutely fuck those guys. They never let you cancel. Like, it's just so fucked up. They're such assholes. God, ugh. Anyway, the point is, Equinox is incredibly expensive, and you literally just get like the regular amenities you would get at the average East Coast gym. But in the West Coast, at least in Los Angeles. So here it is.
Wow. And do you have any advice for people that want to get into trading and stuff like that?
Start small, because when I first started, I lost a lot of money. Took me a lot of lessons. I learned the hard way. So learn from somebody who knows what they're doing, and then start real small. Maybe trade in a simulator at first, and then scale up.
What's the most expensive thing that you own?
Probably my house. Yeah, it's I'm just renting my house here actually in California, but I own a house that's worth about $750,000 in Texas.
What's a daily habit you do that you think everyone should do?
I actually come here every day to the gym, whether it's at least just to stretch or to work out. Just because I love the atmosphere here. There are a lot of successful people, and also it just kind of prepares my mind for the day. So that's something that I like to do.
Why do you spend so much money on a gym membership?
Just yesterday, I know it was 2 days ago, somebody came up to me to ask me to trade their money. So it's just a very good way to network, whether you don't have a job or...
Yeah, if you want to be a day trader, if you want to be a trader, just go to a gym. First, have a lot of money so you can trade and lose. 2, go to a gym that's $300 a month to maybe on the off chance meet some rich people that will say, oh yeah, you can lose my money too.
You have a job or you're doing your own thing. It's a good way to network with people, to expand on your business. It's also a phenomenal gym. It's honestly the nicest gym I've ever been to, so it's worth every penny.
What's the craziest side hustle you've ever done to make money?
Solar sales. Solar sales it's a good side hustle, especially here in California. If you're gonna get into any kind of sales job, I would look into closing inbounding calls or closing, warm leads. So it's really just to save people money. That's the only thing that's nice about it, is it's not pulling money out of people's pockets.
How much did you make doing solar sales?
You'll make anywhere between, it's commission based, so you'll make anywhere between $150,000 and $250,000 a year, working about 5 hours a day. So it's pretty hard though. Sometimes people it's more of an art, not a science. So you have to overcome objections, you have to drive a lot, but it's pretty good money if you have time for it.
And how do you invest your money?
I just trade my money. So
Okay, I'm skipping this guy. This video is not as good as I thought.
I fail. So I trade mostly at stocks here. I would recommend him.
What's your name, age, and what do you do?
I'm Jason Hardy. I'm 37, and I do a few things: teach and train clients in fitness, DJ, and do video production.
How does it feel to do so many?
Just the most average, dude. Typical Los Angelino. Okay. 11 jobs.
Different things.
It's great because I have a lot of creative interests and keeps things fresh.
So what's the best part about being self-employed?
Being able to kind of make my schedule, but also my main goal in life is to just love on people, so I get to kind of choose what I want to do and how I want to do it. So
why do you pay so much for a gym membership?
I don't. I actually work here.
Okay.
I used to work here a lot. I teach one class now just to keep my membership.
Okay, nice. So all you have to do is teach one class once a week, and then you get the free membership?
Yeah, I still like to come here. It's a great place to work out. I mean, obviously the views and everything, but...
What is your biggest expense right now?
I mean, probably just rent.
How much are you paying for rent?
$2,400.
What's something that you splurge money on?
I love food.
So how much would you say you spend per month on food?
Depends on the month. I have worked with a meal prep company, so some months I spend...
Why did you guys send me this video? You wanted me to watch this video, but it's not that great. This is even down to the fucking music and shit. It feels, these are all these investors and stuff. Even down to the music. I mean, it's just not for me. Let me just clarify. It's not a bad video. I'm sure certain people, there's a massive audience for it. It has 1.2 million views. Who gives a shit what I have to say about this fucking video, right? But I do think that it's just not, I'm not the target demographic for it. You know what I mean? When it was first linked, you said this is insanely my shit. Yeah, I thought the people were going to be interesting. Or I thought the interviewer was going to have a more contentious approach to the people that he's interviewing. But instead he was just kind of hyping them up and asking them questions oh yeah, what did you make money with? Whatever. Okay, let's hear what Joe Rogan agreeing with socialism. Let's hear what he had to say.
Straight up socialist, or are you a democratic socialist? The reason I put democratic in there is because there are obviously countries that have, called themselves socialists, that have not had things that I care about, free speech and, multi-party elections. And so I certainly don't want to associate myself with that. But I care very much about socialized health care, about tuition-free higher education, so people can go to school without having to be in debt for decades, which is obscene. And I do think that the level of inequality that we get from our current system is indefensible.
I would agree with you 100%. Imagine if you had to have money to get your fire put out. If your house burns down, we call the fire department, they show up. Our taxes fund the fire department.
I think there's an infinitely better way to talk about democratic socialism without lapping up reactionary propaganda. I mean, I know Ben. I probably have a disagreement with them on there. I think like the best way to describe it is that like your methods of, I don't know, your methods of overcoming the like reorganizing the economy. Your methods of reorganizing, your means of reorganizing the economy revolve around reforms at first. While building like a solid underlying base of proletarian support. Anyway, I love that Joe Rogan always agrees with whoever the fuck he interviews, though. That's great.
That is essentially a socialist endeavor.
It's provided just as like a right that you should have
Right.
just for being a person, right? You know, you shouldn't have to do anything special to get your house put out if it's on fire. And you also shouldn't have to do anything special to get treatment if you're sick, go to college in the first place.
Fire departments ever did that to the rich? Only put out the fire that pay more taxes? Which esports team is hiring Hasan the Hun? Bro, how are you going to do this to me right now? Yo, plant, dummy. Hey, plant.
Enemy spotted A.
Plant. Plant. Plant. Oh, I have it. Oh my God, I have it. I thought she had it. I'm going to get killed. Yeah, that happened yesterday. My worst moment. Unacceptable, dude. Reply with the 3-shot 3-kill clip. Yeah, I should. There was another Joe Rogan clip, right? Wasn't it just this one? Was it this Joe Rogan agrees with socialism? Oh, Cloudflare had a take. Cloudflare is the hosting service that like prevents Kiwi Farms, which is a doxing operation, a gossip website, a gossip forum that when 4chan is like not bad enough for you that you go to. Anyway, Cloudflare allows for Kiwi Farms to operate free of DDoS attacks, right? And there's been an ongoing campaign to get Cloudflare, whichever one. What the fuck? I don't know. Anyway, we're trying to get him to drop it. So the Kiwi Farms no longer is in operation. For those of you who don't know, this is a website that engages in like the worst fucking attacks. They basically hype up all of the trans people, and these aren't like public trans people, famous trans people, just regular trans people that they have turned into celebrities and caused to commit suicide by routinely harassing them, ruining their lives, finding people in their lives, doxing them, doxing people in their lives, regularly trying to get them fired from their jobs and stuff until they're homeless, and then, you know, provoking them into killing themselves. It's really horrible. They were doing this to Keffels as well. They do targeted harassment. Cloudflare is people are attacking, led by Keffels. People are understandably trying to get Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms, but this was what their response was. Yeah, it's a Stormfront safe haven, but it's like there are different ideologies that operate on that website. It's just more so like, yeah, I mean it's 4chan culture, but like old school 4chan culture with insane amounts of transphobia and anti-left sentiments. For instance, when a site opposed to LGBTQ rights signed up for a paid version of the DDoS mitigation service, we work with our Proudflare employee resource group to identify an organization that supported LGBTQ plus rights and donate 100% of the fees for our services to them. We don't and won't talk about these efforts publicly because we don't do them for marketing purposes. We do them because we are aligned with what we believe is morally correct. Except, you know what? You're aligning with them while also what? Causing some trans people to commit suicide by protecting another website that is engaging in like mass harassment campaigns. That's cool. The morally correct position would be, in Cloudflare's response, they say they regret cutting services for 8chan and Daily Stormer. That's crazy. So it's like carbon offsetting for transphobia. Yeah, literally. Heard from former Cloudflare employee that the customers that they did an offset donation for LGBTQ org was godhatesfwords.com, which is run by the Westboro Baptist Church. They continue to support this site. They had no ERG in June 2017. They lied in their blog. That's awesome. That's very cool that they're doing that. Yeah, they're doing carbon offsets for all the trans people that they're harassing. Additionally, the Westboro Baptist Church was a customer with Cloudflare long before 2017, and they were provided services as far back as 2014. The ERG was not formed until 2018. Cloudflare management bragged about this offset donation all the time. It's absolutely asinine to believe that donating a few $1,000s to LGBTQ orgs undoes the damage that supporting hate causes. It's pink washing in its most vile form. It's modern day indulgence by corporations to wash away the guilt of their actions. I mean, it's like worse. I don't know. It's just, I mean, there's a lot of disgusting spaces on the internet. Okay, there's a lot of disgusting spaces on the internet of people who are just horribly sad. They live horribly pathetic and sad existences. And the way that they manage it, with like not killing themselves is by trying to get other people to kill themselves. And it's so fucking awful. They're just incredibly miserable and they're super obsessed. They have a lot of time on their hands. And the fact that people would like help out those who are actively working to harm others like this is pathetic. I don't know what else to say about it. Like Cloudflare, goddamn, they want to milk this cow from every udder. Yeah. Also, Matt Walsh, last night, thousands of idiot leftists, and this is a tie-in to the Kiwi Farms part of the saga. Last night, thousands of idiot leftists were absurdly blaming me and libs of TikTok for a bomb threat at the Boston Children's Hospital. Today, the story has disappeared because police quickly determined the whole thing was a false alarm. I don't expect we'll get any apologies, though. I would like to know what a false alarm means exactly. Police are being coy about it. No, it's a fake bomb threat, you fucking idiot. That's what it is. Which is still illegal, by the way. And it's probably done by one of your fucking psychopathic fans. The fuck do you mean? Police are being coy about it. Plenty of reason to wonder whether false alarm really means a leftist hoax. Yeah, certainly lots of precedent for that. If there was really a threat but no bomb, they wouldn't call it a false alarm, and they still wouldn't be trying to track down the culprit. Clearing the scene in 2 hours and calling it a false alarm almost certainly means there was no threat at all, which still leaves questions. I just read more details. Police arrive on scene at 9:20 and had it clear by 10, 40 minutes, becoming increasingly clear that there was never any threat. Yes, bro. Yes, because it was probably a false flag, or not a false flag, but it was a false call, which happens regularly. Okay? That's what a false alarm is. It's like a fucking fake swatting. Matt Walsh be like, hey, one of my fans swatted this trans person, but she didn't fucking die. So what's up with that? I guess that was a false fucking, it was a false swatting, so it doesn't count. While telling a massive audience that children hospitals grooming children, haha, yes, this rocks. After being blamed for bomb threats at said hospital, have the wokes gone too far? These conservatives are getting incredibly radical very fast. It's getting incredibly concerning. Yes. Yes, Matt Walsh. If it was a real fucking bomb, it would have exploded, you dumbass. A bomb threat implies that someone made a false call claiming that there was a fucking bomb in the hospital to, you know, gum up the works, to stop them from operating. Why would you do that to a children's hospital? Because Matt Walsh, libs of TikTok, and other psychopathic, bloodthirsty, vulturous, Republican Nazis who want to murder every trans person are, or at the very least, utilize anti-trans sentiment in an effort to fucking cut a larger audience for themselves, are running around and making false assertions that a child's hospital in Boston is actually performing top and bottom surgeries for minors, which is not true. Okay? And they're doing this, and Tucker Carlson is doing it as well. They're doing this with this exact same hope so that they will, like, you know, send death threats to the fucking hospital workers. They stop the hospital from operating. They want to scare the nurses from operating. They want to scare the doctors from operating. Okay? That's it. And it's not like they're pulling an O'Reilly. They're like directly doing it. They're doing it very directly. That's the point. He's not wondering in terms of transgender. He's wondering when he won't get in trouble anymore. It's just like straight demon like. And the fact that like, I don't know, there is not much more movement on this. The fact that these companies also are comfortable working with a forum like Kiwi Farms. The fact that you know, more companies are not like I don't know, putting the crosshairs on people like Matt Walsh and those who genuinely target institutions that are, I mean, like the Boston Children's Hospital. Like you are the villain in that story. If you're working with a website or a forum that specifically makes it its stated purpose to go after trans people, dox them, harass their families, try to get them fired, try to remove their fucking sponsors, try to ruin their fucking lives exclusively because they're trans. And I'm not talking about fucking people like Keffels, which has gotten the worst of it, mostly because she is routinely poking the bear and fighting back. And unfortunately, the best method of like not getting involved in this sort of shit is to just avoid it and hope that it goes away. Like, there's no other way to deal with online harassment. I take it from someone who's dealt with it for a very long time, okay? But this forum is like openly celebrated killing multiple trans people, 5 if I'm not mistaken. And you know, they do it by regularly harassing that person, outing them, trying to get other people to, fucking involving the family members of people that are completely unrelated to it. It's just really fucked up. And I don't know how to stop it. I just, you know, many companies just turn a blind eye to this sort of thing. Really fucked up. All right. Now let's get to something that is not as fucked up. Women are disproportionately hurting our country by Top G Dennis Prager. For those who associate women with instinctively protecting children or with being supportive of a traditionally religious life, this era in American history has provided something of a shock. Okay? Yeah, Dennis Prager said, American people are tired of women. On the indoctrination of young people, and who is facilitating all this? In virtually every case, a woman. 92% of kindergarten teachers are women. 75% of all teachers are women. And 85% of librarians are women. Librarians indoctrinating children every day. Female teachers are also to blame for the pandemic, apparently. They demanded, because of their hypochondria and apparent inability to apply reason to COVID-19 risk, that schools be closed for nearly 2 years. Now, Dennis Prager is the most divorced man in America. I just want to preface this by explaining something to you about Dennis Prager. For those of you who don't know, friend of the show, Dennis Prager, owns PragerU, and has written extensively on the subject of spousal rape, which he does not consider to be a criminal act. He wrote not one, but 2 articles on it, titled When a Woman Isn't in the Mood, Part 1, and When a Woman Isn't in the Mood, Part 2. Yeah, he talked about how, like, ladies, you should fuck your husband even if you're not in the mood, because otherwise they will leave you. Okay? So anyway, that's part of the reason why he's got takes like this, obviously. Yeah. 2-part article, both parts disgusting, both parts also an admission as to why, or a pretty quick way to understand why Dennis Prager has had like 1 million divorces. He's only been divorced twice. Make it perfectly clear. Oh, shit. I thought he was divorced like 7 times. But I guess I was wrong. Sorry. Let's clear Dennis Prager's record. He's only been divorced twice. He's not the most divorced man in America. Only twice, not 3. Don't lie about him. Why are people making this joke? Is it because Sam Cedar, someone said Sam Cedar, Dennis Prager actually got mad at Sam Cedar for claiming he got divorced 3 times? Okay, but I also used to say 7. So I literally don't give a fuck. Dude, listen, Dennis Prager can suck my cock, okay? Fuck you, you disgusting slime bag. Yeah, you're divorced 7 times. Like what? Allegedly divorced in my mind 7 times. I'm not even talking about him. I'm talking about someone else. There you go. 8 times. You know what? He's 8 times now. How about that? Not 7, 8 times. The 8-time divorce champion. 8-time victim of divorce court. Anyway. So, he says women physicians and healthcare workers are at the vanguard of ruining young people's lives at children's hospitals. Boston. That push giving young people puberty-blocking hormones and opposite gender hormones. And women are disproportionately supportive of cancel culture, the greatest threat to free speech in American history. That's incredible. Brilliant. I love that. Are you going to prove that women aren't the worst? Or are you just going to laugh at this sad old man? Immediately someone goes, but are you going to write a counter argument? Are you going to write an article with counter arguments? Or are you just going to dismiss it as misogyny and let it sit out there with no real objective rebuttal? Love that. Absolutely love that, dude. Turns out you can look like this, be like a, 45, 50-year-old man, and still operate like one of those fucking weirdo Reddit nerds. That is what will happen to you, Reddit nerds. If you are a debate lord, you will turn into that guy. Don't do it. All right. Match a kink to a stranger, or people call their ex to ask what went wrong. How about both? Let's start with the ex one.
Lover and ask what went wrong.
Absolutely not.
I don't really talk to him that much anymore, just with a lot of stuff that went down. Heart's beating fast.
This is not gonna go well.
Horrible idea. Absolutely horrible idea. This will never be right.
One of your exes.
I only have one.
You gotta call.
I haven't spoken to him since.
Who's the one you're most nervous to call?
I have one that I call the one that got away.
Why are they the one that got away?
He won't let me love him. It's the not reciprocated feelings that it's just that's the one I want.
We dated when I was maybe 19. I haven't talked to him in a long time, so we'll see if he answers.
Oh my God. If he answers, it's gonna be so weird. Because I was a secret. His parents are just very, very strict people. He would leave work to hang out with me. So, let's see.
Hello?
Hey, Sig.
Hey.
I had to call an ex and ask what you think went wrong with our relationship. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, I'd say the fact that I was moving away for school.
Yeah.
I think with my visa situation, because if I had the opportunity to stay here, I think we would be something else.
Yeah.
Do you know that I consider you for me the one that got away?
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I appreciate it. Damn, that's kind of a big drop.
Do you ever think about me?
Yeah, you come up sometimes.
I love thinking about those memories. I love seeing the pictures.
Like the wedding we had gone to.
Yeah.
All that stuff and the road trip to Portland. I don't regret any of it.
Do you still find me attractive?
Yes. Do you still find me attractive?
Of course. Are you still seeing that the girl?
We had just broke up yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
So,
Would you ever consider getting back together?
Yeah, we met up again, talked.
Oh, God.
I haven't dated anybody since.
Really?
Yeah. I definitely would. You were lit.
Bad idea. Bad idea. No, don't do this. Don't ever do this. You will never recover. You will lose everything. You will be sad permanently. There is no end in sight. There is no positive outcome. Do not do this. Do not get back with your ex. The reason why you guys broke up is the reason why you're going to break up again. All the underlying problems will manifest once again. Don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted, okay? You must go forwards, not backwards. Just like what Obama said when he was talking about prosecuting war criminals from the prior administration. But instead, about actually a positive thing and not what I just said, which was a negative thing that Obama did.
You?
Yeah.
I would too.
Would you consider taking me on a date?
It could be arranged potentially, huh? Alright, bye, Annie.
I think he's still into you.
Oh my God.
Call an ex-lover and ask what went wrong.
Here we go.
Bro, the producer is literally fucking gassing this shit up too. Seems like he's still into you. What the fuck, dude? What are you doing? Fucking demon? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Ooh.
This is not gonna go well. Might just go straight to voicemail.
Hello?
Kiana, I have to ask you a question.
What?
Why didn't it work out between us?
Because you're full of shit.
Okay, do you care to go into that a little bit more?
You bit off more than you could chew. How about that one?
I did.
You talked a good one, and then when the follow through came up, you were like, you know how the DJ scratches the record?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw when I looked at my bank account. It said, skirt. That's it. I bit off more than I could chew. Good God. This girl wants how much money from me?
Why did things not work out between us?
Why do you still have my phone number?
I didn't delete it.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. What do you want to know my situation for? You trying to get back with me?
I came into some money, and I think I might be able to afford it.
Oh my God, that one was fucking real, dude. What the fuck did he do? Yeah, go ahead and do that. Bro, you did that for a fucking cut video. Okay? You just got daggered in the heart, like directly in the fucking chest, okay? For a fucking cut video. There is no amount of money. You couldn't make me do this at gunpoint. Okay? Actually, that's not true. There's plenty of exes that I could easily call up and ask. It'll be hella awkward though, but god damn, that dude was like, that was not on good terms. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
To hang out with you.
Bro, what the fuck you talking about? You went canvassing with an ex? That's why I said like I have positive relationships with exes and negative ones.
I swear, if you were here in my face, I would punch.
Sure, bro. If someone pointed a gun at you, you wouldn't do it. Okay, bro. I don't know if you know this, but it like gun to my head, I don't do it is not meant to be taken literally. Just like, you know, when I say at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break and it's going to destroy you. Like, it's not actually going to destroy your life. You know what I mean? You could just watch a 6-second ad break, or you can just get gifted a sub if you're lucky, or buy a sub for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? That's just how language works for those of you who don't know. You know what I mean? Gun to your head, do you sub? It doesn't mean like literally you have to subscribe or, you know, you have a gun to your head. Dynamic Chap 13, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Punch the shit out of you and then leave. Bye. Bye. Have a good life.
$700 date.
Call an ex-lover and say what went.
Toxic Death 91, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Oh, wow. See, I call my ex-husband. He was my high school sweetheart. We have 2 kids. Hello?
What's up?
Where are you at? I think you at work?
I'm at work.
I want to get your take on what went wrong with us.
We grew apart.
I'm at work. Shush, Jordan. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
You know, me going into the military, there was like a big change in between both our worlds that I don't think either one of us kind of talked about. And
wow, this guy went into the military and did the exact opposite of what every motherfucker that goes into the military does, which is like immediately wife your girlfriend up. That's crazy.
it was one of those harder things to accept in our life, especially with having kids.
Do you still love me?
Of course, I'll always have love for you.
Let's call an ex.
I don't have any of my ex's numbers on my phone. I usually delete them.
What about Facebook?
I wouldn't want to talk to that ex. It was a while ago, and I've changed a lot, and she's kind of a bitch now.
But knowing all of that, you could just like take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you know this person?
We met through church.
You nervous?
Yeah, I don't really talk to him that much anymore, just with a lot of stuff that went down.
Hey, so what do you think went wrong with our relationship?
You cheated?
Like,
And lied about it?
barely.
I personally don't think that either.
Okay, turns out, I don't know if she was the bitch in that one. What the fuck? Bro, what? He said barely. What does that mean? You just cheated from the edge? Like, how does that work?
Neither of us cared about one another that much. We just wanted to
do stuff that we shouldn't be doing. I don't think I ever had like romantic, emotional feelings.
See, I was the other way. See, I did like you, so.
I'm supposed to call an ex and ask what went wrong.
Okay, this is gonna be really hard to take. Are you ready for it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm super gay.
I know. All right, I'll see you Sunday.
I never actually cheated.
Why did she think you cheated?
I did try. I did try and cheat, or did try to cheat a few times, but I never could.
Oh my God, this guy's awesome. I take it back. This is hilarious, dude. That is so much worse. And he said a few times. I feel like that's worse, dude. Because, like, you know why that's worse? Because as a girlfriend, okay, or just as a significant other, you have to literally, as a significant other, you notice two things in that equation, and that's in the aftermath of that, okay? One, your partner does not like you, does not care about you, does not respect you. And two, they fucking suck. They couldn't even, like they're a loser. They couldn't even successfully cheat. That's so much worse. That's like almost worse than fucking successfully cheating. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, you were with like a... No, actually, that's not worse. That's so much better because then you fucking break up with them and you feel good because they're such a cuck. Dog, you could not get me to admit that if you locked me in Gitmo. Actually, if you were being tortured, you would probably admit that. You would admit a lot of things, actually. Technically, torture is not a successful method of truth extraction.
Which ex are you thinking of?
His name is Brent. I knew that he didn't want any more kids, and I learned that that was important to me. It was hard being with him and his daughter sometimes because I felt like an outsider. Heart's beating fast.
This is Brent.
Hey, Brent, it's Colleen.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I was wondering, in your words, what happened to end us?
I'm sorry, what happened to what?
What happened between us? Why did it end?
You caught me off guard with this.
I was such an idiot. So, I mean, yeah, my head was like in all kinds of places. And I think that damaged a lot of my relationships with friends and family and, you know, past partners. So,
yeah.
I think the downfall was probably not sticking up for you, and I should have. Not wanting to cross my friends and have a confrontation.
I feel like on my end, I probably put a lot of expectations on you when you had a lot going on. So it's not all on you, it's also on me.
no, thank you. That's, you're just doing so much better now. And like, I mean, both of us, honestly, just after a couple big
I
changes.
think so too. I think I caught you off guard and realized you didn't want any more kiddos. And sometimes with Ellie and you, I felt like an outsider. But
Oh, yeah.
overall, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
I'm happy we're still friends. I'll let you go. I actually am pretty surprised that he gave that answer. The fact that a year later he remembers that and knows that that's something that bothered me, like that kind of means a lot to me, so.
That was very weird.
Even if this is positive, it's still fucked up. There's no benefit to this, you know what I mean? It's like, even when they're having like a positive association with like an ex from a year ago, it's still kind of shitty because then you're like, it's like making you reconsider and oh God, I don't know if you get like actual closure from this. Good content
I
though.
don't know the last time I heard his voice.
I think that was really good. It was a little nerve-wracking just because this past year I've been like realizing a lot of bad things that happened in that relationship, and a part of healing was not talking to him or interacting with him a lot. So that was the first time I've ever talked to him like one-on-one. I think it was good.
Do you think exes can date each other again? No. I don't. And I'm sure there's someone in the chat who's going to tell me that I'm wrong and whatever, but no, I don't think so. I think the main reason why your relationship fell apart is the main reason why it's going to fall apart again. Match the kink to a stranger lineup.
Just that?
I have this and then the paws and the tail.
Does the tail clip on or does it stick in?
Oh my god.
That's a real question.
It hooks on a belt.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Izzy.
Do you know what you're doing here today?
I know I'm guessing something, but that's all I know.
Do you have a kinky side?
I have a wild side, yeah.
You got any kinks?
Any kinks? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Like, how freaky do you get in the bedroom?
Toys, feathers, whips kind of thing.
Are we doing this on camera right now? First of all, buy me dinner first, dear God.
I was asked to try this blood play once. Vampires are sad.
Isn't that assuming people don't change? Brother, what the fuck do you mean? Why? Did you break up with your fucking ex because they, like, did a crime or something? Like, why are you guys saying that people can change? Okay, they can, but, like, there's also a billion other people that you could... A billion other fucking people that you could date. Shut the fuck up. Bro thinks he's Cardi.
Sexy, and I'm super into that. Sure, but the blood,
So today, you're going to match kink person.
Where? Am I gonna have a list of kinks?
You are. These are the kinks that you're gonna be matching to individuals today.
Okay.
Making out is confusing. That's a kink? I like to make out.
Asphyxiation?
You know what it means?
No.
It's like breath play.
I think that's kind of hot.
Electric play. That sounds like it could be a good time.
Pregnancy. I don't know who would pick this.
Pregnancy, that's where you lose me. Do your thing. As long as there's consent, right?
Knife play seems like wild as shit. I don't know, be scared to do any of that.
Pet play. Can you explain what this is?
It involves being a pet.
Role playing in outfits?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Immediately the first thing that came into my mind is like having sex and then like your pets.
The fetus can't consent. Oh. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. No. No. Is this a fucking pro-life chat? What the fuck do you mean the fetus can't consent? Explain.
In the room, and your
It
pet
was a
might
joke.
get
Thank God.
involved.
Okay, when everybody's ready, head on out there.
Hello.
I'm trying to put two and two together.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Do you think it's immoral to have sex to a pregnant woman? But why would it be immoral to have sex to a pregnant woman, Rigatoni? That wasn't a joke. That one is like a legitimate question. Like that person is like actually asking. Sex to pregnant woman.
Hi. Hey. What's your name?
I'm Reds.
Anton. Nice to meet you.
Can you give me a 360? Let me get a full turnaround.
Pet play.
Okay.
Done.
Okay.
Can you say this word for me?
Asphyxiation.
You're already giving me that with the choker vibe. You have a lot of stuff happening around your neck.
Pet play.
That's what's really like getting me right now.
Pet play. No.
What is your sexual orientation, if you don't mind me asking?
Pansexual. I have a girlfriend and a boyfriend, if that helps at all.
Right now, currently?
Right now, currently.
Classic Seattle. Classic Seattle. Also same as like Portland, Oregon.
Glamorous.
Do you play video games at all?
I'm a really big horror nerd.
In said horror games, what is your weapon of choice?
The more unconventional stuff, when they like put like a chainsaw on the end of like a big pole or something like that.
How long have you had your kink?
About 3 to 4 years.
Is there like movies or books that you read that inspired you for this?
Honestly, it was more hearing about experiences that like internet friends have had.
This is really hard.
So the collar gives me pet play, like you might like to be like walked on a leash or something like that.
Okay.
Like you might enjoy that, or you might enjoy doing that to other people.
Okay, let's test this out.
What you mean? I don't want to be walked. I'm good. I'm good.
Pet play.
Knife play for sure. Go ahead.
Dang, all right.
All right, next victim.
You gonna give me a 360 as well? All right. Okay.
You're just so chill. Let me see.
Bro, this is straight up the most Seattle fucking lineup. What is happening? Why are there no stevedores? Where are the HVAC specialists? Where are just like people? every single person in here, every single time there's a cut video, they literally just only have people who are like, yeah, I make erotic art in the 3D space with exclusively C++. Like, or I am a DJ that is deaf and has never listened to music. And, you know, that's my specialty is that's what I do. I work off the vibrations that I'm feeling. Like, why isn't it? Why don't they have, like, I want to know, like, one fucking person that's like, yeah, I'm an accountant. Or, yeah, I lug refrigerators for a living. And my kink is erotic knife play. Every motherfucker in here has been to Chaz, okay? Like, every single one. I make tiny clothes for ferrets and other small animals. Yeah, literally, other small mammals, yeah.
Yeah. Do you like pain? Yeah. Like on a scale from 1 to 10?
A solid 10.
Okay.
You said high school, you were basically like...
I was like the outcast. Like
the
I
lone
was
wolf
like,
kind of joint?
Not really. Like I had my own like group of like artistic friends who just kind of like didn't fit in with the popular kids, I guess.
I'm just thinking about this person in the back. Like, that is the most... This is like the leftist skinhead, okay? This is the guy who's like, no, actually, this is the person who tells you, like, no, actually, skinheads were originally anti-fascist. You know that that's the point. You know that that's what's going on there. Okay, look. Do you not see the yellow shoelaces? They're not red. That means I'm one of the good skinheads, and I'm reappropriating skinhead culture. Okay.
About your hobbies, what do you like to do?
I'm a big writer. But I'm also like into film and stuff.
What kind of film?
Yes, I know lace codes. I'm calling it out. Red laces mean you're a fucking Nazi, and I guess yellow means you're an anti-fascist. I know the culture, and I also everything I said about skinheads is correct as well. I know that it's just like, just because I know it doesn't mean, you know.
We just filmed a horror one, so that was pretty cool.
If you were to go on Pornhub right now,
okay,
what is the category that you would go to?
Squirting videos.
It's not bad, though.
I just recently discovered it.
That's what I'm not judging. Those are cool. I like those.
Just based on those answers, it really has nothing to do with what they look like. Electric play?
I am gonna take a guess that you're into knife play. Excitement of being in a horror movie.
Knife play.
Thanks.
Yep.
How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I love the black lipstick.
I love your hair.
Thank you.
How experienced are you with kink play?
I've been part of the BDSM community for about 15 years.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you like being choked or choking?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with pet play.
You can just pass that over.
Yeah. The 3 earrings are a vibe.
No, they are.
Yeah, you're definitely pet play. You hear that?
I'm giving you electric play. You look like you might like low-key be dominant, and you might want to be in control of the possibility of torturing somebody.
Okay.
Cool. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Next.
Izzy, what do you have left?
I have making out, asphyxiation, and pregnancy, and it's about to get really weird really quick. The pregnancy one's freaking me out, man.
I do have one more on my list that I'm trying to knock out. The pregnancy kink.
I feel like cut videos are designed in a way that, like, if you show it to some fucking dude who's like a delivery driver working in, I don't know, Ohio, they watch this and immediately go into shock. Like, they design it in a way where it's like, if you're an HVAC specialist living in Ohio, you watch a video for like 3.5 seconds and it kills you. It zaps your brain. It lobotomizes you. You basically are just like, ugh. Like, there's like spittle coming out of your fucking mouth. This is how Republicans think, or Fox News thinks America is, okay? This is how, like, they think every leftist is.
What's your sexuality?
Gayer than New York.
Okay, all right, word, okay.
What do you think about my neck?
I like it.
Is it chokeable?
Does your kink get in the way of finding a partner?
Not romantically, it gets in the way sometimes sexually.
Does it come up all the time, or do you have
Knife
to like
play.
tell them first before you like get free?
Knife play.
Like it's kind of a must for me. This doesn't happen, then I'm like I cannot. do
Oh
anything.
wow, okay.
Yeah.
You know what you really want.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with electric play.
Cool.
What would you rate yourself as a kisser? Like on a scale of 1 to 10?
9 or 10.
That's actually like hella high.
Bro, this is it, there's no way. I have no idea what anyone's into except for the first one. Because of the choker, I assume it's pet play. But that's it. Like there is no context clues. Like they have how they all look like they could be into everything. My gender neutral identifier is off the charts right now. Like I am in an effort not to deliberately, in an effort to be as considerate as possible. I'm just like throwing they thems left and right. Okay. Like I have no idea what's going on. They all look like they're into all of it. They could be into literally all of the things. Okay. Every single one of the things they could be into. And that's the multiple they, not the singular they. I'm saying like they all look like they would be into all of those things combined. I have no fucking idea.
What do you rate yourself?
Oh, I'm a 10. I know I'm a 10. Yeah.
Where do you meet people that you like to do kinky things with?
Grindr.
Okay.
Tinder.
Okay. I'm gonna go with making out for you because you're not meeting like pregnant women on Grindr as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, style.
I mean, let's do the thing.
Yeah, we can do it. Yep. I was gonna assume gay just because of
because only gay people like rainbows.
No, but a lot more gay people are not promoting, but they're.
I'm promoting being gay.
No, you're not promoting me. Damn. I don't see a lot of straight people like openly wearing rainbows as much.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
All right.
Do you like pain?
I love giving it.
Okay.
I don't really like receiving it.
That is concerning.
Well, consent's really important. But
There you go. I don't think that your kink is pregnancy.
Okay.
I also don't think that her kink is pregnancy. Between what I got left, it means I got something wrong.
We got 2 choices left, and I'm leaning towards making out.
It's gonna be making out. You want them to lay on you, and then you
Yeah,
kind
lay
of
me down and
and take advantage of you. Exactly. All right. Damn, you're gonna get pregnancy.
All I have left is asphyxiation. You have a very nice neck. Do you like pain?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, meow. You guys are freaky. Where would you grab me?
Can I touch you?
Absolutely.
I'll focus on this, maybe.
Oh, this is her kink for sure. That was hot. Whoa! What are you guys doing later?
Have you ever been with anybody who's pregnant?
Not that I know of.
Have you ever been pregnant?
No.
I don't think pregnancy is going to be your kink, but we're going with pregnancy.
Okay, we'll see. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have no idea. To be fair though, like she's like too normal, okay? And even I just realized like she sticks out too for being too normal. So maybe her kink is, I think that's making out, knife play, pregnancy. I don't know, I'm making it up. Pet play. I don't know.
Thank you. I learned a lot today.
With a show of hands, who did Izzy guess correctly? You can look.
Oh shit, okay.
What?
Okay.
Damn. Okay, so I got knife play and pet play.
All right. So I guessed pet play.
Yep. You were right.
And I was right.
Yeah.
You got the collar situation. You have a bunch of pets on your shirt. I should have really paid attention.
So what inspires you to do pet play?
Part of it is the headspace. Since I'm into being the pet with someone, like I mostly do it with my girlfriend. When we're in bed, she'll have like a collar and leash on me and...
Have you ever worn like a furry suit when you're doing the pet play?
I've never worn a fursuit during pet play. Those are expensive. I don't want bodily fluids on that. Huh? I do have a fursuit. It's right there. Do you want to put it on?
Sure.
All right.
How do I be a good furry?
Enjoy it, I guess. You want to try the fursuit?
Absolutely not. But I would like to see it on you.
So do you have a full outfit in this, or just that?
I have this, and then the
Wait, why is Chad in emo mode? What happened?
paws and the tail.
Does the tail clip on, or does it stick in?
Oh my god!
That's a real question.
It hooks on a belt.
Okay.
So do you change
That's a
your
good question. Like,
When I go to furry cons, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I initially thought pet play was like your legit pet being involved. So.
Oh no.
Yeah. What exactly is pet play?
I typically only do it with like my partners. One person in like the owner position and one person in the pet position.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, yeah. You
there are a
can't
lot
just
of other
random-
kinks I'll engage in and like friends with benefits stuff, but pet play I got like no.
That's exclusive.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
exclusive.
Word.
Okay, what did I say?
Shock play.
Okay, and that was wrong.
Yes.
So knife play.
Yeah.
Is there blood or is it just knife
Yeah,
play?
so that's a really good question. Like, you don't need to like physically cut someone for it to be considered knife play. Like, you can just kind of like run it along them or like rip your shirt off with it.
This turns you on.
Like, if someone like came at me with a knife and just like sliced my shirt open.
Like a stranger.
No, I would never like do edge play with just like a hookup or someone that I haven't really known that well. It needs to be someone that I like can trust.
That's
I don't know, just someone
terrifying.
like raising it along you.
Oh, wait, that's kind of hot.
Yeah, so
wait a
it's like-
minute.
How many times have you done this knife play?
Once or twice. Kind of like a thing that I'm saving for kind of the right person.
So if you like see a knife in a kitchen, somebody's like slicing some veggies, you're like,
No.
Okay.
Maybe. I think it depends on the context.
That's passionate. Cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, love that. I'd be into that.
So I was completely wrong.
My kink is electrical play.
Oh, okay.
This is what I'm most curious about because I feel like I would low-key be really into this.
What I have today is a violent wand. Deals with current on like your skin. So you don't have current going through your body. That's usually like a TENS unit. I've seen those used for kink play. Not something that I've tried yet. Would you like to see
Yes. Are we allowed to use it?
Looks like a toothbrush.
it? You'll hear it immediately when I turn it on.
She getting off right now?
I love that. You can hear it. Like, I promise, like, that doesn't hurt. It just feels like...
You want to feel it?
I mean, why not? I got metal on me. I'm not gonna like burn
Oh,
it up.
no.
Oh, that's not crazy.
It's really nice because you can choose the kind of sensation. If you just kind of want to tickle someone with it, you can.
It goes higher?
Oh, it goes... So,
Yeah, sure, totally. Let's go the highest. It is pretty intense. Feels like when a tattoo needle first touches you.
Well, I have some attachments that people said feel like knives cutting on them.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Oh, wait a minute. I like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Now it's the fun part because I got y'all right. Okay. So your kink is making out.
Yes.
I need to know what that means. Thought we all like to make out. I didn't realize that was like a kink.
I'm talking long makeout sessions.
Okay.
Like I can go like 3-4 hours.
What?
Damn. Do you have like a chopstick break? Like I just.
Yeah, it can
What?
get really tiring sometimes. For me, it's more of like the connection with the person rather than like the actual.
That's why I like making out. I love making out because I love.
Bro, that's crazy. It's like you literally turn something that's like a introductory fundamental part of just like hooking up and turn it into like something wild. You know what I mean? 4 hours? Like, what the fuck? Bro, you are so lip hungry.
Love the connection.
It's way more intimate than like penetration.
Like you'd be happy if it just like the date ended in just that. You're cool with that.
Yeah, I've hit climax with it. So,
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not expect
What?
that. All right, word.
Oh yeah. If they make out with my penis, what the fuck? What do you mean climax with it?
On guard. Next question. Why did you say New York over San Francisco?
You're kind of right on that one.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Yeah.
New York just came to my mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
And next, let's talk about it because I'm most curious about the pregnancy one.
What do you want to know about it?
What's the deal?
I mean, I like pregnant people.
No, I get that, but like, I'm just curious, like, what that entails.
When I'm around someone who's like showing pregnant, I tongue like just bleh. Like literally it's already happening just thinking about it.
That's
Oh my god, that's weird. That's odd. That's odd. That's odd. That's odd. That ain't all right. That's a little weird. That's I mean, come on. That's odd, man. That's definitely odd. That's an odd thing, okay? Don't kink shame. I mean,
fucking
Yeah,
wild.
it's-
I really
it's
think.
nuts.
Have you talked to a therapist about this? Not even in a bad way, but okay.
Yeah, I've talked to all of my therapists about this.
Word.
When did you know you were into this?
I would say I discovered a lot of my kinks around like my late teens, so like 15, 16, 17.
So when you were like,
yeah, what the fuck? You were 15, you were like, damn, that's a pregnant mommy. I love that. I'm trying to hit that. Like, what the fuck?
16, you were actively looking for pregnant women to fuck?
No, when I would see someone pregnant, it made me feel that tingle inside, like that excitement. And stronger than most things.
I have a daughter. When my girl was pregnant, I think there's more times that I was like looking at her pregnant where I was like, damn, you are like kind of sexy.
Yeah,
it didn't make me want to like, you know, smash or nothing like that, but it was like,
Just
she looked
beautiful.
really, really good, beautiful, all that kind of stuff. Damn, I might have this kink. Like,
You're about to have a second kid. I don't want kids. I absolutely do not want kids.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
What the fuck? So he just wants to fuck pregnant ladies? What the fuck? Jail, that is your child? Guys, the dude meant the mother, his wife, the mother of his child when she was pregnant. What the fuck is wrong with you, chat? No, he's not talking about his fucking daughter. First of all, he's like maximum 30. How old do you think his daughter is? And it wasn't one guy. Don't even say one guy. That was like chat universally and collectively freaking the fuck out, dude.
Yeah, no. It's the process that really does it for me. You know, like I've gone through a lot of trauma and therapy, and like it would be a child raising a child.
do you like sex with pregnant people?
I would assume so. I've never done it.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's fun. It's good. I mean,
I can
it's-
only imagine.
I don't know how to tell you to try it.
I've been
but-
trying to try it.
I'm
It's-
trying to try
yeah.
it. You gotta like get somebody's consent, and that's somebody else's kid, and then
Right.
you're sticking your thing by the kid. Yeah, that might get kind of weird.
Well, and I mean,
so-
like, I'm not monogamous. Like, it's like, you know, partners, and you know, nobody owns anybody. So to me, it's like, you know, whatever.
Hello, Miss Josie.
I misjudged you and I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm asphyxiation.
Okay.
How did you find out that you were into that?
Dude, I swear to God, that's. I mean, I didn't make any good predictions in this one. Let's be real, except for the pet play one, obviously. But like, I think did I say that the goth black lady back there was into electricity? Anyway, I have said this before. I've said this before, but like, I think a lot of people like asphyxiation. Obviously, consent is the most important factor here. Always ask, you know, don't take this sort of thing lightly, but I think that it's like probably one of the more normie kinks. And I know that because like I'm the most vanilla dom person on the planet, as we know. I did that BDSM kink thing. And like choking is like literally just a part of the basic package. Straight up.
I got into a friends with benefits situation. We decided to explore our sexuality, and he kind of just did it by accident, and I was like, I like that. Do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a lot deeper than just a simple choke during. This is like,
Yeah. Mind if I show you how it is?
I guess, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, scared.
I promise I won't hurt you. Like, okay. So you insert pain right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's an assassin. I felt like
Straight women love it because sleeping with men is boring. The thought of death makes it worth it. Wait, what the fuck? That's such a wild take.
You're about to just be like, wow.
How far have you taken it before?
I want to feel pain. I kind of have like a safe move that I'll tap the person's chest.
Okay.
But I want to literally grasp for air.
is it a necessary part? Like, do you have to have that to get off? Do you have to have that for it to be good and all that kind of stuff?
I prefer to have it every single time, but not.
She's scaring me. She speaks really.
I think that's the most normie kink in there, other than the making out. Actually, the making out kink is even more. The making out kink is even less normie because like you're making out for 4 hours.
Soft, but like how she did that and how she's like the intense eye contact. Like if she wanted to, she could really end my shit. And I'm like, all right, but whatever. Anyway.
Do you like choking people too, or do you only like being choking
Yes,
yourself?
I like both, but I found that most men don't like receiving it. They just want to give.
Why do you think most men don't like receiving it?
Their pussies.
Yeah. Agreed.
Nothing else like around.
I've done it. I don't like it at all. I do not like being submissive even a little bit. I do not like getting choked. I hate it. It's just no, don't even say you're pussies. Like if I was a pussy, I wouldn't have tried it. It just does not. I don't like it. Like it doesn't do it for me. Being dominated doesn't do it for me at all. It's just like immediately it turns me off.
Around your neck?
No.
Just a hand.
Yeah, just for now.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, thank you.
That was gonna stick with me for a minute.
That was exciting. I didn't realize how into almost all of them were, except for like 2. Thank you.
That was crazy. I get it. I prefer being the sub, and doming seems weird to me from that perspective. What if it's lean beef patty? No, doesn't matter. I don't like getting scratched. I just don't like it. I don't like any of it. Hasan, have you seen the new Dunkey vid? No.
Already Twitter is mad.
Every one of us is born looking like this.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
He's gonna say that every 2 seconds, isn't he?
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here. Whoa, got a rare doodah right. Doodah, doodah, doodah, doodah, doodah, doodah.
Is this like a rare thing?
What the fuck is wrong?
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Someone shoot me.
Rare doodah.
There's spoilers the weebs are upset about. Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Right here.
Doodad?
Doodah.
Battle, here we go. Who will I assist? I want to help the bunnies. It won't. This game sucks. I hate this game.
There's no escape. When my Mondo have you, they'll follow you to the ends of the world. How did she fool my Mondo? Mobius.
The worst fucking L of all time is making a video game like this and then having it be entirely casted by British.
Morbius?
This is no normal creature. It's something else.
Nah, that's a rabbit. Oh, Robot is in this. Oh, that's been a tree. Oh, shit. What? I'm Robot. What is this music? Holy shit. Okay, now this is how you make video games. Okay. Now this is a good game. Fuck you, Morbius. Your film did not perform well.
Put away your weapons. You're not enemies.
We're not? The next time we meet, it will be as enemies.
Huh?
Look! Friendlies! Cut it out! We're your friends here from Colony 9!
It seems like this has really good visuals, but it's also like, you sure you don't like being choked? Yes, I don't. Ethan tweeting out a cease and desist from Andrew Tate. Wait, what? About what? Did? For what reason? Dear free speech champions that defended Andrew Tate, tell me what you think of this. I just got a cease and desist letter from him. He demands I stop talking about him. Thoughts? Wait, what the fuck? About what? Okay, this is legitimately fucking... That's not good. Ethan literally just texted me right as I was texting him. Thoughts? Keep talking about him? What do you mean? Uh-oh. It's got to be fake. There's no shot. He goes on Tucker Carlson and does the whole free speech line, and then he's doing this. I think he wants to go after him maybe for defamation or something. We'll see. Bro, I feel like Ethan Klein is the Pringles of lawsuits, dude. It's like once you pop, you can't stop. And he keeps winning them too. So I don't even understand why other people are literally constantly trying to go after the one guy who always wins these lawsuits. I've never seen something like this before. How many law school cases do they have to write about this fucking guy? By the end of his like career, there's going to be an entire book dedicated to like online litigation, the Ethan Klein chapter. There already is a case study.
They're not friendly anymore.
This is just conjecture. But what if those soldiers are perceiving us as enemies?
He's supposed to be the smart character of the game.
Because of the red irises?
No, it was because they were shooting at you with laser guns for 40 minutes.
This game does look beautiful, but it's also...
You don't know anything.
I don't know. In a weird way,
However,
very bland
A person's
seeming.
worth isn't in their color. It's here.
In the boobies? Dang, this boss sucks. She's not even doing any damage to any of us. Look at this. All of our health bars are maxed out.
She's way too good.
I basically described every Japanese RPG, by the way. Beautiful, but also very bland. At least this one doesn't have a lot of big-ass titties and fan service, though. It doesn't seem like.
Even hit us once.
Mobius.
Morbius. How could I have failed? Well, you're only level 17. That's not very good.
It's the big bad boss. Boom.
Now this guy's badass. Why does every enemy in this game have like an unlimited pool of health that makes the fights go on for so long?
That was over way too soon.
No.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier. Hear that, Noah?
Yes.
Lance wants something a bit meatier. Lance wants something a bit meatier. Lance wants something a bit meatier. Lance.
Would you win everyone a disservice by spoiling this masterpiece? Man, shut the fuck up.
Want something a bit meatier.
Gonna need something a bit more meaty about now.
From now on, I want us to avoid combat as much as possible.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
No, he isn't. And there's like a ton of space to just go around him, and he's...
If only I cared more about Xenoblade Chronicles so I could fucking spoil it for you. But alas, I don't care enough, so... I just simply don't care enough about it to find out and just like spoil it for you.
He's not even aggressive at all.
There's that word you mentioned, city. What could that possibly mean?
Huh.
Is it a person?
What?
It's a place. You fucking dumbass.
It's the commander.
What's the commander?
A person.
The game will soon resume.
No, it won't. Rainbow Table Land. Is that like Balan Wonderworld?
Queen's beans.
Oh, Mecha Friend is powerful. Oh, look at him go. No! No!
What is this trick?
Don't do it! Please!
Oh my! Oh my God! best character in the game. That's the only guy that doesn't talk. At least we still got the Furby.
Gene Park said this is his game of the year over Elden Ring. What the fuck? Are you serious? No shot.
Oh my God, she's dead.
P.O.N. wants to see you. Too bad, Jay. Let's be off, though. You've nothing to show for it, D.
Spare me, P.
It was Jay. I've told you before, haven't I? D.
Who the fuck came up with... Is Elmo the villain of this game?
Are you tugging my wings?
What's that in a...
My game of the year too, Elden Ring, was ass. What? Why? Because there wasn't enough like dorky characters with like busted ass glasses. Is that why? What's up? You didn't like Elden Ring because it wasn't like a JRPG enough? Attempting to reason with weebs. God, weebs are too comfortable online and in general. It's like so fucking strange, dude.
Made of.
Do the right thing. Come on.
Animes don't know how to do a high five.
Sorry.
Damn, this is...
Well, now I know you're all jokers.
Kite, biggest joker of all. This why Kite always runner-up in life.
Holy shit. This Furby just destroyed this man's entire life.
Oh, crap. Man, those Mobius moves.
Elden Ring, 4 hours of boss fight for a 5-second dopamine hit? Yeah, literally. Exactly. I mean, you just described pretty much everything in life. It's the journey. And it's also the sense of accomplishment that comes along with the journey. And yes, it is worth it. Elden Ring is one of the few single-player video games, even though it does have a multiplayer component, I get it. One of the few single-player video games that gives you the same dopamine hit that you would get from playing a multiplayer game. It gives you a sense of profound accomplishment that is impossible to achieve in any other single-player video game. And not only that, but you can directly translate the same same cycle of overcoming hardships within Elden Ring or within From Software games to literally achieving success in real life. Because if you throw your fucking body at the problem over and over again and inevitably engage in the level of problem solving that you would engage in playing a From Software game, you can be successful. It's the same as like being like, I want to be able to dunk. And then figuring out what the necessary steps are to be able to dunk is unironically the exact same brain wiring that you engage in while you play a From Software game and defeat a boss. Straight up. It's incredible. Also implying JRPGs aren't grindy. Yeah, it's like, sorry, Elden Ring didn't have as many item collection moments like this one does. Or as many broad open spaces that look exactly like Dark Zelda. Oh man, adult Breath of the Wild with, British accents seems fucking sick.
Mooks, they make my feathers stand on end.
Tummy was rumbly grumbly.
Feathers are a bitch to dry.
So who's this? It's me.
What?
That's what I want to end up like someday.
You want to end up like you, but with funny.
Nintendo straight up doesn't have any fucking video games with some adequate voice acting in them. And then the one time they have a fucking video game with actual voice acting in it, they're all British. What the fuck? It's like they hate their fans. They just hate their fucking fans, dude. They hate them. They're like... They're so anti-West, I guess. I don't know. You'll regret dunking on Xenoblade?
The armor on and with the evil smile.
You can call me Jay. Guess what?
You're in Morbius Guild now because you have the same armor as every single guy in Morbius.
I'm a proud member of Mobius.
Oh my god. Oh, who could have saw that coming?
I'm the girl with the gall. I'm the girl with the gall. I'm the girl with the gall. I'm the girl with the gall. Hear that, Noah?
Got a rare doodah.
I'm the girl with the gall. Girl with the gall. Girl with the...
Yes. I want to die.
This battle is for control of the galaxy.
Your own lifeless husk. You've come across it.
How did you...
Your eyes. You looked like you were gazing into your own past.
Is she always doing that?
It's your eyes. That look.
Boo!
You've always looked at me that way. Being Morbius. It's just incredible. I even have the power to stop the very flow of air itself.
Whoa!
Move it! Don't look back!
Gondor!
Okay, you stopped and looked back already.
Check out this sick new skill! Check out this sick new skill! Check out this sick new skill! Check out this sick new skill!
I've decided to have myself.
Isn't it weird that Dunkey isn't even reviewing this game? I mean, he does this all the time. I think you just really like this game and you're upset that he's not, you know, covering it in the way that you want to. I mean, is this your first Dunkey video? He literally does this all the fucking time. Plus, it's not, I don't even think it's a, is this a dunk view or whatever?
Self-kill too.
Super villain pon.
Riku, what does that mean then?
It be the extreme bad guy.
Ah, I think I get it. The world is bad. Huh, I never thought of it like that. You will make an adequate feast.
Talking about us like we're food. Well, sorry mate, but we bite back!
Right. You'll be going hungry.
Literally turning weebs into ethics in video game journals and weirdos. Yeah, I mean, this guy is a fucking entertainer. He's not like a video game journalist chatters. I never understand why these video games are popular or why these videos are popular. Oh. Well, I don't understand why these video games are popular, so I think that's why you don't understand why the videos are popular.
Today.
No. He tried.
The past is past, and the present is now.
I'm learning a lot of new things from this.
You say. You know it.
Oh, a little bit of fan service. I like that.
I was flipping out. Your actions were so...
3 more months, and then I'll be gone from this world. What am I even doing?
You still have 2 months left.
Still! It's 2 months. Might as well be nothing.
But
Listen, we just have to do 27 more potato side quests so that my guy can swim 3% faster.
If understand, then why ask?
Just who are you?
That's Riku. He's been with you the entire game.
What is this guy?
That's probably an evil clone of my guy.
I know him. But from where?
From this guy. They have the same hair. What? Yes.
Who is this guy?
It's you. What? Are you fucking stupid?
Who are they? Why? Why do you look exactly like we do?
I give up. Wait a minute. The hooded guy from Kingdom Hearts is in this? He is dead, but he is not? How did they get up on this mountain? He had sex with a cat? Evil Zingus has the power to stop. He is at the movie theater watching the cutscenes from the video game that I am playing? Wait, he is going inside of the movie? He's in...
The intentions they left behind. They turned into us.
How the fuck is that the first thing in this game that makes sense to you?
Now I want to live. To live and learn.
I've met so many people.
Someone said anime was a mistake. And as much as a fan as I am of anime, I kind of agree.
Lance.
I mean, look, this is just so insane to me. Like, I know that there are people in the chat who are like ripping their fucking hairs out. They went away. They stopped their Duolingo Japanese lessons to scream in the chat and type while also spitting everywhere like, oh, you don't understand, Oro? Nani? You don't understand, Hasan-kun? This game is about xenophobia, and the main villains are conservatives. Like, I know you're freaking out. Okay? See, yeah, exactly. This game is based on anti-capitalism. The main theme of the series is anti-xenophobia. This game's story is only second to Disco Elysium. This is such an unfair review. Hasan-senpai! Like I've said so many times, like, I love anime. I just can't stand weebs, bro. Weebs cannot control themselves. They go crazy. When it's like a artwork that they appreciate, they just can't. They have no way of filtering that information to you in a way that like a Norman can turn around and go, okay, yeah, I kind of get your point. Like they can't. They have no filter. Just like the dam breaks whenever someone says like your favorite form of art I don't appreciate. They go, oh my God, you are. Same with Souls fans. No, I understand it's not for everybody. I straight up admit From Software is not for everyone. It's not. If you want, like, you have every right. You have every right to want to play a game that doesn't fucking punish you all the goddamn time. Video games are supposed to be fun. Okay? I totally get it. I totally understand that and respect it. You know? The game has booba though. The weebs won't own up to it. Why they like it? Okay, no. The booba in this is so limited, dude. The fuck do you mean? The booba in this video game is infinitely more limited than the booba that you have in the other one that's exactly the same as this. But which one? The Chinese one. The fuck's the one? Genshin Impact, right? Isn't Genshin the one that's like the harem anime? Isn't Genshin Impact built like a harem anime? Or wait, not Genshin. Maybe I'm thinking of Xenoblade 2, actually. Wait. No, am I thinking of Xenoblade 2? Which was fucking insane. There was like titties everywhere. Oh my God, I'm literally thinking of Xenoblade 2, I think. Oh my God, these games are so similar to one another. I thought Genshin Impact was Xenoblade 2.
Ooh, what? This is incredible. You can't make the character look stupider than that if you tried. You can't.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, this is literally it. This is what I was thinking of. Oh my God, it is Genshin Impact. I mean, it is Xenoblade 2. Oh my God, the lack of titty in this is alarming, dude. Booberino. What? Magumbos, dude. This game is slammed. Packed with juicers. Dude mod's already out. Only if you're Lakari. Whoa. What the fuck? Those titties are anti-capitals? Yeah, now I see why some of you motherfuckers love this game, bro. What?
Now place your hand on my chest.
That's a boy.
What the
That's a boy.
Fuck.
That's a boy, dude. You can't be doing that to a little boy. What the fuck? He's 15? Wait, what do you mean wait, is that your defensible position here? That like your counter argument is that yeah, it is a little boy actually?
What's the point? What's the point? point of beating anybody? What the fuck?
That boy gets 3 girls pregnant at the same time. Literally is revealed in 3. Wait, what? She's younger than him? How? This girl is... How old is this girl? Bro, Japan, dude. What is happening? Japan. Listen, I know America did some fucked up shit to you, okay? I know. But that only saves you for so long, okay? Can't be doing this. Bro, there is no Romeo and Juliet laminated card that defends you in this circumstance. Bro, you could have said she's 30 and that would have worked. Why? This is what I don't understand, okay? Japanese video games will like very clearly create adults, okay? Like women that are full-fledged, like 25, 26 adults. And then they'll turn around and be like, she's actually 16 and a half. Why did you do that? The kid looks like a fucking kid. Why is the lady looking like... Why did you give the fucking... Why did you do this? I mean, he looks like a kid. She does not. Okay? She has got some titties on her. That's not... Why did you fucking draw her like that and then turn around and go, she's actually 15 and a half years old? I don't understand it. You have 3,000-year-old, 10-year-olds? Yeah, that too. That's weird. Pedo blade. Be careful, Xenoblade stands are just as crazy as barbs. Okay, so does anyone have an explanation for this or what? Or did y'all just give up on explaining this? Why you gotta go and shit on these masterpieces when you have no intent to play them? My man, I mean, dude, I see why you like the game.
Japanese people.
I mean...
People, what the fuck is wrong? All right, I finally get to play the game. Here we go, baby. Oh, tutorial. Skill play with the spam W and your S courses is one of them. Okay. Oh, you. Yeah.
You also have like literal toddlers and they're revealed to be 1,000-year-old goddesses and weebs then go on to try to validate their filthy fetishes. Yeah, no, I don't get it. Actual sister wives, this is the... Oh my God. This is the Xenoblade picture in that 3. Wait, so this 15-year-old literally fucking drop rope into 3 different other like underage girls? Like what the fuck's happening? He's grown up in 3. Okay, he did. At least he grew up. This is proof that nuking countries is a horrible idea because they come back with this. Like, damn, bro. That's what I'm saying, dude. By the way, he'll look like this, but I bet he's like fucking 17. Okay? I bet they'll still turn around and be like, actually, we coded him to make him look adult, but like, make no mistake, he's still 17. He's actually 17? Stop! Stop! Why? "17 during the game. This is 1 year after." Bro, why did they do this? Why? Why did they do this? Why? I just don't understand. Like, just say 2 years passed. Just say 3 years passed. Why is it a 1 year time skip to make sure that you understand? I just want to make sure, make absolutely certain that this person is a minor. Okay? Why is it like this?
Uni, Tyon, Senna, Riku and Manana.
Teach, Kyrie, Zakir, Foots, Isel, Bam Bam, Sif, Whitby, Iserd, Denzel, Boliaris, Solan, Mikoko, Kukucha, Widge, Dinky Dinky, Valdi, Mecha Friend who was stomped, Repapa, C Mimi, Lolaka, Buggy Scruggy, Momama, Shill, who told me this game was really good.
All right then, lads and lasses. Who wants to know how babies are made?
What? Dude, come on. Yo, Chatter's about to be like, that dude that very clearly is like the old pervy guy. Okay? Yeah, actually, he's also 16. Yeah, that's right. We made the guy who looks old as fuck also 16 years old. Guess what, dude? Everybody's 16 in this game. Best believe, you best believe we made sure that everyone is absolutely underage. Do you understand? What?
And I'm done.
Dude, what the fuck? Don't dog him, man. He's got that tragic Benjamin Button shit going on. Xenoblade pedicles. Age is weird in 3. They all start at like 6 years, and they have 10 years to live, so it's generally just weird as fuck. In fairness, most of this game was developed when Shinzo Abe was alive. It's all different now. Yeah. Nintendo employee terminated after smear campaign over censorship. Company denies harassment was a factor. Updated. What? What happened? Why did you send this to me? Bro, this is from 2016. This is literally from 2016. Why did you explain why you sent this to me? Oh yeah, Dems won another seat, by the way, while we were watching Xenoblade Chronicles. Mary Peltola defeated Sarah Palin in the Alaska special election. 51% to 45%, which means 51.5 people voted and 48.5 people voted for Sarah Palin. That's how many people live in Alaska total. It's kind of cool to see that Sarah Palin has lost the election in Alaska, which is, you know, it's her state. A bad loser. Sarah Palin's campaign headquarters, there was confusion and then anger when the results were announced. She railed against ranked choice voting, called on Nick Begich to drop out, and said the fight is just getting started. How many motherfuckers died in Alaska, dude? That this kind of change occurred, I guess. That is kind of weird to see. You only had to convince 1,100 people. What a fucking loser. Damn. Open the pic here. I mean, she's still hot though. She still got it. I know Ethan got a cease and desist. How about you cease telling me shit and desist with the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the every hour? Dude, I suck. I'm like, by the 7th hour of the day, I'm like, I'm done. You know what I mean? At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. If you want the ad breaks to cease and desist, all you need to do is subscribe. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Let's see this charisma suck over here.
Tweet made people mad. Newsweek wrote, "Oh, Blake said that women and minorities are hurting the economy." Fake news. Look, I don't care if every single employee at the Fed is a black lesbian, as long as they're hired for their competence and not because of what they look like or who they sleep with. News.
You know what one of the funniest things about this is? Like, Blake Masters is just so devoid of charisma that he can't even like adequately trigger people. Back in the day, Republicans used to do these trigger campaigns where they would just like say some transparently racist shit, right? And then they would get the media attention that they wanted, and then they could like basically solidify their base of support and say, hey, look at them. They're attacking me for good ideas, right? But in order to be able to do that, you just have to get you have to at least maintain some a genuine base of support, have a little bit of charisma. He is so fucking boring and so transparently trying to be like this. But isn't that good if you do that then? So it's good to clip you out of context on Twitter. What? Smile? Are you okay, dude? Are you one of those fucking weirdo losers? Like, don't do that, okay? No, I hate that. Please don't do that to me. Anyway, as I was saying, he has negative charisma, so he can't even get people to get mad at him for a long enough time.
News for Joe Biden. We are done with this affirmative action regime. I can't think of a single policy since the end of Jim Crow that's been worse or more divisive for race relations in this country. Race quotas are wrong. Gender.
He's literally just he's doing a readout. You know what I mean? He's just like, yeah, affirmative action is bad. Abortion should be illegal. Gay people, get them out of the movies. And also, I remember a time when you could go to the movie theater without seeing gay people on the movies. And yeah. And it's like, okay, sick. You put some energy behind it. You look like a school shooter, okay? But you don't have, but you have the charisma of one too, you know what I mean? You look like you asked the janitor what the blueprints for the school look like as you plan out your attack. It's just terrible.
Quotas are wrong. They're unjust. They're illegal. But the Democrats are addicted to this kind of identity politics garbage. They just care about how you look.
He's a garbage.
They're illegal. But the Democrats are addicted to this kind of identity politics garbage. They just care.
I'm going to be honest with you. Someone said Ted Cruz does this too. But actually Ted Cruz, for all of his fucking failures, failing to look like a human being and looking like a melted candle instead, even Ted Cruz has more charisma than these guys. And that isn't to say that Ted Cruz has any charisma. That's just simply to say that these guys have that little charisma. You know what I mean?
About how you look, not whether you're the best qualified or whether you can do the best job. If you want to see the affirmative action regime on display, just look at Biden's White House. Biden promised that he would choose a woman for his VP. And then, of course, he chose Kamala Harris. So incompetent, she can't even get a sentence out. But I've never spoken to anyone who can say with a straight face that Kamala was somehow the most qualified candidate for that job. So we've had enough. We've had enough of the Democrats' diversity obsession. They put diversity over competence, over prosperity, and there are real costs to this. We're done with the media selectively reporting on crimes depending on the race of the criminal. We're done being told that
Dude, this is literally a 4chan readout. Being read out by like the only 4chan person who was able to get a job. But the exact same level of like social skill. What's up with the rape statistics in Sweden in 2016, huh? Right after Muslim immigration. Nobody wants to talk about that, right? What's up with why they say Asian in England when they're talking about Pakistani people, huh? That's another way to hide it. It's like, dude, what are you saying? No one cares about this, okay? Not only did, of course, if I put my serious hat on for a second, every single one of those things were already like completely dismissed and were fabricated and were incredibly idiotic and incredibly racist. But also, at this stage in 2022, you're bringing up shit that, like, I don't think you're doing a good job captivating people with this kind of thing.
candidate for that job. So we've had enough. We've had enough of the Democrats' diversity obsession. They put diversity over competence, over prosperity, and there are real costs to this. We're done with the media selectively reporting on crimes depending on the race of the criminal.
I mean, that's such a funny take because, like, yeah, we should be done with that. Like, tell the local news broadcast to stop reporting every time, like, a black person does something. Okay? Yeah, I agree. Honestly. How is the Sweden statistic wrong? Dude, we're in 2022. Are you still completely oblivious to the fucking dumbass, like, 4chan, Paul Joseph Watson bullshit? The Sweden rape statistics increased dramatically as a consequence of a new method of reporting rape. Okay? That's it. That every single rape would actually, every single act of rape would now be considered an individual act of rape rather than just one rape, even if it was done over multiple times. Holy shit. It is the easiest, the quickest way to fucking diminish this counter. Okay? It's just, you're still on this shit. Yeah, countries define crimes differently than other countries. Let's see what this fucking Groiper is about. Curry Podgkin. How is the Sweden statistics wrong? You got another one? Come on, you got another one? Come on, give me some more. Give me some more. Account created in fucking May 8th, 2014. First time he fucking wrote, even though he's been following me since June 2nd, 2019. We got a groped up shouty in here. Lots of people don't know that. Yeah, but this person is not asking in an authentic way, I think. Come on, bro. You got, there you go. You got your answer. Are you good? Did you learn from... Sounds like you just didn't know that. Chill out. Why are you guys so empathetic to like random gray names who definitely are going to use and abuse your fucking empathy?
Criminal. We're done being told that the moral status of people is dependent on their skin color. Look, there's such a thing as fairness. We're going to end this unfair and incompetent affirmative action regime. And so Newsweek, who loves reporting on this topic, they're going to say, oh, Blake, you're just trying to defend old white men. But I'm not. I'm trying to get rid of Joe Biden, get rid of Mark Kelly. And that's what we're going to do on November 8th.
Yeah, good luck, dude. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, so. I showed this to a dog and he killed himself. This is just an unacceptable, insulting lack of charisma. It is so bad, dude. It is so incredibly bad. You taught us to be kind even to some of our enemies like hogs. Yeah, but like...
Action.
Yeah, he's just... They're trying to like, oh, I triggered you, didn't I? I triggered you so fucking hard, didn't I? And honestly, it's just not hitting. It's not hitting. But what is hitting is the last 3-minute ad break here. I'm really fucking tired. I started off the day a little sick, and I didn't know why, but it's like starting to hit me a little bit. So I'm gonna go deal with that. I'm supposed to play basketball as well, which I think I'll try and do, but in any case, we'll see if I still have the juice in me. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I got leftovers tomorrow in the morning, and then after leftovers, I got my regular stream. Got some fun stuff lined up, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, everybody, peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force.